and PhD courses. He published almost 200 publications in national research publications. He has quite high H index of 32, ITAN index of 95, and citation around 3800. He has been authored of almost 12 books, 24 book chapters, 6 compendia. He has carried out several projects for UG students, PG students, and he has guided, supervised 4 PhD students till now. At present, 4 PhD students are working under his supervision. His area of research is inorganic metal oxide based nanomaterials that used for biomedical and environmental applications. He successfully completed the many research projects, including the one which is given by Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of Ethiopia in 2021. He has been awarded as several research award. One is very reputed, that is Science Asia Science Technology and Research Award Congress, that was delivered to him in Trichy, Tamil Nadu, India in July 2023. He has been also elected as a Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, London, UK in 2022. He has served as a guest editor of Results in Chemistry Journal of Nanomaterials, Evidence-Based Complementary and Alternative Medicines, Fortunes in Food Sciences, Technology Journal and Micromechanics Journals, many more in his credit. He has received Best Paper Presentation Award also, that is given by the Elsewhere Research Academy. So I welcome you, sir, and we eagerly to listen you about your research work. Thank you, sir. Please.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me, madam?
Yes, sir. We are getting you very properly. Please, sir, you can start.
Yeah, I think you are seeing the screen completely. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my screen is shared. Is it okay?
Yeah, sir.
I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
hearing.
Please, you can start. Yes.
I can. Okay. Okay. Good morning to all of you. Well, first of all, let me thank Professor Vijay Devra for giving me this opportunity, even the management of this Janki Devi Bajaj Government College, and all those who involved in this conference organization. So I'm presently working in the Papua New Guinea University of Technology as a professor of inorganic chemistry. My topic is nanomaterials and their multifunctional applications. I'm just going to explain very important features related to the synthesis, properties, and multifunctional applications of these nanomaterials. So my lecture involves the following contents: introduction to nanotechnology, synthesis of nanomaterials, and multifunctional applications of nanomaterials or nanocomposites in the field of engineering and as energy materials and storage materials, in the field of medicine as nanomedicine and in drug delivery, then electrochemical sensing and biosensing applications, imaging and sensing applications, and as catalysts, foods and personal care products, and also in the field of advanced aerospace, defense materials and sporting goods. And finally, the summary of the presentation. So to know much about the nanomaterials, today you must be having awareness that the scientific community is moving from the material world to nanomaterial world. So nowhere, you find applications of the bulk materials, and everywhere we are using the nanomaterials. So nano refers to 10 power minus 9 factors. So the materials which comes under this dimension of 1 to 100 nanometers are turned out to be nanomaterials. So these nanomaterials have extraordinary physical properties, characteristics, and all these properties are utilized in the advancement of science and technology. So the latest investigations or research investigations that are happening are basically involving around the nanomaterial. So in this regard, you can see that nanotechnology is the understanding and control of matter at dimensions between approximately 1 to 100 nanometers, where unique phenomena enable novel application. Encompassing nanoscale science, engineering, and technology, nanotechnology involves imaging, measuring, modeling, and manipulating matter at this length scale. So basically, nanotechnology involves all of the following. Number one, research and technology development at the atomic, molecular, or macromolecular levels in the length scale of approximately 1 to 100 nanometer range. Second, creating and using structures, devices, and systems that have novel properties and functions because of their small and are intermediate size. Third, ability to control or manipulate on the atomic scale. So nanotechnologies and manufactured nanomaterials, as with any new technology, may bring many advances to society and benefits for the environment, but also pose new challenges in health, environment safety, and possible impacts on society. Because of very broad range of potential applications using nanotechnology and the wide variety of characteristics displayed by a manufactured nanomaterial, detailed discussion of both benefits and of health and environmental risks should take place at the level of individual nanotechnology application. So in view of the predicted great impact of nanotechnologies on the global economy, research, and society, and of the expected widespread use of nanomaterial, any possible risk should be studied by comprehensive, proactive risk estimation and assessment. So in order to make you understand that the nanomaterial world is not just new in the latest century, but scientists have noticed the presence of these nanoparticles in the previous centuries too. So to start with, you can have a certain idea about the timeline of this nanotechnology.
और
In the
फलों
4th
का रस
century,
चूसते हैं, वहां से फल आदि के संक्रमण में फल सड़कर गिर जाते हैं और वर्षा काल में ये कीट रस चूसेंगे। आपने देखा होगा कीड़ा लाग रहा संतरा में रस
yeah. So in the 4th century, the Lycurgus cup is an example of dichroic glass, colloidal gold and silver in the glass allow it to look opaque green when lit from outside, but translucent red when light shines through the inside. And also between 6th to 15th centuries, vibrant stained glass windows in European cathedrals owed their rich colors to nanoparticles of gold chloride and other metal oxides and chlorides. So gold nanoparticles also acted as photocatalytic air purifiers. Similarly, 9th and 17th centuries also certain materials were used. Example, luster ceramic glazes used in the Islamic world and later in Europe contained silver or copper or other metallic nanoparticle. Similarly, Damascus saber blades contained carbon nanotubes and cementate nanowires, an ultra high carbon steel formulation that gave them strength, resilience, the ability to hold a keen edge, and a visible more pattern in the steel that gave the blades their name. And recently, if you take, just 200, almost 150 to 200 years scientific history, if you look, we are very well known about Michael Faraday's work. He discovered colloidal ruby glow, demonstrating that nanostructured gold under certain high lighting conditions produces different colored solutions. And 1947, Bell Labs discovered the semiconductor transistor and greatly expanded scientific knowledge of semiconductor interfaces, laying the foundation for electronic devices and the information age. So it was in 1959, the Richard Feynman of California Institute of Technology gave what is considered to be the first lecture on nanotechnology and engineering at the atomic scale. And he said that there is plenty of room at the bottom at an American Physical Society Caltech. So what he said is that what I want to talk about is the problem of manipulating and controlling things on a small scale. So he just brought an idea that at the nano level, at the small scale, there are a lot of properties to be explored. So since then, people started moving into the world of nanomaterials. They moved from material world into the nanomaterials. So he won the 1959 Nobel Prize in Physics for his discovery. And people must be aware of this phenomenon of size reduction. You can see this simple comparative image. Earth with a diameter of 12,756 kilometer, a soccer ball with a 22 centimeter. And when you further reduce the size, you end up with a particle, a nanoparticle with size of 15 nanometer. So what exactly happens is that, we are moving from the bulk world into the nano world. The very simple mode is the just top-down methods where you reduce the size of the particle. So we are supposed to understand what exactly happens. See, the material is the same, but when you reduce the particle size, the bulk material size to nano size, the most of the physical properties change. As a result, definitely the chemical properties like catalytic activities are going to be significantly affected. That's what we are going to understand. So the size range, you can have a comparison with the water molecule on one side and a tennis ball. See the range 10 power 8 to 10 power minus 9. So all this is coming under nano devices, nanopores, dendrimers, nanotubes, quantum dots, nanocells. All of them appear in the size range between 1 to 100 nanometer. So you can easily remember that any particle with a size range between 1 to 100 nanometer will be considered as a nanomaterial. So we have these nanomaterials being applied in various sectors, including nanoengineering, nanoscience, nanotechnology as nanomedicine, and also applied in the field of agriculture, sports, cosmetics, environmental remediations, and many more. It's very, it's expanding to every sector connected to the advancement in the science and technology. So potential impacts of nanotechnology, basically in the field of materials, healthcare, technology, and environment. So all the sectors, they're utilizing various nanomaterials that includes nanoparticles, nanocubes, nanoflowers, nanotubes, and of course, particles with various morphological features. So nanotechnology involves manipulation of matter at the near atomic and molecular level through engineering and scientific design. So it is essential in the production of new material, structures, systems, and devices, and seeks to improve functions and reactions of products. So in addition to this, we also have nanobiotechnology, where the same thing is moving towards the medical field, the biological field. So nanotechnology has potential in a variety of industrial applications such as advanced engineering materials, nanomedicine, drug and gene delivery, and several nanoparticles have been finding application in the field of medicine as ailment to number of diseases, like some nanoparticles, nanomaterials are being used in the treatment of cancer and also as imaging and sensing materials and energy generation and storage materials. And they are being used as catalysts, foods, and personal care products. So basically, nanomaterials typically measured between 1 to 100 nanometer, basically. So they are very small in dimensions. So we need to know what exactly happens when you reduce the size. So before that, let us have just a brief introduction to the material. How do we basically define? See, nanomaterial refers to the matter whose length scale in any dimension is approximately between 1 to 100 nanometer. So there are many categories of nanomaterials: one-dimensional materials, two-dimensional materials, and three-dimensional material. So nanoparticles or three-dimensional nanomaterial where the dimension, the size in all the three directions is in the nano range. If you take nanotubes, carbon nanotubes or nanowires, the dimensions are involving in nano level only for two directions. The third direction is lacking nano feature. And in one-dimensional film, like a graphene sheet, you will see only thickness of the film is at the nano level, the length and width are not. So based on that, we have this classification of nanomaterials. So nanomaterials can be metals, ceramics, polymeric materials, or composite materials. And the properties, very important, is that when you reduce the size, what exactly happens? You are going to see the change in certain physical properties too. Basically, this will not appear at the bulk level. Suppose you take a gold, the bulk material, all of you have seen, gold is yellow in color. Whether you take 1 gram or you take 10 gram or you take 100 ton, the color of the gold, the bulk gold remains yellow. But you reduce the size of the gold to nano level and every size will have a different color. We'll see that. So this is what is said to be the size effect. What will happen when size is reduced? So that is what we say the quantum size effect. It contains very small number of atoms or molecules of the same material. So the electromagnetic forces are dominant. The electrons exhibit wave behavior, and the properties arises because of the quantum confinement of electrons within a small region, and the energy levels will also be varied in the sense, every semiconductor has a band gap. So when you take same semiconductor and reduce the particle size, you will see as the size varies, the band gap also varies. So that is going to influence the photocatalytic behavior and catalytic behavior of nanomaterial. So that is what, a lot of researchers have been focusing on, varying these band gaps by reducing the particle size. Let us proceed. How does the size affect to a great extent? It's a very simple example. You can see when you reduce the particle size, or you can say when you transform a bulk material into nanomaterial, what is going to happen? There is going to be an enhancement in the surface area. This is what is said to be large surface area effect, vastly increased ratio of surface area to volume. You can see on the left side, you have a very big bulk particle, and in various steps, you keep reducing the particle size, keep on breaking down the bulk material into smaller fragment, and you can see at the right end of this figure, there is going to be a smaller particle. What is happening when you move from the bulk material, the same material, transform that into nanoform, you will see there is a tremendous increase in the surface area of the particle. And in the field of catalysis, the surface area matters a lot. If the surface area increases, the catalytic activity of the catalyst increases, and thus the reaction kinetics also get enhanced. So this is very, very important. Just to make you understand, I have one example here. You can see you have a bulk material, a cubical bulk material. The width is 1 centimeter, height is 1 centimeter, and you can see it's a cube with all the 3 dimensions, the size is 1 centimeter. So the total surface area of that cube is 6 centimeters square. Now, you break down that cubical particle into small cubes with 1 mm size, and you see the total surface area is increased from 6 centimeters square to 60 centimeters square. And take the same cube and divide that into cubes with 1 nanometer size, and the total surface area is going to be enhanced 60 million times. See, from the first particle, bulk particle, the surface area is just 6 centimeters square. And if you make that into a nanomaterial, the surface area is going to change by 60 million times. So this is what is happening. Say million-fold surface area has been raised or increased on moving from bulk to nano. So this is just one simple factor, this area effect. And similar way, you have so many other properties that are going to get altered. Even the melting point of the material changes with the particle size. So many physical properties will change. The transition temperatures will change when material is taken to nano world. So nanomaterials, depending on their morphology too, they change the properties. It's not just all the nanomaterials in the one form. It's not particle form. There may be cubical form or flake form or in the rod form or wire form. So all these, materials will exhibit totally different set of behavior. Very important, the property that people are focusing on, especially in the field of electronics or semiconductor world, is that to vary the band gap based on the requirement. So band gap varies with the size. This is very interesting phenomenon. Like the surface area get enhanced 660 million fold. Similarly, the band gap also get altered. So you can change the composition, you can change the particle size, and you can modify the physical as well as chemical properties based on your requirement. That's very interesting with respect to nano world. So let's move on to see how these nanomaterials are synthesized. Basically, they are synthesized by 2 different approaches. So one is to be top-down, the other one is bottom-up. So in the top-down method, the bulk metal is reduced into a nanoparticle. So you're reducing the particle size. And in the bottom up, you start from atoms and combine them to get molecules and then to get clusters and nanoparticle. So both the methods are available, but top-down approaches have certain disadvantages compared to bottom-up approaches, because the top-down methods involves a lot of energy, a lot of physical methods are used here, and you need to have a sophisticated instrumentation. On the contrary, bottom-up approaches are very simple. One of them is, simple chemical methods, or even the green synthesis, or salt gel method, etc. Let us see some of the methods. Synthetic methods for the nanomaterials have been classified in 3 major categories. So you can synthesize nanomaterial using physical methods, chemical methods, green biological methods. Synthetic method can also be classified based on physical state. That means you can start with the liquid phase, gas phase, or solid phase. So some of the methods, to mention, top-down approach, we use mechanical methods like cutting, etching, grinding, ball milling, and lithographic techniques like photolithography, electron beam lithography. And in bottom approach, we have few physical techniques like chemical vapor deposition, physical vapor deposition, evaporation, sputtering, plasma arcing, laser ablation. So this involves, a sophisticated instrumentation, and maintenance is also really expensive. So compared to this, the chemical methods are simpler, especially the self-assembled monolayer methods involving electrolytic deposition or salt gel method or microemulsion route pyrolysis. In addition, we also have combustion methods, then probe sonication methods, and very simple green synthesis method. And these days, people are moving very much towards the green methodology because it avoids the usage of hazardous chemicals. You can start from any simple plant extract and synthesize nanomaterials. One of the simplest method that we normally adopt in the synthesis of nanomaterial is a sol gel technology, and this involves a colloidal chemistry. You know, a sol is a name of a colloidal solution made of solid particle, few hundred nanometer in diameter, suspended in a liquid state. Then the gel can be considered a solid macromolecule immersed in a solvent. So you start with the sol, get a gel, and evaporate the solvent to get a nanomaterial in the nano size. So there are various methods. You can see after starting from a metal alkoxide solution, you get a gel, sol. The sol is subjected to various heat treatments. Depending on the type of material you want to use, you can choose the heat treatment method to get either zero gel film or wet gel film or uniform particle format. After the evaporation of solvent, you get a dense, particles. This is one of the method. And another equally important method is the green synthesis. Normally, you can use any kind of plants around your place to synthesize nanomaterials. It's very simple methodology. You can do it within 24 hours. Today, if you start the experiment in your laboratory, tomorrow you can see the nanoparticles in your lab. Any plant around you can serve as the source of phytochemicals. So plants is the ideal candidate as they are suitable for quick large-scale synthesis of various these nanostructures with a diverse shapes and sizes. And this is one of the simple plant. It's called the Datura. So it basically, most of the plants, they have phytochemicals like alkaloids, saponins, tannins, carbohydrates, phenols, flavonoids, proteins, etc. So these nanoparticles serve basically two important role. One is the reducing agent, the other one is a stabilizing agent. So we'll understand the mechanism. So biological applications of these plants involves, say, anti-asthmatic, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, anti-rheumatoid, antifungal, etc. So it depends on the type of plants that you choose. And basically, when you take a plant extract, immediately we are going for phytochemical screening, and this can be done in any simple organic laboratory by using suitable reagent. You can see the flavonoids, alkaloids, tannins, terpenoids, steroids, all this can be tested using the suitable reagents given on the right side of this table. And we normally report this before moving into the synthesis process. So very first stage in the green synthesis is the making of the extract and then phytochemical screening of this extract. So now when you just mix up the metal solution with the extract, the following reactions happens, and ultimately the end result is the formation of metal oxide. You can see initially you start any reaction. Suppose you need, let's say, gold nanoparticle or silver nanoparticle, you have to take the solution of these precursors in water, and then when you mix up with this extract, plant extract, so plant extract contains the phytochemicals. So phytochemicals serve the purpose of reduction. So metal ions in the initial stage get reduced to metal atoms. This is the first step. So phytochemicals like basically the polyphenols present in the plant extract serve the purpose of the reducing agent. So this reduce, and these metal atoms formed combine to form clusters. And once the particle size keeps increasing, the few phytochemicals serve the job of capping. So particles, the nanoparticles, the nucleation cannot be allowed for a long period of time. In that case, the particle size increases, so there is a possibility that you may not get a nanoparticle, that's just a bulk particle. So to prevent the size, we need to have the active phytochemicals. So these phytochemicals serve the purpose of capping. So they cap the nanoparticles and stop the nucleation process. And later, the final stage, you can just subject it to calcination to end up with metal oxide. This is a very simple method that we normally follow during green synthesis. And the type of nanomaterials, that nanoparticles we have, you can see carbon-based nanoparticles like diamond, fullerene, nanotubes, graphite, graphene oxide, carbon dot. These are all the basically used support systems for nanocomposite material. So we are going to just what you can say, decorate nanoparticle over the solid support to improve their semiconducting characteristics. There are also metal-based nanoparticles which are used in high-density magnetic storage materials and also non-volatile memory materials and in drug delivery system and as medical materials, new generation display materials, and also in the hydrogen storage material. Of course, the applications are limited to mention here, but nanotechnology and nano world has reached almost all sectors on this planet Earth. Of course, it may not be wrong if I say that nanomaterials have touched inside and outside of the planet Earth, and even the materials are being used in space stations, so it has gone out of the planet Earth. And there is another nanomaterials which is said to be dendrimer. This plays significant role in drug delivery system. So they just attach the drug into this organic dendrimer and deliver that into the site of infection on human body. And this is a very simple logic where nanoparticles are combined together to get a composite. Now you can find thousands and thousands of papers which have been published in the field of composites and nanocomposite on daily basis. So these nanomaterials to have photocatalytic application. Some nanoparticles have photocatalytic properties that scientists can engineer to speed up reactions using a light source. So these nanoparticles may be organic or inorganic in nature. So some of the inorganic materials you can see the zinc oxide in wood side and zinc blend structure, titanium dioxide also in rutile and anatase structure. So most of the transition metal oxides like iron oxide, nickel oxide, cobalt oxide, copper oxides, they have been very well researched in the present days to explore their physical and chemical properties. How exactly these photocatalysis happens? As I told you, these metal oxides have a band gap. See, this is the titanium oxide band structure. At the bottom, you can see the valence band, and top layer is the conduction band. The energy gap between the valence and the conduction band is mentioned here. So the visible light is able to create electron-hole pair respectively in conduction and valence band. So electrons will interact with atmospheric oxygen producing peroxide, that is O2 minus radical, which in turn undergo transformation to hydroxide free radical. And the same way, the holes which are developed at the valence band interact with water, producing again hydroxyl free radicals. See, these hydroxyl, we can call it we call them as the reactive oxygen species, ROS. These ROS are helpful in degrading the organic pollutant into the water and carbon dioxide. So this is basically the role of a photocatalyst. The catalyst which serves the purpose of degradation of organic pollutant into carbon dioxide water in the presence of light. So there are plenty of these materials. Now, what is the advantage of nano? Is that you can modify the band gap by modifying the size of the nanoparticle. Remember, the titanium dioxide with 100 nanometer size has one band gap, and the same titanium dioxide nanoparticle with a 10 nanometer has a different band gap. As the size increases, the band gap decreases. So photocatalytic nanoparticles are serving the very important purpose. They act as organic destroyers and degrade organic toxins in the presence of hydroxylation. Titanium dioxide nanoparticles, just now we have understood how exactly it happens. The reactive oxygen species which are formed are responsible for the degradation of these organic pollutants into neutralized compounds such as water and carbon dioxide. Use of photocatalytic nanoparticles in various industries such as water sanitation and purification. They're also used in products from antimicrobial agents and cosmetics and sunscreens to semiconductor system. So some of the applications includes nano-coated fibers, water and stain resistant, antibacterial. You can see guitar strings feels like non-coated, coated to improve strength. Then sunscreen, better UV protection, water resistant and transparent. Basically, zinc oxide is one which is preventing UV protection. So sunscreen contains zinc oxide nanoparticles. And sporting goods like lighter and stronger. Most of the composite materials, carbon composite, silicon nanoparticles are being used. And in electronics, computing hardware, organic LED displays, energy storage, and solar cells. You know that if you just move back at least just 10 to 15 years before, the storage devices like 1 GB storage device used to occupy more space, and it was costlier. Now recently, with advancement in the nanotechnology, you can see you will get a very high storage capacity for a lower price. It's all due to the miniaturization of electronic goods, and definitely the nano research is playing significant role in this phenomenon. And also, these nanomaterials play a significant role in the field of photovoltaics, solar cell generation, silicon single crystal, silicon polycrystalline, and thin film, then organic dye-sensitized solar cell, and also the heterojunction solar cell. So we use number of materials to form a heterojunction. You can have a mixture of nanoparticles, not just single. You can have many metal oxides and create a heterojunction that suits your electronic applications. And in medicine, definitely large number of nanomaterials have been used in the treatment of several diseases, targeted and traceable drug delivery. They're also used in enhanced imaging and sensitive detection. Nanofibers create cushion of air around fabric. 10 nanometer carbon viscous bond with cotton act like peach fuzz, many liquids roll off. So these are the nanopants that refuse to stain. Liquids bead up and roll off. So nanocare fabrics with water, cranberry juice, and vegetable oil and mustard after 30 minutes, and wipe it off with wet paper and towel. You can see they're becoming stainless. So these all possible with the nanofabric technology. And there are materials that doesn't chip away. So protective nano paint for cars, so water and dirt repellent, resistant to chipping and scratches, brighter colors, enhanced glass in the future could change color and self-repair. Nano paint on buildings could reduce pollution when exposed to UV light. See, the titanium dioxide nanoparticles in paint break down organic and inorganic pollutants that wash off in the rain, decompose air pollution particles like formaldehyde. So one way the titanium dioxide presence in the paint serves a fundamental property. In addition, the advanced property of degradation of pollutants. And also technology enhancement. CD and DVD have already gone, and you can see now have 1 million times greater storage density in silicon cell. A silicon 111, one cell will store 1 million times the storage capacity of this DVD or CD. And there is also techniques such as which is said to be nanolithography to create tiny patterns. They lay down ink atom by atom. These are all latest technology. You can see the image of Mona Lisa 8-micron stall created by atomic force nanolithography. And also nerve tissue talking to computers. So neuroelectronic networks interface nerve cells with semiconductors. Possible applications in brain research, neurocomputation, prosthetics, and biosensors. Quantum dots glow in UV light, injected in mice collecting tumors, could locate as well as 10 to 100 cancer cells. So this is a very important application. Early tumor detection can be done using these nanomaterials. So quantum dots are also coming under this nano world, but they have basically the size range between 1 to 10 nanometer. So all those particles with the size range between 1 to 10 nanometers are said to be quantum dots, which are even smaller compared to nanomaterials or nanoparticles. And in transportation, number of composite materials have been used, which have been made using nanotube reinforced carbon fiber prepreg. And in food, silicon dioxide or titanium dioxide coatings, undetectable by taste, smell, increases shelf life. Fat clusters act as fat but low as amount, and also some of them use it in packaging. In addition, the very important application is that nanotechnology has found its way into the national defense. What can nanotechnology do for the military? Clothing with greater tolerance for temperature changes, increased surveillance for better protection, smaller cameras, cheap, small, and more effective weapons, the exploration of the oceans, augmenting human performance, scratch-resistant surfaces, stronger, thinner, and cheaper glass, change shape of objects as armor-like fabric, coatings that don't degrade, then invisibility nature, faster intensive medical help, lighter, faster aircraft which use less fuel, submarines and planes that can go undetected by radar. These are the proposed applications that defense research is moving in. How could you become invisible? There are a couple of nano ways. Scientists are manipulating light so soldiers seem to disappear. Scientists are also working on electrochromic camouflage fabric which changes colors instantly to blend in with the surroundings. Armor as strong as snail. So sea snails and abalone are guiding scientists in their search for strong and lightweight armor. Other besides the military will benefit from these new nano-size developments, firefighters, police officers, and other emergency responders. And in the place of armor, now we have nano armor for creating super strong material that uses tungsten, not carbon for the basic material. It is 5 times stronger than steel and at least twice as strong as any impact resistant material currently in use as protective gear. It has withstood the equivalent of dropping 4 diesel locomotives onto an area the size of a fingernail. So possible application for this new nanomaterial are ballistic protection, personal body armor, bulletproof vest, vehicle armor, shields, helmets, and protective enclosures. And body armor, you can see the Indian scientists developed this advanced bulletproof jacket that's made from a fiber, what do you call a composite material that's called commercially called Kevlar. A new nano armor is called smart body armor. It wields thin pads or cloths from fibers that can sense the impact of a bullet or shrapnel and automatically stiffen. So this material would be even more resistant to penetration and less cumbersome than the ceramic plate armor troops wear now. So concerns about biochemical warfare have resulted in exploitation into nano-sized umbrellas that open to seal the cloth's pores, making it impervious to airborne chemicals and pathogens. So it's easier and lighter than the current equipment used. And also there is a methodology of nanomedic where sensors would provide the soldiers vital signs and location to medics via radio. Until the new nano-sensored garment is ready, soldiers will wear an adhesive chest patch fitted with sensors and a tiny radio. So if a soldier is injured in the arm or leg, thanks to the nanofibers in the uniform, the fabric would constrict into a tourniquet. So this will be a real lifesaver because half of all battlefield deaths are due to massive blood loss before wounded soldiers can be treated. In addition, nano world is moving into making of artificial muscles that could enable soldiers to leap tall walls, if not buildings, are in the works too. So one type uses nanotechnology and the electricity. So it flexes when jolted by electricity, then relaxes when the electricity is turned off. So far, though, its reactions are much too slow. So nanoscience in homeland security, big fighter jets are, so yesterday the next generation of fighter jets are nano-sized jets the size of the seed that can pretty much go anywhere. Scientists are working on this revolutionary remote control nano air vehicle. So they will be able to collect military intelligence both indoors and outdoors. One weighs no more than 10 grams and carry a payload of up to 2 grams. So they will help protect the lives and enhance the operational effectiveness of soldiers and first responders. So with this, let me move towards the summary. See, the nanomaterial world, the nano engineering, nanoscience, and nanotechnology has been penetrating into every sector. That includes environmental remediation, agriculture, medicine, cosmetics, semiconductor world, etc. So there is no field that has not been touched by this nano world. So this is an emerging interdisciplinary science. It integrates chemistry, physics, biology, materials engineering, earth science, and computer science. So the power to collect data and manipulate particles at such a tiny scale will lead to new areas of research and technology design, better understanding of matter and interactions, new ways to tackle important problems in healthcare, energy, the environment, and technology, and few practical applications, but most are years or decades away. So I just motivate all the basic science students who are studying physics, chemistry, or biology to give much significance to our research of in your academic studies. Especially the research in the field of nanomaterials is gaining extraordinary significance because nano world is very interesting world in the future years to come. So in that way, I just suggest the present day researchers to just move into the world of nanomaterial and see that you can build nanomaterials. You can synthesize a novel nanomaterial for extraordinary properties and extraordinary application. So with this, I end up my session. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Welcome, madam, and thank you too for giving this opportunity to share my ideas with your students and your staff members. Welcome.
College, Bikaner. We welcome you, sir. सुनो सुनो पहले सीधे करके बात कर दे या पहले मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कर दूं नाम दो अच्छा पहले So I will give you a brief introduction of Professor Narendra Bojak. He is presently a professor in Government PG Department of Chemistry, Dungar College. And he completed his PhD from Delhi University and published more than 100 papers, 8 books, 14 patents. 22 students had completed PhD under his supervision. Almost 26 MPhil students are also supervised by him. He is a member of BOS of many universities, including Bikaner Technical University. He has delivered 80 invited lectures in national and international conferences that include the Washington, Abu Dhabi, Austria, Nepal, and so many. He has organized almost 25 symposium, workshop, conferences. His research area is a green chemistry that used for the food delivery analysis. Recently, he has developed a smart science lab based on augmented virtual reality. That is a need of the time. He also developed some manuals and protocols for NAC and green audit policy, and currently he is going to deliver one talk on green audit and green campus. That is a need of an hour. Really, it is a need of ours. So we welcome you, sir, with a brief introduction of.
Now I would like to invite Professor Vijay Devda ma'am, Dr. Rekha Kalani ma'am to welcome our speaker, Professor Bojak sir. I invite Professor Aarti ma'am, Professor Poonam ma'am.
हेलो हाँ वो दे दीजिए कोई नहीं मैं यहाँ से कर दूँगा कोई इशू नहीं है मेरे को पानी की तो जरूरत नहीं कोई नहीं जरूरत पॉइंटर नहीं है So, green audit and green campus need of the hour as specified by Neelu madam. This is the official topic for this presentation. Before I actually start, I must convey my best wishes regards to Professor Vijay Devda and all organizing committee to not only to give me this opportunity to present some of the work which is being carried out in our institution, but it's also a privilege, ma'am, Neelu ma'am.
Just a minute. Sorry, sir, to disturb you.
वो मैं कर
The
लूँगा.
audience, you
That
are
I-
requested to keep silent, please. Then you can got, because this topic is very much interest of everyone of here, us. So
That I
that's
will-
why you are requested to keep silence. Thank you.
Ma'am, that I will manage. I must convey my best wishes in regard to Professor Devra, but also another way, because it's another opportunity to present this particular work in front of Neelu ma'am. We have met first time, but we have heard lot of about your work, about other things also. Research and lot of activities you are doing in the Kota University. Anyway, with this brief, I will directly come to the topic. May I just know how many students are there? Can you raise the hands if you are a PG student or research scholars? Okay, fine, thank you. So you can visualize this photograph there. As you can find that lot of students are there, faculty members are comparatively less here. And this is the lab which we have recently developed based on the micellar technology as well as on augmented and virtual reality. So for your convenience, I have divided into 3 portions, and I'll able to speak until the chairperson will allow me. So थोड़ा सा अगर बच्चे ध्यान से देखें तो दिस इज़ द बैकग्राउंड एंड प्रीमेबल, क्योंकि आपका इंस्टीट्यूट एक बहुत ही प्रीमियम इंस्टीट्यूट है एंड यू आर नोइंग द वैल्यू ऑफ दिस एक्रीडिएशन, and this accreditation is mainly related with the overall or holistic development of the institution, but this is one of the mandatory component, that is the green auditing. I hope and wish that in your institution chemistry, physics, geology, botany and few other departments of humanities must be doing it at your own or with the help of some other institutions. तो मैं यहाँ से एक शुरू करना चाहता हूँ, जो ये क्वेश्चन है स्कॉलर्स के लिए, नॉट फॉर द फैकल्टी मेंबर्स. दिस इज़ ए सिंपल क्वेश्चन फॉर द स्कॉलर्स. जब हम ग्रीन ऑडिटिंग की बात करते हैं तो हमें अपनी लैब से शुरुआत करनी चाहिए. क्वेश्चन क्या है, आप माइंड में आंसर इसका नोट कर लीजिएगा. जब ये स्लाइड दोबारा आएगी तब मैं अपना प्रेजेंटेशन एंड करने वाला हूँगा विद द परमिशन ऑफ चेयरपर्सन. हाउ मच वाटर इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द complete neutralization of 1 milliliter of acid which is thrown by us in our laboratory without addition of any neutralizing agent. मैं दोबारा एक क्वेश्चन आपको बता दूं, खास करके बच्चों के लिए. आप अपनी लैब में डेली एसिड यूज़ करते हैं, स्ट्रॉन्ग एसिड लेबोरेटरी ग्रेड, और या वीक एसिड यूज़ करते हैं फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, जोलॉजी, बॉटनी सभी लैब्स के अंदर. उसका 1 मिलीलीटर जब आप अपनी सिंक में डालते हैं, अगर कोई और न्यूट्रलाइजिंग एजेंट ना ऐड करें तो उसके लिए हमें कितना वाटर चाहिए. दिस इज द क्वेश्चन. फ्रॉम हेयर वी आर स्टार्टिंग, एंड ये स्लाइड जब दोबारा आएगी 30-35-25-30 मिनट बाद में, then we will end it. But at the same time you will also get few different questions because it's the part of auditing and related with the chemistry, so we will be dealing with a few questions. जो बच्चे हैं उनमें से can you identify this photograph? ये क्या है? पीछे से कोई बोलना चाहे तो ये क्या हो सकता है? जस्ट सोच लें, चलिए नहीं बताएं तो. फैंटास्टिक. ये पॉलीथीन आपने आंसर दिया है ना. आई मस्ट रिकमेंड योर नेम टू योर सुपरवाइजर और योर टीचर्स, क्योंकि ये लगता है एक मॉडर्न आर्ट है. पॉलीथीन कैसे कन्वर्ट होगा ये आप देखिए. अब आपको एग्जैक्ट पॉलीथीन तो नहीं लगेगा, बट समथिंग यू विल फाइंड. ये पिछली फोटोग्राफ सिमिलर थी उसकी, एंड नाउ यू कैन इमेजिन नॉट एग्जैक्टली पॉलीथीन, but it's the different kinds of polythenes are there. तो it means there are several problems. जब हम ऑडिटिंग की बात करते हैं तो हम इंस्टीट्यूशनल प्रॉब्लम्स की भी बात करेंगे. तो अब आप ही के लिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन होगा. ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम है. नाउ प्रॉब्लम कैन इजीली बी विजुअलाइज्ड, नाउ इट कैन बी मैग्नीफाइड. तो जो मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आई थिंक यू विल एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड इट. सो अगर आप समझ रहे हैं तो हमारा क्वेश्चन अब आपसे रहेगा, अब आप ही को आंसर करना है. विच इज मोस्ट हैजार्डस? ये सब हैजार्डस हैं, हाईली टॉक्सिक हैं, ये नहीं कह रहे कि दूसरा कम हैजार्डस होगा, लेकिन इनमें से मोस्ट हैजार्डस कौन सा है। इवन आप लोग जो नॉन केमिस्ट्री या नॉन साइंस बैकग्राउंड है वो भी चाहें तो आंसर कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये तो नॉर्मल है। ये प्लास्टिक का है दशानन, वैसे दशानन से बड़ा होता है शतानन। शतानन अगर किसी ह्यूमैनिटीज का कोई बच्चा हो और वो शतानन के बारे में बताना चाहे तो क्वेश्चन ये रहेगा कि शतानन को किसने मारा था। दशानन को किसने मारा था ये तो पता है, शतानन को किसने मारा था ये पूछ रहे हैं ह्यूमैनिटीज के बच्चों से। लेकिन हमारा क्वेश्चन क्या था, ABCD, प्लास्टिक पहला हो गया, ड्रग्स हो गई, टोबैको हो गया, सिगरेट हो गया और वाइन हो गया। इसमें से मोस्ट हैजार्डस कौन सा है? क्योंकि मैं ऑलरेडी लेट हूं, अगर मैं आपसे वैसे पूछूंगा तो टाइम ज़्यादा लगेगा। आप मन में सोच के रख लें, खाली कोई भी बच्चा अपने मन में सोच के रख ले कि इसका आंसर क्या हो सकता है। तो मे आई आस्क यू, किस किस ने इसको प्लास्टिक सोचा? फैंटास्टिक, दिस विल गिव मी इमेंस सैडिस्टिक प्लेजर। ये मुझे एक सैडिस्टिक प्लेजर बहुत अच्छे लेवल की देगा, क्योंकि मैंने जो भूमिका बनाई थी पिछली 5-6 स्लाइड्स की, उसमें प्रोवोक किया था कि आप प्लास्टिक आंसर करें। जब हम ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन आंसर करते हैं तो क्वेश्चन ऐसे ही फ्रेम होते हैं, मतलब प्लास्टिक इसका एक गलत आंसर है। हैप्पी? पीछे वालों से ही पूछ रहा हूं मैं। फाइन, तो सेकंड चॉइस, सेकंड क्या हो सकता है? यस, थोड़ा सा जोर से। ड्रग्स। ड्रग्स भी अगेन सेकंड लेवल ऑफ सैडिस्टिक प्लेजर। मोस्ट हैजार्डस पूछा है। एनीवे, मैं सीधा आंसर पे आता हूं। मोस्ट हैजार्डस आंसर इज सिगरेट। अब सिगरेट क्यों है, ये बड़ा अच्छा रीजन है। एक तो सिगरेट निकोटीन है ही, आपको पता है, लेकिन आपको पता है सिगरेट जितनी अच्छी क्वालिटी की वो उतनी ज़्यादा हैजार्डस, वो उतनी ज़्यादा टॉक्सिक। अगर कोई बच्चों को नॉलेज हो तो बीड़ी और सिगरेट में एक बेसिक डिफरेंस होता है। सिगरेट का जो ऊपर का पोर्शन होता है उसमें एक फिल्टर लगा होता है, और वो फिल्टर से कंपनी क्लेम करती है कि हम जो निकोटीन वेपर्स हैं वो अंदर नहीं ले पाएंगे, तो हम उसको रोक देंगे। और वो क्लेम कितना फॉल्स होता है, सी दैट। वो जो फिल्टर बनता है वो इस मटेरियल का बनता है, और इसके अंदर प्लास्टिसाइजर ऐड होता है, और वो प्लास्टिसाइजर उससे ज़्यादा टॉक्सिक हो जाता है। तो प्लास्टिक तो आंसर था, लेकिन उसमें आंसर दशानन नहीं था, क्योंकि सिगरेट के अंदर ज़्यादा खतरनाक वाला प्लास्टिक अवेलेबल है। इसका जो प्लास्टिसाइजर है वो आपका, मैं नेक्स्ट एक स्लाइड में प्लास्टिसाइजर्स आपको बताऊंगा, तो यू विल फाइंड ए डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ प्लास्टिसाइजर्स। तो टेक्निकली आंसर इज सिगरेट। वाई सिगरेट? क्योंकि उसमें निकोटीन के साथ साथ आपको प्लास्टिसाइजर की प्रोबेबिलिटीज भी आ रही हैं, डिसएडवांटेज भी आ रही हैं। और तीसरा इसका सबसे बड़ा रीजन है, आपने देखा होगा बहुत से सिटीज़ के अंदर जो फ्लश होते हैं या जो यूरिनल्स होते हैं वो चौक हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि स्मोकर जो होता है वो उसको फेंकता है और वो नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल है, तो उसकी वजह से वो चौकिंग हो जाती है। जब हम ग्रीन ऑडिट कैंपस से शुरू करें, तो अभी तो कैंपेन भी चला हुआ है, फ्री टोबैको, सिगरेट फ्री कैंपस, तो ये सब उसके पार्ट बनेंगे। मैं आपसे एक और क्वेश्चन की फॉर्म में लेता हूँ, बिकॉज वी वांट टू मेक इट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ द लर्निंग प्रोसेस, नॉट इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ वन वे। तो जब हम एक्सपेरिमेंटल लर्निंग करते हैं, अगेन बच्चों से है, अगर आपने बचपन में कोई ये चंपक नंदन टाइप की मैगजीन पढ़ी हो कभी, तो उसके अंदर ऐसे क्वेश्चन आते थे, आइडेंटिफाई 5 डिफरेंसेस इन बिटवीन दीज। तो यहाँ क्वेश्चन है, आइडेंटिफाई 1 सिमिलरिटी इन बिटवीन दीज टू। आइडेंटिफाई 1 सिमिलरिटी इन बिटवीन दीज टू। अब ये क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि मैम ने हमें बताया कि इसमें मल्टी फैकल्टी हैं, तो हमने एक क्वेश्चन को 4 अलग अलग फैकल्टी के लिए बनाया। अब आपके सेम क्वेश्चन के 4 अलग अलग आंसर्स हैं, जो आपको सूटेबल लगे ना उस क्वेश्चन को मान लेना और उसको आंसर कर लेना। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज कॉमन इन बिटवीन दीज 2 पिक्चर्स। तो यदि आप नॉर्मल जनरल स्टडीज की बात कर रहे हैं तो आपके लिए चॉइस 1 है, अगर आप बॉटनी के हैं तो आपके लिए चॉइस 2 है, अगर आप जियोलॉजी के हैं या जियोग्राफी से हैं तो चॉइस 3 है, और केमिस्ट्री से हैं तो चॉइस 4 है। केमिस्ट्री का कोई आंसर करना चाहे या बॉटनी का कोई आंसर करना चाहे इसके अंदर, क्योंकि जियोग्राफी और जनरल साइंस का क्वेश्चन तो सिंपल हो गया ये, लेकिन ये दोनों क्वेश्चन टफ हो गए। मैं सिर्फ ये बताना चाहता हूँ, जब हम ऑडिटिंग करते हैं तो एक चीज एक सब्जेक्ट के लिए बहुत सिंपल हो सकती है, और दूसरी चीज़ उसके लिए बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो सकती है। अगेन इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द पर्सन हु इज आस्किंग। मैं सेम क्वेश्चन को चॉइसेस दे करके आपके लिए बहुत मुश्किल बना सकता हूँ और या आपके लिए बहुत आसान बना सकता हूँ। अगर चॉइस नंबर 1 दे दी जाए इसी क्वेश्चन के लिए तो वो बहुत ईजी हो जाएगा। चॉइस नंबर 4 विल बी डिफिकल्ट। मैं 4th का आंसर बता देता हूँ, बाकी का आपको पता होगा। कॉमन इज आइसोफ्लेवेनॉइड, और ये जो चॉइस 2 में आंसर है कैलोट्रोपस। मैं इसको इसलिए ले पा रहा हूँ क्योंकि इस कैलोट्रोपस को आगे हम एक जगह यूज करेंगे। नाउ अगेन थर्ड थिंग, this is again taken for the different kind of auditing purpose but also for the general awareness. Now question is, which air is most polluted? मैं रेगुलरली दिल्ली जाता हूँ तो ITO जैसा मुझे 26-27 साल पहले दिखता था आज भी वैसा ही दिखता है। ये नीचे वाली फ़ोटो, राइट वाली फ़ोटो ITO की है, वो यमुना रिफाइनरी की है, वो माउंट एवरेस्ट की है, और ये आपकी किचन की है। मेरे ख्याल से अब आप मेरा पूछने का प्रोसेस समझ गए होंगे। हम पूछ रहे हैं विच एयर इज मोस्ट पॉल्यूटेड, तो अब कौन सा आंसर होगा? फैंटास्टिक, दिस टाइम करेक्ट। अब आपने सोचा था लेकिन बोला नहीं। नाउ करेक्ट आंसर इज किचन। आपके किचन की एयर इतनी पॉल्यूटेड है कि आपको कोटा में कहीं और जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। वाई इट इज सो? क्वेश्चन इज दैट वाई इट इज सो। जो थोड़ा सा केमिस्ट्री जानता है वो जानता होगा कि हमारी जो फ्लेम है दैट प्रोवाइडिंग अस टेम्परेचर अबव 750 डिग्री सेल्सियस, जो किचन बर्नर की है, और हमारे एटमॉस्फेयर में नाइट्रोजन है, ऑक्सीजन ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है, तो वो मिलकर के नॉक्स बनाते हैं। नॉक्स इज टॉक्सिक, हैजार्डस, और यदि आपको याद हो तो फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार की जो वेपन था, मेजर वेपन, वो नाइट्रस ऑक्साइड था, लॉफिंग गैस। तो आप अपनी किचन में रोज लॉफिंग गैस की फॉर्म में टॉक्सिक हैजार्डस एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट करते हैं, और उसके बाद में बात करते हैं कि हम एनवायरमेंटल प्रोटेक्शन तो देख रहे हैं। इसको मैं स्किप करूंगा। फिर ये क्वेश्चन, ये इसलिए अच्छा है क्योंकि आप जहां बैठे हो इसका आंसर है विच इज मोस्ट हैजार्डस। जो केमिस्ट्री का व्यक्ति है वो रेडॉन आंसर करेगा इसके अंदर। रेडॉन इज टॉक्सिक, रेडियो एक्टिव, मोस्ट हैजार्डस नो डाउट। लेकिन जो थोड़ा बहुत मटेरियल पे काम करते हैं वो ये देखते हैं कि ये जो आपकी फॉल सीलिंग बनती हैं इसके अंदर एस्बेस्टस के अंदर ट्रेसेस के अंदर प्रिकर्सर्स ऑफ रेडॉन, या जो रेडॉन जिससे डिकम्पोज होकर के बन रहा होता है वो इसके अंदर अवेलेबल होता है। तो स्लो फॉर्म में यदि आप इस पर ज़्यादा टाइम स्पेंड करते हैं यहाँ पे, और ये बहुत ज़्यादा अमाउंट के अंदर है, देन एस्बेस्टस इज मोर टॉक्सिक। और एस्बेस्टस के साथ में जब हम इसको पीओपी में कन्वर्ट कर देते हैं तो ये और ज़्यादा टॉक्सिक होना शुरू हो जाता है। ये क्वेश्चन मैंने डेलिब्रेटली लिया है कैंपस के लिए ही। नाउ एनी आंसर? पिल पॉलिशिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड। हमें किसके लिए? और ये भी रिसेंट है, मतलब 2024 में हैदराबाद के अंदर इसको फाइनलाइज किया गया है। एंटीबायोटिक के लिए, पेन किलर्स के लिए, सेडेटिव्स के लिए, नार्कोटिक्स के लिए या कॉन्ट्रासेप्टिव्स के लिए। देखिए नार्कोटिक्स देखने में बहुत लगता है कि इसके लिए पॉलिशिंग ऑलरेडी होती है, बट करेक्ट आंसर इज एंटीबायोटिक्स। हमारे रेंज में जो एंटीबायोटिक है दैट इज क्रिएटिंग मच मोर प्रॉब्लम फॉर अस। जब हम अवेयरनेस की बात करते हैं, ऑडिटिंग की बात करते हैं, कैंपस ऑडिटिंग की बात करते हैं, तो हमें एक एक चीज़ को खास करके डिटेल में अपने स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, अपने फैकल्टी के लिए, जो IQAC के कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं जैसे देवरा मैडम हैं, आपके यहाँ जौहरी मैडम है, जो उनको सब पता रहता है कि क्या क्या आपको करना है, तो उसके इनिशिएटिव्स होते हैं। ये आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस भी उसका एक इनिशिएटिव रहा होगा। तो हम इसको लेते हुए बात करते हैं कि ग्रीन ऑडिटिंग के क्या क्या स्टेप्स हो सकते हैं। मैं इसको फास्टर मोड में लूँगा, थोड़ा सा स्किप करते हुए। अगर हम टॉप 10 चैलेंजेस देखें वर्ल्ड वाइड तो ये वाले चैलेंजेस रहेंगे, लेकिन हम इस पे लास्ट टॉपिक की बात करें, एनर्जी, हेल्थ और ह्यूमन वैल्यूज़। ह्यूमन वैल्यूज़ पे आज IQAC लेवल पे, ऑडिटिंग लेवल पे बात करने की बहुत ज़रूरत है। और मेरे ख्याल से जो मेरी एज के लोग हैं वो निश्चित रूप से इसको देखते होंगे। इस पे तो सर अलग से ही एक सेमिनार होना ही चाहिए जिसमें हम ह्यूमन वैल्यूज़ की बात कर सकें। लेकिन हम ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री के अंदर इनके सॉल्यूशंस की बात करते हैं, हम प्रॉब्लम्स की बात नहीं करते। एज ए ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री पर्सन आई विल नॉट रेज एनी सच प्रॉब्लम whose answer or potential answer is not with us. So this slide is specifically for the social science and humanities students. These are the top 10 areas where people are working, but I want to emphasize on this 11th one. इस पे हमें काम करना है। राजस्थान में इस पे कंपैरेटिवली बहुत कम काम हुआ है। हमारे सभी IQSCs को हो सकता है मैम आपकी कोटा यूनिवर्सिटी ने इस पे शुरू कर दिया हो IKS के ऊपर, पहले हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी ने इसी साल शुरू किया है IKS के ऊपर। और अब हमने क्या किया है कि हर कोर्स के अंदर और हर प्रोग्राम में IKS को एक डाला है स्पेसिफाई करते हुए। आपके यहाँ पहले से ये हो रखा होगा, लेकिन IIT रोपड़ ने देखिए IKS के ऊपर कितना शानदार कोर्स शुरू किया है, रीइनकरेशन एंड आउट ऑफ लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस। हमारे पास बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं, वो सच हो या गलत हो एक अलग बात है, लेकिन हमें इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को लेते हुए इसको स्टडी करना चाहिए। क्योंकि ये एरिया उसके लिए नहीं है तो मैं इसकी बात नहीं करूँगा, लेकिन IKS इसका एक पार्ट रहेगा सोशल साइंस में। जब हम केमिकल साइंस की बात करते हैं या केमिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो आज की डेट में दीज आर दी टॉप 10 एरियाज़। इन टॉप 10 एरियाज़ के अंदर हम अपनी लैब में सिर्फ इन 2 पे काम करते हैं, केमिल्यूमिनेसेंस और उसके सेंसर प्रिपरेशंस के ऊपर। लेकिन रिसेंटली का मतलब पिछले 6-7 साल के अंदर वी हैव ऑल्सो डेवलप्ड 11th एरिया वेयर वी आर गेटिंग few good publications but also getting very good quality patents. This is related with the 11th area where we are using the mesomerization and memory effects of different types of chemicals. For example, here we have shown the zinc effect. So now I am coming very specifically, अब 3 से 4 मिनट में आपसे खाली ग्रीन कैंपस की बात करूंगा, क्योंकि हम जो ऑडिटिंग कर रहे हैं इंडस्ट्रियल ऑडिटिंग की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, ओनली कैंपस ऑडिटिंग की बात कर रहे हैं। तो इसके अंदर 20 कंपोनेंट्स हैं। इफ़ यू वांट टू डेवलप योर कैंपस एज ए ग्रीन, इफ़ यू वांट टू कॉल द कैंपस एज ए ग्रीन, तो खाली प्लांट से नहीं है। हमें एक मिसकॉन्सेप्शन ये निकालना पड़ेगा कि हम प्लांटेशन कर दें तो उससे ग्रीन कैंपस हो जाएगा, नॉट एट ऑल। Green campus is slightly different, is having the 20 components. मैं सिर्फ यहाँ पे इनको रीड आउट नहीं करना चाहता, 1-2 पॉइंट्स हैं उनको मैं डिस्कस करूँगा, अदरवाइज इफ एनीवन वांट्स वी कैन शेयर दिस विद यू। सी दैट जो आप हर लैब के अंदर, चाहे वो केमिस्ट्री हो, फिजिक्स हो, जोलॉजी बॉटनी हो, जियोग्राफी हो, जियोलॉजी हो, ह्यूमैनिटीज़ की ब्रांचेज हो, तो आप इनमें से खुद ही देख सकते हैं। जैसे हैजार्ड्स एंड ई वेस्ट, इसके ऊपर तो आप सीधा काम शुरू कर ही सकते हैं ऑडिटिंग करवाने के लिए और या रिसर्च करने के लिए। लेकिन आप ये देखिए कि वेल्थ फ्रॉम वेस्ट, आई होप कि आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन के अंदर कुछ ना कुछ तो वेल्थ फ्रॉम वेस्ट से रिलेटेड वर्क हो ही रहा होगा, और उसको आप एम्फासाइज कैसे कर सकते हैं, उसके अंदर ऑडिटिंग कैसे करवा सकते हैं। और फिर ग्रीन क्यूरिकुलम, देखिए सिलेबस बनाना यूनिवर्सिटी का काम है, यूनिवर्सिटी से मैम बैठी हैं वो आपको सिलेबस बना के दे देंगी, लेकिन क्यूरिकुलम डिज़ाइन करना प्रोफेसर का काम है, टीचर का काम है। दे विल नॉट प्रोवाइड यू द क्यूरिकुलम। मैं केमिस्ट्री कैसे पढ़ा रहा हूँ, देवड़ा मैडम कैसे पढ़ाएंगी, दैट इज़ द क्यूरिकुलम एंड दैट इज़ एंटायरली डिफरेंट। जब कई बार हम कहते हैं ना कि यूनिवर्सिटी ने तो हमें ये दिया ही नहीं, यूनिवर्सिटी को खाली सिलेबस देना है, बाकी आपको नहीं देना। और यही ऑटोनॉमी हमें चाहिए थी जो हमें मिली हुई है, हम उसका यूज़ नहीं करते हैं। तो सिलेबस यूनिवर्सिटी देगा नो डाउट, क्योंकि वो एक डिफरेंट विजन से अपने बनाएंगे, उसमें लोकेशनल और डिसलोकेशनल एडवांटेजेस को रखेंगे, बट क्यूरिकुलम इज इन योर हैंड। चाहे आप BOS के मेंबर हैं या नहीं हैं, क्यूरिकुलम आप इंस्टीट्यूशन लेवल पे डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं। हर इंस्टीट्यूशन का अपना एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल डेवलपमेंट प्लान होता है, उसी का एक पार्ट है क्यूरिकुलम, और उस क्यूरिकुलम के अंदर हमें अब ग्रीन क्यूरिकुलम को भी ऐड करना है। तो एनवायरमेंटल सेल्फ ऑडिटिंग आप करते ही हैं, वर्मी कंपोजिट आपके यहाँ होगा ही। क्योंकि हम कोटा में खड़े हैं तो हमें 17 पॉइंट पे बहुत स्पेसिफिक बात करनी चाहिए। मैं बचपन नहीं तो थोड़ा बड़ा था, जब कोटा आता था तो एक अलग एटमॉस्फेयर यहाँ रहता था, DMT का एक एटमॉस्फेयर रहता, डाइमेटाइल टेरिथेलेट का और इनका। तो DG सेट हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल पे लगे हुए होने चाहिए। ये किस तरह से बनाए जाते हैं इसके ऊपर एक अलग से काम हो सकता है। और ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट ये भी एक सिग्निफिकेंट है जो आपके लिए लोकेशनल एडवांटेज का पार्ट रहेगा। लेकिन इन सब के, जैसे मैंने कहा कि ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री की बात करेंगे तो सोल्यूशन की बात करेंगे, तो सोल्यूशन कैसे होगा? एजुकेशन, लर्निंग एंड प्रैक्टिसाइजिंग। तो जो आज आपका ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा है, ये सेमिनार हो रहा है, ये इसी एजुकेशन का पार्ट है। यहाँ पे आप डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट को सुनेंगे और उसके बाद आप अपना डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए जब आप ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी डिसाइड करेंगे तो इसमें बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज हो सकती हैं, लेकिन ये 5 पॉइंट उनमें हर एक में होने चाहिए। जैसे ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री के लिए हमारे पास में 12 प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, वैसे ही टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए हमारे पास 5 पॉइंट्स होते हैं। उन पॉइंट्स को हमें ध्यान में रखना जरूरी है। जब हम सॉल्यूशंस की बात करेंगे ग्रीन कैंपस के लिए, तो ये चारों चीज़ें भी हमारे पास में आनी चाहिए। सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल हमारे पास में होना चाहिए। मैंने इतना कुछ बोला तो उस पर आप ये कहेंगे कि जो शुरू में आपने कहा था कि GCRC कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात करेंगे, वो तो आपने कुछ भी नहीं किया, आपने दूसरों का कॉपी करके हमें बताया है खाली। तो मैंने एक स्लाइड अपने वर्क की ली है, उसको मैं 5 से 10 मिनट के अंदर प्रेजेंट करूंगा, इसलिए मैंने पूछा था ह्यूमैनिटीज़ के हैं तो आई विल टेक 10 मिनट्स, और टेक्निकल प्योर साइंस का होता तो ये 2 घंटे से ज़्यादा का जाता। आई विल ट्राई टू कंपाइल इट विद इन 10 मिनट्स, और आई एंश्योर यू यदि आप ह्यूमैनिटीज़ के हैं तो इसमें से 3 या 4 स्लाइड्स आपको इंटरेस्टिंग लग सकती हैं। वापिस मैं अगर बच्चों से पूछता हूँ तो आपको नीड ऑफ प्लास्टिक भी मालूम है और आपको हैजार्ड्स ऑफ प्लास्टिक भी मालूम है। अगर मैं आपसे एक हैजार्ड पूछूं प्लास्टिक का ह्यूमैनिटीज़ के स्टूडेंट से, तो उनका आंसर होगा गार्बेज मैनेजमेंट। प्लास्टिक की मेजर प्रॉब्लम हमारी गार्बेज मैनेजमेंट से आती है। अगर हम मैनेजमेंट अच्छे से कर लें तो प्लास्टिक की कुछ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी। लेकिन अब देखिए चेंज करते हैं, अगर हम बायोलॉजिस्ट से पूछें, माइक्रोबायोलॉजिस्ट और बायोटेक्नोलॉजी से पूछें कि प्लास्टिक प्रॉब्लम क्यों है, तो गार्बेज मैनेजमेंट तो वो कहेंगे अपने आप हो जाएगा। हमें तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है? बायोडिग्रेडेबिलिटी। तो हमें वर्क करना चाहिए किसके ऊपर? बायोडिग्रेडेबिलिटी पर। लेकिन यहाँ पे केमिस्ट्री के जो लोग बैठे हैं उनसे अगर आप पूछेंगे, केमिस्ट्री के प्रॉफ से पूछेंगे, तो वो कहेंगे गार्बेज मैनेजमेंट इज नथिंग, एवरीबॉडी कैन डू, बायोडिग्रेडेबिलिटी वी कैन डिजाइन, दैट कैन बी डन। तो व्हाट इज द रियल प्रॉब्लम? प्लास्टिक से रिलेटेड ऊपर की दोनों प्रॉब्लम्स ही नहीं है क्या? तो प्रॉब्लम तो है लेकिन वो माइनर प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। तो मेजर प्रॉब्लम क्या है? जो प्लास्टिक के ऊपर काम करते हैं उनसे पूछिए। तो ये एक फेमस रिएक्शन है, इसके अंदर प्लास्टिसाइजर बनाने का एक टेक्निक है, और अगर आप ध्यान से देखें ये एक मटेरियल है, एसीटोन इसका नाम है। मैं थोड़ी देर बाद इसके ऊपर दोबारा आऊँगा। और ये जो मटेरियल बन रहा है वो बिस्फिनोल ए है। बिस्फिनोल ए हर प्लास्टिसाइजर में यूज हो रहा है। आपकी प्लास्टिक बॉटल से लेकर के जो चाय के कप आप यूज करते हैं उसके अंदर, प्लास्टिक अपने आप में हैजार्डस नहीं है, वो तो नॉन रिएक्टिव है। उसको बनाने के लिए जो प्लास्टिसाइजर्स यूज होते हैं, बिस्फिनोल ए, BPA। आपने देखा होगा आज मार्केट में BPA फ्री प्लास्टिक्स आता है। आपकी बहुत सारी बॉटल्स होती हैं उस पर लिखा होता है BPA फ्री, तो यू कैन यूज दैट। नो, वाई? क्योंकि BPA जो यूज होगा उसका रिप्लेसमेंट कुछ तो आपको लाना ही पड़ेगा। तो हैजार्ड्स ऑफ BPA क्या हैं? इतने सारे हैं। इसमें से मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग या मोस्ट रेडिकुलस है DNA मैथिलेशन। और BPA क्या है? अगर आपकी प्लास्टिक बॉटल है, बच्चों का दूध गर्म करने वाली बॉटल है, या हॉट टिफिन बॉक्सेस हैं, जो एलिवेटेड टेम्परेचर जाएगा अबव 52 डिग्री सेल्सियस, तो BPA उस पानी के अंदर या उस मिल्क के अंदर चला जाएगा। तो दैट विल बी क्रिएटिंग मच मोर हैजार्ड्स, मच मोर प्रॉब्लम्स, और ये अल्टीमेटली न्यूरोब्लास्टेमा पे लेके जाता है। लेकिन BPA के जो रिप्लेसमेंट केमिस्ट्री के लोगों ने ढूंढे वो कौन कौन से हो सकते हैं? तो देखिए, आपने सुना होगा आजकल बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी के पेपर प्लास्टिक के कप आते हैं। उन सब पे शाइनिंग बढ़ाने के लिए और प्लास्टिसाइजर एक्ट करवाने के लिए पॉलीस्टाइरीन ऐड किया जाता है। चाहे वो कितना ही अच्छा हो, वो हैजार्डस तो है ही। और उसके हैजार्ड्स का रीजन क्या है? प्लास्टिसाइजर, BPA लाइक मटेरियल यूज देयर, ये सारे के सारे। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं। अब आप देखिए, अभी तक अगर जो मैंने 5 मिनट में बोला उसको समराइज करें, तो प्लास्टिक की प्रॉब्लम नंबर 1 गार्बेज मैनेजमेंट, ह्यूमैनिटीज पर्सपेक्टिव से या सोशल साइंस पर्सपेक्टिव से। बायोलॉजिस्ट के लिए बायोडिग्रेडेबिलिटी, केमिस्ट के लिए द मेजर प्रॉब्लम इज फ्रॉम दी प्लास्टिसाइजर्स और BPA लाइक मटेरियल। बट व्हेन यू विल बी थिंकिंग लाइक ए ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री पर्सन, द प्रॉब्लम विल बी डिफरेंट। हम कोई भी लैब में केमिकल रिएक्शन करवाते हैं या बायोकेमिकल रिएक्शन करवाते हैं तो हमें सॉल्वेंट यूज़ करने होते हैं। अब चाहे वो नैनो फैब्रिकेशन की इंडस्ट्री हो, सेमीकंडक्टर की इंडस्ट्री हो, या कोई भी इंडस्ट्री हो, पेंट इंडस्ट्री हो, फूड इंडस्ट्री हो, सब जगह पे सॉल्वेंट्स यूज हो रहे हैं। अब वो सॉल्वेंट हैजार्डस कैसे हैं, इस स्लाइड्स की हेल्प से मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। ये मेरी एक फेवरेट स्लाइड्स में से है, अगर आप इसको समझें तो इट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग। कोटा में बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज़ थी, अभी तो एक ही तरह की इंडस्ट्री है। जब यहाँ पे बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्री थी, आज यमुना के आसपास मथुरा रिफाइनरीज और बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, हर जगह पर इंडस्ट्री है। नहीं भी है तो हमारी लैब्स के अंदर हम सॉल्वेंट यूज़ करते हैं। मान लीजिए आपने एसीटोन यूज़ किया, आपने इथाइल एसीटेट यूज़ किया, आपने इथाइल एल्कोहल यूज़ किया, तो एक जनरल थर्मोडायनेमिकल एफिशिएंसी का कॉन्सेप्ट है कि 70% यूटिलाइज होगा, 30% उसमें से वेपर्स की फॉर्म में जाएगा। तो ये मान लीजिए आपकी इंडस्ट्री है नीचे, उसमें से 30% आपका ग्लोब्यूल्स की फॉर्म में लॉस होगा। किसका लॉस होगा? जो सॉल्वेंट यूज़ कर रहे हो उसका होगा। सॉल्वेंट कौन सा है? या तो एसीटोन है, मैंने उस रिएक्शन में भी दिखाया था, या इथाइल एल्कोहल है, या इथाइल एसीटेट होगा। ये सब कहाँ जाएगा? एटमॉस्फेयर में जाएगा। एटमॉस्फेयर में जाकर के वहाँ क्या होगा? क्लाउडिंग का प्रोसेस। क्लाउडिंग के बाद में शॉवरिंग होगी। शॉवरिंग के साथ साथ वो जो पार्टिकल्स थे एसीटोन के या इथाइल अल्कोहल के, वो अंडरग्राउंड वाटर में या सरफेस वाटर के अंदर आ जाएंगे। अब सारा रोल शुरू होता है केमिकल्स का। सरफेस वाटर में जो पानी आएगा, आपके यहाँ जो सप्लाई होगा, वो पहले कहाँ पे जाएगा? पीडब्ल्यूडी वाटर टैंक्स के अंदर। पीडब्ल्यूडी वाटर टैंक्स में क्या होता है, अगर आपको ध्यान हो तो वहाँ पे क्लोरीन पास करते हैं। क्यों पास करते हैं क्लोरीन? क्योंकि क्लोरीन इज इंसेक्टिसाइड, इस ब्लीचिंग एजेंट, ये बैक्टीरिया को किल कर देता है, वाटर को प्योरीफाई करता है। दिस इज करेक्ट, ये जरूरी भी है। लेकिन जो एसीटोन की ड्रॉप्स आई थी, जो इथाइल अल्कोहल की ड्रॉप्स आई थी, उसके साथ मिलकर के मीडियम यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी एल्कलाइन हो चुका है। थोड़ी सी 12th क्लास की केमिस्ट्री याद करें तो एक फेमस रिएक्शन आपने पढ़ी थी, हेलोफॉर्म रिएक्शन। वो एसीटोन या इथाइल अल्कोहल क्लोरीन के साथ में रिएक्शन करके पहले मोनोक्लोरो एसीटोन, डाइक्लोरो एसीटोन, और फाइनली ये बनाएगा क्लोरोफॉर्म। यू नो दिस। तो क्लोरोफॉर्म इंडस्ट्रीज जाने अनजाने में, चाहते हुए या ना चाहते हुए, आपके अंडरग्राउंड पीडब्ल्यूडी वाटर टैंकर्स के अंदर सप्लाई करवा रही हैं। इंटरेस्टिंग इज दैट purification is far aparted. Even you cannot identify that traces of chloroform is available in that. Identification methods are very tedious. तो separation और purification तो बहुत ही अलग process पे होगा। तो conclusion is that industrial units are claiming that they are not using chlorinated solvent, but knowingly or unknowingly they are using the chlorinated solvent. तो till that हमारे पास ये चीज़ें थी। 4th पॉइंट में एज ए ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री पर्सन्स हम क्या बात करते हैं? इंड्यूस टॉक्सिसिटी की, डिलेड टॉक्सिसिटी की, अननोन टॉक्सिसिटी की। वो टॉक्सिसिटी जो हमें पता नहीं है, वो टॉक्सिसिटी जो 50 साल पहले फ्रियॉन गैस यूज़ की गई थी, तब ये सोच के यूज़ की गई थी ये मोस्ट अनरिएक्टिव मटेरियल्स हैं। फ्रियॉन्स वर कंसीडर्ड टू बी मोस्ट अनरिएक्टिव मटेरियल्स। लेकिन उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि 50 साल बाद जब ये स्ट्रेटोस्फीयर में जाएगा तो वहाँ ओजोन लेयर के साथ में क्रिएट करके क्लोरीन फ्री रेडिकल बनाएगा और वो ओजोन लेयर को ही डिप्लीट करेगा। तो डिलेड टॉक्सिसिटी इज़ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, यू विल हैव टू स्टडी इट। हमने शुरू में कहा कि ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री का व्यक्ति अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम रेज कर रहा है तो उसका कुछ ना कुछ उसके पास पोटेंशियल सॉल्यूशन होना चाहिए। तो हमने इसका पोटेंशियल सॉल्यूशन पिछले 15-20 साल में हमारी लैब के अंदर जो कुछ मैंने दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में सीखा उसको इम्प्लाई करने का ट्राई किया। उसमें एडवांटेज हमें मिला इन प्लांट्स का। बीकानेर से जैसलमेर अगर आपको जाने का मौका मिले तो दोनों तरफ आपको कैलोट्रोपस प्रोसेरा और कैलोट्रोपस जिंजीटिया दिखेगा, जिसे आँख या आंकड़ा बोलते हैं, सफ़ेद आँख या सफ़ेद आंकड़ा। इसके फाइबर्स हमने निकाले और फाइबर्स की टेंसाइल स्ट्रेंथ नॉर्बोराइड के इक्विवेलेंट मिली। ये कैलोट्रोपस प्रोसेरा और जिंजीटिया, अगर आप थोड़ा सा याद करें, मुझे नहीं आइडिया कि कोटा में है या नहीं, लेकिन जयपुर तक में तो वो माना जाता है अगर सफ़ेद आंकड़े की अगर आप जड़ निकाल लें तो उसमें गणेश जी की मूर्ति जैसा निकलता है, इसलिए उसकी पूजा की जाती है। वो माइथोलॉजिकल हो सकता है, वो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का माइथोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट हो सकता है, लेकिन जब हमने कैलोट्रोपस जिंजीटिया का एक्सट्रैक्शन किया तो वी गॉट 3 डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ आइसोफ्लेवेनॉइड्स विच आर यूज्ड एज एंटी एल्मेंथिक। तो कोई ना कोई प्रॉपर्टी तो रही ही होगी। तो तो अब पॉइंट ये आया कि इसमें से फाइबर एक्सट्रैक्शन का मेथड हमने डेवलप किया और उसको हमने पेटेंटाइज किया। वो मेथड डेवलपमेंट बहुत सिंपल है। जिनको थोड़ी बहुत केमिस्ट्री आती है उन्हें सरफेक्टेंट्स पता होंगे। सरफेक्टेंट बेसिकली क्या करते हैं, ऑयल और वाटर आपस में मिक्स नहीं होते हैं, बट इफ़ यू यूज ए डेफिनेट काइंड ऑफ सरफेक्टेंट, ये मिक्स कर देंगे बिकॉज ऑफ द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ माइसेल्स और माइक्रो इमल्शंस लाइक ऑयल इन वाटर और वाटर इन ऑयल। तो जब इस तरह का माइसेल बन जाए, ऐसे 30 तरह के माइसेल हमने बनाए। बहुत टाइप के माइसेल्स हो सकते हैं, मैं फास्टर मोड में ले रहा हूँ। एक माइसेल है और एक रिवर्स माइसेल है, और ये वाले माइसेल्स की शेप है। हमने इस फाइबर एक्सट्रैक्शन के लिए ये जो सबसे नीचे रॉड शेप का आपको माइसेल दिख रहा है ये लिया। अगर हम इस माइसेलर सिस्टम के अंदर कैलोट्रोपस प्रोसेरा को डालते हैं तो वो उसको डीलिग्निफाई इजीली करता है। वंस इट गेट डीलिग्निफाइड तो वी विल गेट द सेलुलोज। हमें हाई टेंसाइल स्ट्रेंथ के लिए सेलुलोज चाहिए था, तो वंस वी कुड एबल टू डेवलप इट, तो वो प्रोसेस हम कर ही रहे थे। साथ साथ जब एक्सट्रैक्शन हुआ तो एक क्वेश्चन आता है, व्हाई यू यूज द माइसेलर सिस्टम। रिवर्स माइसेल्स आर नॉट ओनली इंक्रीजिंग द सॉल्युबिलिटी एंड स्टेबिलिटी ऑफ द सिस्टम, but a marked increase in absorbance intensity is also observed. So you find that if we are using Tritonex 100, the same isoflavone is getting almost 3 times absorbance intensity, and this is why we could able to extract it from the micellar system, not from the alcohol. तो जो अल्कोहल काम नहीं कर सकता था वो इस माइसेलर सिस्टम ने किया, और ये आइसोफ्लेवोनॉइड हमें मिल गया जिसको हमने मेडिसिनल यूज़ किया। इसको मैं अभी छोड़ता हूँ, ये बहुत सारा काम हुआ, हम सिर्फ उसी पे आते हैं जो मैं एग्जांपल आपको देना चाहता था। ये डीलिग्निफाइड व्यूज़ हैं जो डिफरेंट सिस्टम्स के अंदर 30 टाइप के माइसेलर सिस्टम लेकर के किया। तो लास्ट वाला अगर आप ये देखेंगे, ये वाली वो शुरू वाली है और ये लास्ट वाली है, तो यू कैन फाइंड यहाँ पे फाइबर आपको दिख रहा है। हमने इसकी मैकेनिज्म पे काम किया, और अगर आप यहाँ पे देखें कैलोट्रोपस का फाइबर डाला और रॉड शेप माइसेलर सिस्टम यदि इसमें गया तो डीलिग्निफिकेशन होकर के फोर्थ में आपका फाइबर सेलुलोज की फॉर्म में सेपरेट हो गया। वंस द फाइबर इज सेपरेटेड, आप सोच सकते हैं फाइबर सेपरेट हम क्यों कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि बायोलॉजिस्ट की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए। बायोलॉजिस्ट क्या कहते हैं कि प्लास्टिक्स बायोडिग्रेडेबल होना चाहिए। अगर ये फाइबर हम प्लास्टिक्स में इंकॉर्पोरेट कर दें, कैलोट्रोपस प्रोसेरा या जो लोकलाइज अवेलेबल है वो कर दें, बहुत से लोगों ने इस पर बहुत काम किया हुआ है, तो ये प्रोसेस होगा कंपोजिट प्रिपरेशन का। हमने क्या किया, फिनोल फॉर्मल्डिहाइड या पॉलीथीन लिया, उसके अंदर एक डेफिनेट अमाउंट के अंदर मिक्स किया। अब ये थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल होगा, मैं इसको बहुत फास्टर वे में स्किप करूँगा। यदि केमिस्ट्री का कोई स्टूडेंट इस पर कुछ पूछना चाहे तो आप बाद में मेरे से पूछ सकते हैं। इतनी सारी और स्टडीज़ हुई, इसके अंदर हमने बहुत हर पैरामीटर को लिया, हर पैरामीटर का अपना एक स्टडी रहेगी, और फाइनली हमें ये जल्दी से मिल गया। इसके अंदर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 32% कैलोट्रोपस प्रोसेरा है, जस्ट 32%। अब आप कहें कि फिर ये 32% तो इंडस्ट्री में यूज नहीं होगा। यस, 32% को इंडस्ट्री डायरेक्टली यूज नहीं करेगी, कुछ कुछ कर रही है, जहां यूज करती है मैं दिखाऊंगा उसको। लेकिन हमने इसको 38% तक ले गए। अगर 50% तक ले आए तो इंडस्ट्री आपसे तुरंत ले लेगी। इंडस्ट्री तो अभी भी लेती है, लेकिन 50% पे तो वो तुरंत आपके जिस कीमत पे आप चाहें उस कीमत पे आपके पेटेंट को ले लिया जाएगा। लेकिन 50% हमसे हुआ नहीं। हु विल डू द 50%? ये ग्रीन क्यूरिकुलम का पार्ट है। हमारा टाइम ख़त्म हो चुका है, हमने जितना करना था कर लिया, थोड़ा जो बचेगा और कर लेंगे। अब आपके लिए है, जो आप लोग आंसर कर रहे थे वो इसको 50% से ऊपर पे ले जाएं, अपने पेटेंट्स बनाएं, अपने स्टार्टअप्स करें, अपनी इंडस्ट्री करें, उसको ग्रीन क्यूरिकुलम में डालें, उसकी ग्रीन ऑडिटिंग करें, और जब आपका स्टार्टअप हो जाए तो आकर के देवरा मैडम को या नीलू मैडम को जाकर के बता दें। दे विल बी एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरली हैप्पी फॉर यू ऑल्सो। ये कुछ कमर्शियल, हमें जब हम ये काम कर रहे थे तो हमें कुछ कमर्शियल इंडस्ट्रीज़ मिली, उस पर हमने बायोफाइबर बेस में कुछ कमर्शियल्स बनाए। आपको ये जान के अगर नहीं पता है तो आश्चर्य होगा, आज ऐसे बायोफाइबर्स अवेलेबल हैं। आप आइसक्रीम खा रहे हैं या तो कप में लेकर के खाते हैं तो कप को फेंक देते हैं, खाना खाते हैं तो प्लास्टिक की प्लेट में खाते हैं उसको फेंक देते हैं, बट नाउ द कप्स आर अवेलेबल। आप आइसक्रीम खाएं और उसके साथ में कोन खा जाएं, प्लेट खाएं और उस प्लेट के अंदर डाल करके दाल खाएं और दाल में लास्ट को उसको प्लेट को भी खा जाएं. दीज आर कमर्शियली अवेलेबल. अभी पानी की बॉटल्स अवेलेबल है. हो सकता है 2-4-5 साल बाद जो नेक्स्ट सेमिनार्स हों उसके अंदर ग्लोब्यूल्स अवेलेबल होंगे, उसको निकाल करके पानी पी लें और वो मिंट का काम करेगा. जो उसका कवर था वो, तो पानी पीना भी होगा और साथ साथ मिंट भी आपको मिलेगा. तो ड्रिंक, कैरी, ईट, दिस इज अवेलेबल. और ये ज़्यादातर उन लोगों ने किया जो सी शोर्स पे अवेलेबल हैं. जैसे हमारे जो गोवा के अंदर हैं, दे आर डूइंग वंडरफुल वर्क फॉर दैट. और उन्होंने इस तरह के मटेरियल बनाए हैं क्योंकि वहाँ पे फिशेस के ऊपर बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. जो सी शोर पे काम कर रहे हैं उनके लिए बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स ही हैं, उनके पास कोई और इलाज भी नहीं है. तो दे आर गोवा को उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से साफ कर दिया. ये वापस टेक्निकल है. ये मुझे इसलिए बताना इंटरेस्टिंग है कि जो बच्चा थोड़ा सा याद समझना चाहता है तो इसमें ग्लास ट्रांजिशन टेम्परेचर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आप कोई भी फाइबर बनाएं तो सीधा उसको मेटेलाइजेशन के लिए मत लेके जाएं, पहले उसका ग्लास ट्रांजिशन टेम्परेचर निकाल लें. अगर वो सब्सटेंशियल आता है तो आप उसको प्रोसीड कर सकते हैं. फिर ये केमिकल एनालिसिस है. इसका नेक्स्ट स्टेप था जब हम काम कर रहे थे तो 6 महीने बाद हमें पता चला कि फाइबर इस फॉर्म में ना लेकर के नैनो फाइबर की फॉर्म में भी निकल सकते हैं इसी मेथड से. रिवर्स माइसल्स की जगह पर अगर हम सिलेंड्रिकल रिवर्स माइसल ले लें तो वी कुड एबल टू गेट अनदर वेरी गुड पब्लिकेशन फॉर दैट. फिर हमने जो टेक्निकल हैं कि क्या क्या किया उसके अंदर, इसको मैं छोड़ना चाहता हूँ. क्योंकि जब आप बोल रहे होते हैं ना तो आपको पीछे से पता चल जाता है कि भी अब आपको मतलब थोड़ा बहुत पता चल जाता है, सारा तो नहीं चलता. कि अगर मैं टेक्निकल में जाऊंगा तो आप छोड़ देंगे. मैं सिर्फ बच्चों से वापस पूछना चाहता हूं जो हमने ये कहा था कि एवरीथिंग इज़ अवेलेबल इस कंक्लूजन के अंदर, तो हमने अभी तक खाली 32% काम किया है. इसका जो एरो है वो बो वाला अभी बचा हुआ है और बो में आप ही हैं जिसको पकड़े हुए हैं. तो यू विल हैव टू सॉल्व. इसको हमने 2017 में जो बीकानेर में सीएम विजिट थी वहाँ पे इसको फर्स्ट टाइम प्रेजेंट किया था. एंड पब्लिकेशन इस पे अच्छे थे एंड दैट वाज वेल अवॉर्डेड बाय, उस समय वसुंधरा जी सीएम थी तो दैट वाज अवॉर्डेड. ग्रीन ऑडिट क्योंकि आप लोग खुद करते हैं तो मैं खाली स्टेप्स बता सकता हूँ आपको. और अभी हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन ग्रीन ऑडिट को हम NABL तो नहीं है हमारे पास में, बट हम एक प्रोसेस लेकर के खुद करते हैं उसको, और दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए भी करते हैं, कमिश्नरेट कॉलेज एजुकेशन की तरफ से भी करते हैं. तो इसमें 3 स्टेप्स होते हैं. प्री ऑडिट का जो आप अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में कर सकते हैं, इसमें प्लान कर सकते हैं, साइट कर सकते हैं और इसके ऊपर कंप्लीट पब्लिकेशन आप ले सकते हैं. अगर आप खुद ग्रीन ऑडिट कर रहे हैं तो अगर आप हमसे कांटेक्ट करेंगे तो हम आपसे कहेंगे उसके साथ साथ आप मैपिंग ज़रूर करें, क्योंकि आपके यूनिवर्सिटी पर्सन भी बैठे हैं तो वो जब भी सिलेबस बनाते हैं वो उस सिलेबस की मैपिंग करने के बाद में नया सिलेबस बनाते हैं. तो आप एज ए कॉलेज उनको मैप करके अगर देंगे तो वो नेक्स्ट टाइम उसको निश्चित रूप से इनकॉर्पोरेट करेंगे फॉर द पार्ट ऑफ क्यूरिकुलम मैपिंग. हमने लास्ट 4-5 साल में क्यूरिकुलम मैपिंग ऑफ डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स भी किए. आई एम फ्रॉम केमिस्ट्री, लेकिन अंग्रेजी वालों ने अप्रोच किया तो हमने उनके लिए भी क्यूरिकुलम मैपिंग करके दे दी, क्योंकि आपको उसमें पढ़ना नहीं पड़ता, आपको खाली एक स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस ही करना है. और फाइनली जो पार्ट 3 होगा रिपोर्ट प्रिपरेशन का, मैं आपसे जो शेयर करना चाहता हूँ वो ये 5 पॉइंट्स पे आप ग्रीन ऑडिट जरूर करें. इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, वाटर, फुटफॉल. देखिए फुटफॉल की एवरेज लेनी इसलिए ज़रूरी होगी कि एग्जामिनेशन और एडमिशन और इलेक्शन, इसके अलावा फुटफॉल क्या होता है ये हमें पता है. तो दिस इज़ वाई इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इस स्लाइड को मैं फास्टर मोड पे इसलिए लेके आया हूँ क्योंकि इसके बाद भी मुझे 5-6 मिनट लगेंगे. हमने यहाँ से शुरू किया था स्लाइड से. हाउ मच वाटर इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर कंप्लीट न्यूट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ 1 मिलीलीटर ऑफ strong acid or strong base added in our sink in our laboratory without the addition of any neutralizing agent. बच्चों में से कोई आंसर करना चाहे तो. Anyone? Yes. इनफाइनाइट इज टेक्निकली यू आर करेक्ट, बट इट्स जस्ट थ्योरेटिकल, क्योंकि इनफाइनाइट पीएच स्केल जो है ना वो इनफाइनाइट पे जाके रिदमाइज नहीं होता. बट एनीवे इट्स एप्रिशिएबल आंसर. यस. Oh, you are assistant professor. No, 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 no. फिर तो मैं ही कर देता. और फिर असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर पे होकर के, नाउ आई एम स्पीकिंग एज ए आईक्यूसी पर्सन, होकर के यदि आप इनफाइनाइट कहते हैं देन रॉन्ग. क्योंकि मैंने एक क्वेश्चन की 4 चॉइसेस बताई थी आपको, अलग अलग के लिए स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ क्वेश्चन अलग रहेगा, ये सिर्फ बच्चों के लिए था. तो आंसर देखिए, क्वेश्चन तो ये था, आंसर इज 20,000 लीटर. केमिस्ट्री के पर्सन इसको इजीली आइडेंटिफाई कर लेंगे. 1 मिलीलीटर जो लेकर के ऐसे फेंक देते हैं ना लैब के अंदर, 1 मिलीलीटर से क्या होगा? अगर न्यूट्रलाइजेशन एजेंट नेचर ने नहीं डाले होते तो वाटर टेबल आपकी 20,000 लीटर की खराब होती. 20,000 लीटर. हम बड़ी बड़ी एनवायरमेंटल और फला फला बात करते हैं, लेकिन जो हमारी लेबोरेटरीज हैं उसका ही हम ध्यान नहीं रख रहे हैं. दिस इज ग्रीन कैंपस. हमें कैंपस के अंदर तो ऐसा करना चाहिए था. आप नेक्स्ट पूछेंगे, आप तो ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री से, आपने किया क्या? मैंने पहले ही कहा था मैं वो कोई चीज़ नहीं दिखाऊंगा जो हमने नहीं किया. ये हमने किया. हमने एमएससी के क्यूरिकुलम में, फॉर्चुनेटली मैं बीयूएस में भी था तो सिलेबस में डालना मुश्किल था हर कॉलेज के लिए, लेकिन हमने क्यूरिकुलम में डाला, सिलेबस में खाली हिंट की तरह से डाला. और इसको हमने 3 साल तक मॉनिटर किया. 4:45 बजे जब बच्चा या बच्ची जाने लगे एमएससी की लैब से, तो वो उस दिन की लैब को मेजर करके जाए. इसके रिजल्ट्स इतने अच्छे आए कि एक पूरा लेबोरेटरी वेस्ट वाटर न्यूट्रलाइजेशन का प्लांट डेवलप हुआ. और अब हमने अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में 3 ऐसे डेवलप कर दिए. 2 एट प्रेजेंट वर्किंग हैं, दोनों केमिस्ट्री के अंदर ही हैं. लेकिन यहाँ एंड नहीं हुआ. इसके ऊपर जो बच्चे काम कर रहे थे वो बहुत एंथुसियास्टिक हुए. ये हम टीचर्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा था. और उन्होंने उसका एक वीडियो बनाया, एक साइंस मूवी बनाई. और वो साइंस मूवी 3D डिज़ाइन के साथ में बनाई. एक 3D डिज़ाइन बनाया और उसको लेकर के, ये उसका 3D डिज़ाइन है. और ये 5 स्टूडेंट्स हैं. इनमें से एक आईआईटी बॉम्बे में पीएचडी कर रही हैं, 2 की जॉब लग गई, एक साइंस मूवीज़ का अपना स्टार्टअप कर रहा है. ये वो साइंस मूवी थी लेबोरेटरी वेस्ट वाटर न्यूट्रलाइजेशन में. उसको इंडिया इंटरनेशनल साइंस फिल्म फेस्टिवल में डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन उस समय के साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर थे, उन्होंने इसको स्पेशल ज्यूरी अवार्ड का फर्स्ट प्राइज़ दिया. तो दैट वाज यूनिक अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड एज वेल एज यूनिक अचीवमेंट नॉट ओनली फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स बट इट वाज आल्सो फॉर द इंस्टीट्यूशन. जब हमने नेक के अंदर इसको दिखाया तो जो एक चेयरपर्सन आए थे वो शांति निकेतन से थे और ये कोलकाता में उसे मिला था. उन्होंने चलवा के ये पूरी मूवी देखी एग्जिट मीटिंग से पहले, आईक्यूसी मीट के जस्ट पहले. इसी की वजह से हमें एक और कोलैबोरेटर मिले, विजय देवड़ा मैडम इनसे मिल चुकी हैं. ये अगर बीकानेर के अंदर एनआरसीसी है, नेशनल रिसर्च सेंटर फॉर कैमल, तो जेरिक यहाँ पे काम करने आई थी और इसी मूवी की वजह से वो पूरा एक सैंपल हमारे पास लेकर के आई और हमने इस पे एक पूरा काम यूएस एसोसिएशन के साथ में शुरू किया. और फिर इनके एक सीनियर थी क्रिस्टीना एडम्स करके, उन्होंने और कोलैबोरेट किया. तो यू नो दैट थिंग्स आर गोइंग ऑन. ये वेस्ट फ्रॉम वेस्ट का पार्ट था. प्लास्टिक बोटल्स का आप बच्चों से अगर पूछते हैं तो बच्चे इनोवेटिव यूज़ लेकर के आते हैं. ये बच्चों का आइडिया था, उन्होंने बेंचेज बना दिए, प्लास्टिक्स की बॉटल के बेंचेज, उसके अंदर डिफरेंट मटेरियल भर करके. ये अब असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हो चुकी है वहीं के गर्ल्स कॉलेज बीकानेर के अंदर, सीमा व्यास करके. इन्होंने इसी प्लांट से रिलेटेड 20 प्लांट इकट्ठे करके कैंपस से ही, सारे कैंपस से लेकर के मॉस्किटो रेपेलेंट्स बनाए. जब कोविड आया था तो उसमें हमारे लैब असिस्टेंट और जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स थे उन्होंने मिलकर के ग्रीन सैनिटाइजर बनाया. सैनिटाइजर पे हमारा एक पेटेंट पहले से था लेकिन उन्होंने उसको कमर्शलाइज किया. ये हमारे रियल कोलैबोरेटर हैं जिस पे हम कुरकुमिन पे काम करते हैं. कुरकुमिन आपको ध्यान है ना क्या होता है? अगर आपको कभी बाहर जाना पड़े तो यूएस और फ्रांस के एयरपोर्ट्स पे एक ड्रिंक मिलता है, उसका नाम होता है कुरकुमिन लैटे. कुरकुमिन लैटे आपको $20 से शुरू होता है, वो $20 का मिलता है। 200 मिलीलीटर दूध के अंदर आधा चम्मच हल्दी डाल करके उसको दे देते हैं, तो दैट इज़ ए गुड स्टार्टअप। $20 स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है। और नाइपेन उस कंपनी में 1% से 99, ये बेसिकली केमिस्ट थे लेकिन उन्होंने केमिस्ट्री छोड़ करके अब ये कोलैबोरेशन का काम करते हैं। ये मैडम मिस हो गई मेरे से, ये बुक मुझे लानी थी, मैं भूल गया। जॉन सी वार्नर ने इनको रिलीज़ किया था, जो हिंदी में हमने एक ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री पे लिखी थी। जॉन सी वार्नर का भी मुझे बताना इसलिए अच्छा लगता है, वो बेसिकली फ़ोटोग्राफ़र थे। हम जब पहली बार उनसे मिले थे तो उन्होंने वेबका कॉर्नर इंस्टीट्यूट शुरू ही किया था। आज ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री पे अगर आप सर्च करेंगे तो जॉन सी वार्नर बिगेस्ट हैं। देवड़ा मैडम का विशेष धन्यवाद इसलिए भी है कि बीकानेर उनका आना हुआ जब भी हमने उनको बुलाया तब, और हमने बहुत सारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करवाई। 2018 की कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत अच्छी थी। उसके बाद ज्ञान गंगा प्रोग्राम जो कमिश्नरेट कॉलेज एजुकेशन से जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं विनोद भारद्वाज जी का बहुत स्पेसिफिकली नाम लेता हूँ, उनकी वजह से हमने एक सीरीज़ शुरू की। जो कमिश्नरेट कॉलेज एजुकेशन से जुड़े हुए हैं या कॉलेज एजुकेशन से हैं, वो बहुत परेशान भी हुए थे इन्हीं प्रोग्राम की वजह से, क्योंकि आपको कोविड में बहुत सारा काम इस पे करना पड़ता था। विल एपोलोजाइज। ये बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स हैं। इसरो की एक वर्कशॉप थी स्टूडेंट, ये मैं एम्फासाइज करना चाहता था। इसकी वजह से जो ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी का पेटेंट था वो कमर्शलाइजेशन होने के ऑलमोस्ट फाइनल स्टेज के ऊपर है, और हमने एक ग्रीन माइक्रोवेव बायोकेमिकल रिएक्टर भी इससे बनाया। इफ़ यू वांट टू गो फॉर एनी काइंड ऑफ कोलैबोरेशन, ऑल्दो आपके पास बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ कोटा में ऑलरेडी है, लेकिन बीकानेर के अंदर छोटी मोटी कुछ चीज़ें जैसे बायोलॉजिकल एक्टिविटी हमारे पास एक्सेस में अवेलेबल है। वी आर बेसिकली स्पेशलाइजिंग इन डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ बायोलॉजिकल एक्टिविटी, और अभी हमने एक यूवी चैम्बर 3D यूवी चैम्बर इसके ऊपर बनाया है। ये स्मार्ट साइंस लैब भी डिस्कस की है, ये एक इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट था। ये सभी कैंपस में सिर्फ वही चीज़ें यूज़ कर रहा हूँ जो कैंपस में हुई या बच्चों ने की है। मैं हमारे वाले जो पार्ट हैं वो यूज़ इसमें नहीं कर रहा हूँ। एक बच्चे ने अभी इसका एक स्टार्टअप करने का प्लान किया है एलोवेरा के साथ में, एलोवेरा की जलेबी। और आप जब आए थे तो शायद आपने इसको टेस्ट किया होगा, ये 2022 में उसने शुरू किया था, कलाकंद और जलेबी वाला। ये पूरी एक सीरीज़ है, इस पे भी उन्होंने एक मूवी बनाई, उसको भी अभी 23 वाली नेशनल साइंस फिल्म फेस्टिवल में उन्होंने सेलेक्ट किया है। फिर हमने एक मॉड्यूल तैयार किया है नेक के लिए, और अभी जब से हम नेक असेसर हुए उसके बाद हमने थोड़ा सा और काम किया है इसमें। अभी हमने एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट शुरू किया है जो अगेन ग्रीन ऑडिटिंग या ग्रीन कॉन्सेप्ट के लिए रिलेटेड है। जैसे आपने ये इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी किया है, इसके लिए आपको विशेष बधाई मैडम, क्योंकि ये बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है। हम जो कह रहे हैं कि जैसे हमने सन पे एक सेमिनार रखा, तो हमारे यहाँ पे 25 डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, हमने सबसे कहा कि आप इनमें 25 डिपार्टमेंट सन पे ही बताएं खाली, तो दैट वाज हाईली सक्सेसफुल। 2 दिन का वो था, 1 दिन का था, 2 दिन हमें एक्सटेंड करना पड़ा। फिर वो सन के बाद में एक और वाटर पे हुआ। अब इसके 2 और प्रोसीजर हैं, और इसको मैं स्किप करता हूँ। ये अभी हम एक प्लान कर रहे हैं, रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि देवरा मैडम तो जब भी होगा रॉयल सोसाइटी ऑफ केमिस्ट्री के साथ कोलैबोरेशन में होगा, तो अब नीलू मैडम से मिले हैं, उनसे भी रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे इसके लिए। ये वो बच्चे हैं जिनकी वजह से हमें तीसरा कंजिक्यूटिव ए ग्रेड डूंगर कॉलेज को मिला। वी फील प्राउड फॉर दैट। ये इनको मुझे हर स्लाइड में जो कुछ भी हम कर पा रहे हैं प्रोफेसर BS गर्ग साहब की वजह से है, और प्रोफेसर BC दास जो अभी USA में है, ये हमारे अच्छे कोलैबोरेटर्स में से हैं। और जो ग्रीन में है उनका काम इसके अंदर है। बलविंदर अभी असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हो चुके हैं। ये पुरानी स्लाइड है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। इफ़ यू फाइंड एनी क्वेश्चन, क्वेरी और डाउट, आई विल बी हैप्पी टू आंसर। Yes, yes, please. दिस इज फाइन। पहले मैं क्लेरिफाई कर दूं, यहाँ जो हमने प्रेजेंट किया है उसमें वर्क का 1% के आसपास है, क्योंकि ये एक अलग तरह का सेमिनार था तो इसमें हमने मेनली, लेकिन ये जो आप पूछ रहे हैं ये प्योरली हमारे रिसर्च से रिलेटेड है, तो आई एम वेरी मच कंफर्टेबल टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन। जब हमने शुरू किया था तो कैलोट्रोपस जिंजीटिया से शुरू किया था। कैलोट्रोपस जिंजीटिया है सफ़ेद आँख। सफ़ेद आँख मिलता कम है, लेकिन जहाँ अवेलेबल है वहाँ अबंडेंटली अवेलेबल है। तो जब कॉस्ट की बात आएगी ना, तो पहला पॉइंट तो क्लियर ही हो गया कि वो ऑलमोस्ट वेस्टलैंड में अवेलेबल है, तो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अवेलेबल होगा। सेकंड पॉइंट, जो हम माइसेलर सिस्टम यूज़ कर रहे हैं ट्राइटोन X100 वाला, आई एम एफ्रेड कि कोई और उस पर क्वेश्चन ना पूछे तो मैं पहले ही आंसर कर दूं। ट्राइटोन X100 खुद हैजार्डस है, हमारे रिजल्ट सबसे अच्छे आ रहे हैं। मैं बच गया ना मैडम, आप ही पूछ लेते हैं। ट्राइटोन X100 खुद हैजार्डस है, उस पर रिजल्ट्स बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं, तो हमें इस पे साथ साथ काम करना था। और ये ऑनगोइंग पेटेंट वर्क है, लेकिन इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। हमने जो दूसरा सर्फेक्टेंट यूज़ किया वो प्योरली इंडिजिनस होने के साथ साथ इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम पे बेस्ड है, नॉन टॉक्सिक, नॉन हैजार्डस है। और मेरे ख्याल से हमारी सभी बहनें सभी जानती हैं इसको। आप जब भी बाल यूज करते हैं तो रीठा यूज इसमें करते हैं। रीठा आप इसकी जगह यूज कर सकते थे, लेकिन हमें रीठे का सब्स्टिट्यूट, आप अगर बॉटनी से तो आपको ध्यान होगा कि प्लांट्स के अंदर जो कैलोट्रोपस प्रोसेरा है उसके अंदर एक ऑलरेडी सेपोनिन की क्लास ज़्यादा है। तो फॉर्चुनेटली जब हमने प्रोसेरा यूज़ किया तो ट्राइटोन X100 की अमाउंट कम होती चली गई। प्राइस वाला फैक्टर हमारे लिए अभी इतना बड़ा नहीं था, क्योंकि वो वैसे ही कम था। हमारे लिए टॉक्सिसिटी का था, क्योंकि जॉन सी वार्नर के साथ पास अगर हम कुछ भी भेजते हैं, उनका पहला क्वेश्चन ये होता है, हैव यू स्टडीड द टॉक्सिसिटी इंडेक्स? हमने किया ही नहीं, तो हम कैसे करेंगे? तो वी स्टार्टेड ऑन दिस एंड अल्टीमेटली नाउ वी आर इन ए पोजिशन, I and Professor R.K. Sharma, he is from Green Chemistry, he was my co-supervisor. We are planning, almost we have written that particular project. So cost is not a problem. Another problem for us is the toxicity.
Professor Bhojit, anyone who want to ask? Yes, please.
Sir, I did not listen your presentation fully. I came in between, but I am interested about that bioplastic bit you are saying. So my question is about the costing of that bioplastic. You are using fiber in that, and what is the resin we are using? Polymer.
ये तो बहुत अच्छा है सर कि आपने बिना आए क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया।
नहीं सर, एक्चुअली माय स्पेशलाइजेशन इज
मैं आंसर कर ही रहा हूँ सर। हमने इस पे सीरीज, जो मैंने बीच में बताया था उसको, हमने 30 टाइप के माइसेलर सिस्टम यूज़ किए, और जो यहाँ प्रेजेंट किया उसके अंदर 2 तरह के रेजिन्स यूज़ किए। वन इज़ द फिनोल फॉर्मल्डिहाइड रेजिन, दैट इज़ नोन एज बेकेलाइट। अदर इज़ यूरिया फॉर्मल्डिहाइड रेजिन, जो UFA नाम से यूज होता है। बेकेलाइट वी आर हैविंग सम प्रॉब्लम, मैंने फोटोग्राफ भी उसके दिखाए थे। बेकेलाइट के अंदर फ्लोरिंग फॉर्मेशन ईजीली नहीं हो सकता, उसके अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेशन भी डिफ़िकल्टी से होता है। बट व्हेन वी यूज़ द UF, यूरिया फॉर्मल्डिहाइड रेजिन, तो वी आर इन ए गुड पोजीशन कि नॉट ओनली वी कुड एबल टू अचीव 38% एंड समटाइम 42% ऑल्सो। लेकिन जब हम उसकी शीट्स बनाते हैं तो वी आर हैविंग अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 2 मीटर to 3 मीटर लेंथी शीट्स, तो दैट वे इट इज़ वेरी नाइस। So your answer is that basic material we have used urea formaldehyde as well as phenol formaldehyde.
But both
these two we have used, others we are working, but we are not getting good results on that. Like melanine formaldehyde resin. Melanine formaldehyde we cannot use because of toxicity part as well as incorporation part.
Okay.
And one interesting, if you are really working on this or interested to work on this, then try to use on the styrene, polystyrene. Polystyrene में प्रॉब्लम ये मिलेगी कि इनकॉर्पोरेशन ईजिली नहीं होगा, बट इफ़ यू गेट दी नैनो फाइबर जो हमें बहुत बाद में मिले, तो वी कैन डू फॉर द पॉलीस्टाइरीन ऑल्सो, पॉलीथीन, पॉलीस्टाइरीन, क्योंकि मेजर प्रॉब्लम पॉलीथीन है।
But the basic thing in these kind of composite, that we are using some part of fiber, but the polymer we are using, that is not biodegradable, I guess.
नहीं, पॉलीमर इज नॉट बायोपॉलीमर, वही तो रिप्लेसमेंट कर रहे हैं, वही तो कंपोजिट फॉर्मेशन इज देयर।
Yes, yes.
अगर पॉलीमर आप सीधा सीधा यूज करेंगे तो फिर तो आपको
So did you check any mechanical properties of that composite?
एवरीथिंग
Tensile,
मैंने यही
tensile,
बोला था कि
thermal?
इसमें कम से कम 200 से ज़्यादा स्लाइड्स ऐसी हैं जिसमें हमने खाली टेक्निकल पार्ट दिखाया है। देखिए, कोई भी अगर आप पेपर भेजते हैं ना, थोड़ा सा भी ठीक ठाक जर्नल होगा, नॉन पेड जर्नल होगा, थोड़ा सा भी ठीक ठाक।
That I know that fiber and polymers journal in which.
Okay.
Actually, my specialization in that field, fiber and textile processing technology.
तो you can use
That's
it.
why I asked this.
You can use it.
You can discuss with Professor Bhojak in a lunch time. Huh? Okay. Anyone? Short questions?
One student was raising the hand. I
Yes,
don't know.
I definitely go with a student. Any student want to ask any question? You? You want to ask? No? No, sir.
Okay.
So I highly appreciate Professor Narendra Bhojak for delivering such a nice and very useful lecture for us in terms of green audit. So it's very nice lecture that you have delivered today, and we are obliged that you take so much pains to come here by train and deliver such a nice lecture to us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Neelu madam. Now I would like to invite Professor Vijay Devda ma'am to welcome our Government Girls College Principal Dr. Seema Chauhan ma'am. Ma'am, I request. Also, I invite Professor Poonam ma'am. मैम को और इनवाइट करूंगी मैम को पहले स्टेट। नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर सीमा चौहान मैम, प्रिंसिपल गवर्नमेंट गर्ल्स आर्ट्स कॉलेज कोटा, टू फेलिसिटेट आवर ऑनरेबल स्पीकर प्रोफेसर भोजक सर. Also I invite Professor Vijay Devda, Professor Poonam ma'am to felicitate our chairperson ma'am. Now I invite Professor Aarti Shah ma'am to felicitate our chairperson Professor Neelu Chauhan ma'am, Professor Department of Chemistry, University of Kota.
Now I would like to Dr. Jagdi Meena to felicitate co-chairperson Dr. Saraswati Agarwal. Now I would like to Dr. Nimish Kumar to felicitate Ms. Rakhi Methi as a reporter of the session.
Rakhi Methi, Assistant Professor in Chemistry, JDB Government Girls College, Felicitate Reporter of the first session. I invite Professor Jagrati ma'am and Principal ma'am to felicitate Dr. Mamta Chaudhary, reporter in the second session of the first day. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Seema Chauhan ma'am, Principal, Government Girls College, Kota. Now I invite Professor Aarti Shah ma'am to conduct next session.
Good afternoon to all. After a very interesting lectures of Professor Bhojak, now we start a technical session which is online oral presentations of our presenters. We have with us Professor Dr. Monica Dakshni ma'am, Head of the Department, Government College, Kota, and she has a vast experience in the field of organic chemistry and many publications in international and national journals. I welcome Dr. Monica Dakshni ma'am on the stage as a chairperson for this technical session. Madam, please. Myself, Dr. Aarti Shah, from JDB Girls College, Department of Chemistry, act as a co-chairperson, and with me, Dr. Sarita Khandelwal is a rapporteur for this session. I request Principal Seema Chauhan ma'am and Vijay Devda ma'am for facilitate our chairperson, Monica Dakshni ma'am, as a chairperson. Thank you, Principal ma'am. Thank you, Vijay ma'am. And now we are starting our online oral technical presentation. Now I request our chairperson for conducting this session. हमारे साथ अब हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी से जुड़ रहे हैं, तो जो लोग जा रहे हैं, हमारे लिए बहुत प्रेशियस पॉइंट है कि ऑनलाइन में हमारे साथ हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी से पीएचडी स्कॉलर जुड़ रही हैं और जिनकी मदर हमारे गवर्नमेंट आर्ट्स गर्ल्स कॉलेज में पोस्टेड हैं एज अ एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर. तो प्लीज़ आप अपनी जगह ले ना जाएं. आई एम स्पेशली रिक्वेस्टेड टू ऑल.
Welcome and good morning to all. Let us start our technical session. Firstly, I would like to invite Mudita Goyal, PhD student from Chemical Biology, Harvard University. Mudita Goyal, you may start your presentation.
Hello everyone, can you hear me and see my presentation? Good afternoon everyone, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you for confirming. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mudita Goyal, and today I will be discussing how adaptive evolution in microbial systems can serve as a powerful model for environmental resilience. So, you might be wondering why we should study microbial resilience. So, microbial resilience refers to the ability of microorganisms to adapt and thrive in changing environments. And this concept is important because microbes are everywhere, from soil to our own bodies, and they play critical roles in ecosystems and industrial processes. And so, understanding microbial resilience can help us solve global challenges like climate change, antibiotic resistance, and pollution management. So in this presentation, I'll first explore microbial adaptive mechanisms from molecular to the ecosystem level. I'll also discuss tools that help us to study and apply microbial resilience. And finally, I'll propose examples of framework that integrate these insights to address global environmental challenges. So beginning with the first part, microbes adapt rapidly due to their genetic flexibilities. Mutations introduce diversity, horizontal gene transfer spreads these traits, and gene regulations enables microbes to adapt to rapid environmental responses. So the first mechanism of genetic adaptation is mutation accumulation. As microbes reproduce, mutations naturally occur, creating genetic diversity in the population. And this genetic diversity provides a reservoir of traits, some of which may offer advantages in stressful environments. And studies have shown that mutation accumulation can drive adaptation in microbial populations. Another mechanism is horizontal gene transfer. So unlike vertical gene transfer, which happens from parents to offspring, horizontal gene transfer involves exchange of genes between unrelated organisms. And this occurs through three main mechanisms: transformation, in which bacteria take up free DNA from the environment; transduction, in which DNA is transferred between bacterium infected with a bacteriophage and a bacterium that is susceptible to the bacteriophage; and conjugation, in which mobile genetic elements are transferred between two adjacent bacteria through pili-like structures. And these processes help microbes to acquire new traits quickly, like antibiotic resistance, and these are major drivers of microbial evolution. Finally, gene regulation plays a crucial role in microbial adaptation because microbes can rapidly adjust their gene expression in response to environmental changes. And this flexibility helps them survive sudden stressors such as nutrient scarcity or exposure to toxins. And there are three primary levels of gene regulation in microbes: transcriptional regulation, which is regulating how much mRNA is produced from a gene; translational regulation, which regulates how much protein is produced from an mRNA molecule; and post-translational control that regulates protein activity after the translation is complete. Moving on to the next mechanism, at the cellular level, microbes have developed intricate strategies for survival, such as stress responses, metabolic flexibility to utilize diverse energy resources, and epigenetic change that help them to quickly and reversibly adapt. So the first mechanism is stress responses, in which microbes produce specific proteins, as you can see in this complicated diagram in the E. coli cell, such as heat shock proteins and oxidative stress proteins, to protect themselves from damage due to environmental stressors. And these proteins help maintain cellular function under extreme conditions, such as extreme pH or extreme temperature, which enhances microbial resilience. Another key cellular mechanism is metabolic flexibility. So microbes can adapt their metabolism to utilize different energy sources when their preferred energy resource is scarce. Like they can utilize carbon sources in different manners, or even utilize inorganic other sources. And this helps them to allow survival in diverse environments and contributes to the resilience. The third cellular mechanism is epigenetic changes that provide a rapid and reversible way for microbes to adapt without altering their DNA changes. And these examples include DNA methylation or acetylation, which involves adding and removing methyl or acetyl groups to the DNA, or histone modifications, which are changes to the histone proteins that are associated with DNA. And these changes can modify gene expression in response to environmental signals, and hence enhance the survival of microbes, helping them to quickly adapt to situations. Microbial resilience is also influenced by community level interactions. For example, microbes can form biofilms. And biofilms are dense communities of bacteria that are attached to a surface and compete for limited nutrients and space. And they show novel properties, such as group effects, in which bacteria in biofilms have higher fitness as compared to bacteria living alone, cooperation, in which bacteria can work together to increase the fitness, kin competition, in which in stress conditions bacteria can compete with each other, genetic expression profiles, in which bacteria in the biofilm express different genes as compared to a single bacteria, genetic and phenotypic diversification, in which competition can lead to spontaneous appearance of different variants in biofilms. And these interactions increase resistance to antibiotics and environmental stressors in bacteria. So beyond individual interactions, microbial communities play a crucial role in maintaining ecosystem resilience. And these communities can help stabilize ecosystems by breaking down pollutants and cycling nutrients, and that aids in environmental recovery after disturbances. For example, here you can see that the impact of mining and reclamation on soil microbial communities. So mining reduces the microbial diversity, simplifying the community by eliminating vegetation and altering the soil. But reclamation, such as soil improvement and vegetation restoration, helps to recover this diversity and restoring a balanced microbial community similar to an undisturbed one. Moving on to the tools that are there, the recent technological advances that are revolutionizing our understanding of microbial resilience. There are multi-omic approaches such as genomics, transcriptomics, and metabolomics, synthetic biology approaches that help to engineer adaptive traits, and computer models to predict adaptation. So multi-omics approaches like genomics or transcriptomics and metabolomics comprehensive data on genetic, transcriptomic, and metabolomic profiles of microbes under different conditions. Synthetic biology involves engineering microbes to exhibit desired traits or behaviors which can help us study and enhance their adaptive capabilities. Techniques such as adaptive laboratory evolution can be used to simulate environmental pressures and observe microbial adaptation in real time. As shown in this figure, there are two strategies for engineering plant microbes. The bottom-up approach isolates microbes, modifies their genomes, and reintroduces them to achieve desired traits. And the top-down approach directly modifies the microbiome in its natural environment using genetic tools and omics analysis. Both these approaches aim to enhance plant health by optimizing beneficial microbial traits. Computational models are powerful tools for predicting how microbial populations will adapt to changing environments, and these models integrate data from experiments to simulate adaptive processes, and they help researchers to make informed predictions. Finally, microbial adaptability has tangible applications. For example, engineered microbes can clean up oil spills or detoxify heavy metals, and they can also be pivotal in nutrient cycling, reducing pollution, and sequestering carbon. Bioremediation is a prime example in which resilient microbes are used to break down pollutants or detoxify metals in contaminated environments. Some ways that microbes can remediate heavy metals include bioaccumulation, in which an active process in which microbes take up heavy metals, or adsorption is a passive process in which microbes absorb the heavy metals on the surface, or bioprecipitation where microbes precipitate the heavy metals. Another application is climate change mitigation, where resilient microbial communities can help in carbon sequestration. These microbes capture and store carbon dioxide, reducing greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So while we have made significant progress in understanding microbial resilience, there are still challenges ahead. These include bridging the gap between lab studies and real-world ecosystem that is crucial for practical applications. We also need to carefully consider the risks associated with releasing engineered microbes into natural environments, and long-term monitoring is essential to track microbial resilience and its effects on ecosystem over time. With this, I'd like to thank you for your attention and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mudita, for your nice presentation on adaptation and resilience. Now we will have our next presenter, Aishwarya Jaiswal, PhD student from CSIR NBRI. Aishwarya Jaiswal. Please connect Aishwarya Jaiswal for her presentation. Any question? Any question, ma'am? Oh. Any question from the audience? If you have any question, you can ask from Mudita Goyal. So thank you so much, Mudita.
Thank you.
Aishwarya Jaiswal from CSIR. Please connect Aishwarya. Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am connected. I am audible to all.
Yes, Aishwarya, you are audible. You may start your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. My screen is available to all of you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aishwarya Jaiswal presenting here my presentation on the topic medicinal plant-derived bioactive molecules for their effect on Parkinson disease. The short introduction about my studies is Parkinson disease is a neurodegenerative disease which is currently incurable. There is progressive loss of dopaminergic neuron in the subs nigra area of the brain, leading to the development of progressive motor and non-motor symptoms. This progressive loss of dopaminergic neuron in the brain region is due to the aggregation of misfolded protein. This misfolded protein is not any other, but it's the alpha-synuclein, which is the marker for the Parkinson disease. Alpha-synuclein acquire neurotoxic property when protein monomers progressively combine to form insoluble amyloid fibrils via oligomeric intermediate and also polysaturated and fatty acids. The alpha-synuclein is a protein which is principally present in the body, and it's in monomeric form, and its function is to induce neurotransmitter and vehicle transportation. Although Parkinson disease is primarily considered to be central nervous system disease, but there is clear evidence for involvement of peripheral signals, particularly from the gastrointestinal tract and the gut microbiota in Parkinson disease progression. Here I have used C. elegans model for my study. So the bacteria or C. elegans The gut microbiota can be precisely controlled, making it powerful model for studying the effect of the gut bacteria on physiological process at a single species gene level, because C. elegans in the laboratory environment only fed on the E. coli, Escherichia coli bacteria as their food. Gut microbiota can affect brain function by producing metabolites that enter the bloodstream, eliciting immune response in the host or modulating neuronal function. Preclinical evidence suggests that gut microbiota and intestinal permeability modulate behavior, food, and neuropsychiatric disorder. Large number of recent studies investigating microbiota in patients with Parkinson disease found notable differences compared to healthy control, which correlate with clinical features. Fecal transplant from Parkinson disease patient to mouse model increased symptoms of Parkinson disease, demonstrating that difference in microbiota are not merely a result of disease, but also its impacts its progression. The methodology of my studies is to collect some medicinal plant washed and dried under shade, and those plants were after drying were porously powdered and macerated in hydroalcoholic solvent for overnight. Whole mixture were filtered through filter paper and dried under shade. After the preparation of sample, those plant extract were orally administered to the group of mice once in a day for 15 days. Another group of mice was treated with carbomethyl cellulose as a control. After treating mouse, after 15 days of treatment, fecal matter of mice was collected and stored at minus 80 degrees Celsius. And for further use, those resuspension of fecal matter into phosphate buffer saline for both the samples were suspended and fed to the C. elegans model organism to study anti-Parkinson effect of medicinal plant. There is a short graphical abstract of my studies is after collection of medicinal plant and preparation of plant extract, I have studied the interaction of herbal medicine and gut microbiota in association of Parkinson disease. After feeding my plant extract symbiotically associated with gut microbiota of mice were studied on model organism C. elegans for anti-Parkinson effect, and we can see the effect of that extract where increased lifespan, decreased reactive oxygen species, decreased alpha-synuclein toxicity, and neurodegeneration, and involvement of DAF16 and SK11 pathway in C. elegans model organism. The first studies of our extract that inhibit alpha-synuclein aggregation in C. elegans model. Here, C. elegans model organism is used where the NL5901 strain is the strain of C. elegans model, which has artificially human-induced alpha-synuclein with GFP tag protein. Principally, alpha C. elegans does not have alpha-synuclein in the brain, in the head region of the strain, but to study the Parkinson disease, CGS Minnesota has induced artificial human alpha-synuclein in this strain to study the Parkinson disease. Here we can see that NL5901 strain that is induced with alpha-synuclein and GFP tag. We can see aggregation of alpha-synuclein in the head region of the C. elegans worm. As compared to control, which is as compared to FMT control, which is only the fecal matter, not the herbal medicine given to worms, here we can see there is less aggregation as compared to control. But when fecal matter and herbal medicine both were given to C. elegans worm, we can see there is less aggregation or very slightly fluorescence seen as compared to control. Last is L-DOPA. L-DOPA is standard medicine given to Parkinson disease patient, which only which only optimize the dopamine level and alpha-synuclein aggregation in Parkinson disease patient. Here we can see when we compare this L-DOPA standard positive control for Parkinson disease to FMT treated. FMT treated is fecal matter plus herbal medicine. We can see there is slight higher aggregation of alpha-synuclein in the worms, which is slightly high with our FMT treated, but less than control one. Control is normal vehicle solvent given to worms, which is deficient of fecal and herbal medicine. Next, we can see activation of antioxidant pathway of our extract in C. elegans model. To study the antioxidant pathway of our extract, we use the strain CL2166 worm, which is which is GST4 GFP tag. GST4 is the protein glutathione S transferase, which is antioxidant, which is linked to antioxidant pathway. It scavenger the reactive oxygen species present in our body. So in this strain CL21661 is GFP tagged with GST4 is GST4 protein is GFP tagged, which can be easily observed under microscope. So we can see that. So we can see the effect of our extract is. We can see here our extract FMT treatment is increasing the fluorescence intensity in this strain, that is GST4, as compared to control. But L-DOPA, which is standard positive control, is not producing any antioxidant effect on the worms. So this we can correlate our this extract effect, that it is also involving in antioxidant pathway, which is related to Parkinson disease. And whereas L-DOPA, which is standard control for Parkinson disease, is not affecting this GST4 gene and not linked to this pathway. Second, we can validate our data that antioxidant pathways involved in this study is to after treating the worms that CF1553 strain, which is SOD3 tagged, GFP tagged. Here we can see the involvement of SOD3 high fluorescence intensity observed in FMT treated, that is fecal plus herbal medicine, as compared to control fecal matter and standard L-DOPA, that is positive control for Parkinson disease. Now here we can see that our FMT treated reduce oxidative damage and do not interfere with the mitochondrial health in C. elegans. Mitochondrial health is also very important to study Parkinson disease, because Parkinson disease is caused due to accumulation of alpha-synuclein in the brain region, and also it generate ROS and dysfunction of mitochondrial health. So here normal N2 wild type strain of C. elegans were treated with our fecal extract and stained with mycotracker red dye. Mycotracker red dye is used to study the function health of mitochondria. This dye only reacts and fluoresces with healthy mitochondria.
Aishwarya, sorry to interrupt you, but please summarize
Yes.
your topic, your presentation. Due to time
Yes, ma'am.
limit, please summarize.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Only few slides are left. So here we can see that the high fluorescence intensity we can observe in FMT treated as compared to control and standard L-DOPA. And also repulsion in Parkinson disease, we can see the patient has dementia and motor and non-motor symptoms. So to study this behavioral activity, we study in C. elegans chemotaxis activity. The harmful nanonol chemical is used against these worms, and repulsion time against that chemical was recorded. So we can see very less repulsion time when was recorded to the worms treated with our sample FMT treatment as compared to control and normal FMT control. Next, we can see the extract inhibit accumulation of lipid deposition in C. elegans model organism. Lipid deposition is directly proportional to the aging of the organism. As the lipid deposit increases, the lifespan of the organism decreases. So here we can see high intensity of red fluorescence Nile red dye which react with lipid and lipid which show that less fluorescence intensity observed in our treated strain, which show that there is less deposition of lipid in the body and which show high lifespan as compared to control and standard positive control.
Aishwarya, please come on your conclusion, as we have so
Conclusion
many participants.
Before concluding, I want to say that mechanism of action of our study is the DAF16 pathway, which is
Aishwarya, your time is over now. Please come on your conclusion.
My conclusion of study is medicinal plant-derived extract in combination of gut microbes show neuroprotective effect by reducing reactive oxygen species and also increase longevity by DAF16 mediated signaling pathway. Fecal matter transplant could be used as remedy to confront neurodegenerative disease. Thank you.
Aishwarya, please turn on your camera for question answer session.
Yes.
Please turn on your camera.
Am I visible?
No, you are not visible. Hello Aishwarya, I just want to ask a very simple question that you relate gut bacteria with Parkinson's. From and when a person should start the anti-Parkinson medicine? Hello, am I
please
audible?
repeat your question.
Yeah, you relate gut bacteria with Parkinson's. I just want to ask a simple question that from when a person should start an anti-Parkinson medicine?
From primary stage when alpha cellular aggregation is observed or non-motor symptoms like sleep disorder and dementia, this effect is observed in the patient. Here I have seen the effect of not only gut microbiota but also herbal medicine. When combined with gut microbiota, then we can see the enhanced activity of our herbal medicine with the effect of anti-Parkinson effect. When herbal medicine is given to patient, then the gut microbiota present in those patient digest that herbal medicine and into small active molecules which enter into bloodstream and shows physiological effect, and also it enhance the good gut microbiota and its secretion. So here gut microbiota and herbal medicine enhancing anti-Parkinson's activity of each other. There is symbiotic association.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From audience, you all are free to ask question from presenter. Only this will make in technical session interactive. So you may ask a question from the presenter Aishwarya Jaiswal. Nobody is here. So thank you Aishwarya for your presentation on medicinal chemistry benefit to treat Parkinson disease. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to invite Dikshika Meena, Miss Dikshika Meena, Assistant Professor from Physics. Diksha Meena from Samrat Prithviraj Chauhan Government College, Ajmer. Diksha Meena. Diksha Meena. Our next presenter is Diksha Meena, Assistant Professor Physics from Samrat Prithviraj Chauhan Government College, Ajmer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diksha Meena. I am Assistant Professor of Physics in Government College, Ajmer. I am giving my presentation on natural farming in India, a pathway to sustainable agriculture. So in conventional farming, it heavily depends on chemical fertilizer and pesticide to increase yields, which leads to soil degradation and reduce its fertility and water retention capacity. Also, chemical runoff contaminates water source, which affects both human and animal health. There is also health risk. Chemical residue in food poses health risk to consumers, contribute to chronic illness. Uh, so next we will compare environmental and health impacts of both conventional farming and natural farming. So in conventional farming, soil fertility, depletion and degradation, and natural farming, it retains, it improved and regenerate soil fertility. Or in conventional farming, water quality contaminates by conventional farming, and in natural farming, it protects water quality. And next, biodiversity is in conventional farming loses its beneficial insects and microorganisms, and in natural farming there is promotion of ecological balance. And also in human health, we see there is more chronic diseases happens nowadays, and and in natural farming it is much safer and healthier than conventional farming. So there is some practice in natural farming which we can use. So there is zero budget natural farming. So in zero budget natural farming aims to eliminate external inputs, relying only on the resources and indigenous practices. In agroecology integrates ecological principles into farming system, creating a balanced and resilient ecosystem. In compositing and vermicomposting, organic waste like cow dung is converted into nutrition rich composite and which enhance soil health and fertility. Or in conventional farming, we also use the biofertilizer and biopesticides. A natural alternative to chemical fertilizer is also, and pesticide are used boost soil health and control pests. So there is we see the three states of India. There is Andhra Pradesh, Himachal, and Maharashtra, which are using. There is many other states also, but here we are considering Andhra Pradesh, Himachal, and Maharashtra as our case study. So in Andhra Pradesh, ZBNF, which is um, zero budget natural farming, has been widely adopted, and it's improving soil health and reducing dependency on chemical inputs. In Himachal Pradesh, agroecological practice have led to preservation of biodiversity and improved crop yields. And in Maharashtra, natural farming has enhanced climate resilience and reduced farming cost, benefiting smallholder farmers. So there is a environmental and benefits of natural farming. It's reduce pollution. As we know, natural farming reduce the pollution like air, water, and soil. And soil quality is also improved in natural farming, and its structure and fertility and capacity to hold the water, hold the soil is also improved in natural farming. And also there is biodiversity enhancement is also increase in biodiversity enhancement is also happen in natural farming. So there is social economic impact on smallholder farmer farmer. So it's because natural farming is reduced input cost, eliminating chemical inputs, because chemical fertilizer and pesticides are very expensive. On the other hand, जो biofertilizer and biopesticides are much cheaper than that. So it's reduced input cost. Nowadays people are very conscious about their health, and so natural products, natural farming products are healthier and sustainable, and it's increased demand in premium markets and enhanced income potential. So higher prices for sustainable produce and reduced cost leads to increased farmers. Climate resilience and carbon sequestration. Climate resilience, natural farming builds healthy soils which helps from adapt to drought and extreme weather events. Carbon sequestration, healthy soils such as carbon sinks, storing carbon from atmosphere and mitigate climate change. Global impact. Global impact of natural farming is promoting, and natural farming contributes to achieving global climate goals and sustainable development. Thank you.
Any question from audience side? Thank you, Diksha, for explaining agriculture sustainability through your presentation. Now I would like to invite Komal Soni, Assistant Professor Chemistry from Government PG College, Kekri. Komal Soni. Komal Soni would be our next presenter. Miss Komal Soni, you may start your presentation.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizing committee of this conference for giving me this opportunity. Today, I am going to present my oral presentation on the topic, the role of AI in optimizing resource management in smart cities. As we know, the technology is growing very rapidly in the last few years, and so is artificial intelligence. The role of artificial intelligence in optimizing resource management is very crucial. It could be really helpful in efficient management of energy resources, land resources, water resources, etc. By the use of different indexes, AI can help in drafting better policies for the resource management of that particular city. Introduction. As we know that India faces a complex array of environmental challenges, including air and water pollution, deforestation, effects of climate change, etc. As we continue to industrialize and urbanize, the need of innovative solutions to manage and mitigate these issues becomes increasingly critical. Sustainable development is the only choice to solve these problems. Sustainable development aims to meet the needs of present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Environmental sustainability concerns with the ability to maintain an ecological balance in natural environment. Artificial intelligence, with its ability to process vast amount of data, presents a promising approach in enhancing environmental sustainability. Artificial intelligence is actually the ability of machines to perform complex tasks associated with intelligent beings. It can be really advantageous in solving different environmental sustainability problems like resource management, climate change mitigation, biodiversity conservation, etc. The applications of artificial intelligence in environmental sustainability, mainly I have focused on 5 problems, that is resource management, air quality monitoring, waste management, climate change mitigation, biodiversity conservation. Today my talk is particularly concerned on resource management. Artificial intelligence and the use of AI technology in the management of energy resources is very crucial. The National Smart Grid Mission in India incorporates the use of AI for increasing the reliability and efficiency of these energy grids. These smart grids manage energy distribution more efficiently. Then comes the management of water resources. As water scarcity is the main issue in India, exacerbated by the pollution and inefficient usage and over extraction, the use of artificial intelligence can enhance water resource management through smart irrigation and flood predictions. The level of contamination can also be regulated with the help of AI technologies. Then the management of land resources, the AI could be helpful in mapping out the lanes and pedestrian pathways in smart cities. By collecting the data of underground water recharge, depletion rate, we can plan different we can plan the sustainability, efficiency and productivity of the global agriculture by the use of these AI technology. Then waste management. The rapid urbanization of Indian cities poses a significant challenge of waste management. The use of smart bins can efficiently segregate recyclables from non-recyclables, and they can also help in reducing the contamination and operational costs. The currently used tools, AI-based tools in resource management involves, first one I have quoted is Brizometer. It provides real-time street-level air quality data and forecasts. It is used in Indian cities to monitor pollution levels and provide street-level air quality information to the policymakers. It also gives a new and uniform air quality index, the Brizometer AQI, which can be read as the measure of the air quality of that particular city. Then in water source management, in India, the Water Aid India project uses AI to model and forecast water demand and supply, enabling more efficient distribution and management of water resources. In climate change, climate prediction and mitigation, the IBM's weather company, it collaborates with Indian organizations to provide good quality weather forecasting, and it is based on AI. It uses AI technologies for this. Then energy efficiency, the luminous power technologies in India, it uses AI-driven solutions to manage energy consumptions in buildings and industries, and it also helps in optimizing energy uses. The Delhi Smart City project, it also utilizes AI-based technologies to transform the Indian capital into a more sustainable city.
Dr. Komal Soni,
These
please
tools are being used to manage urban services more
Ma'am,
efficiently,
please
including waste
conclude your
management, water
presentation
supply,
due to
traffic
time
management,
limit.
etc., in order to improve the quality of
Ma'am,
life
sorry
of its
to interrupt
citizens
you.
and
Please conclude your
to achieve
presentation due
these
to time
sustainability
limit.
goals. But there are also some challenges which are associated with the application of these AI tools. These tools are very beneficial, but we have to cope up with these challenges.
Sorry to interrupt
the
you,
important
ma'am.
challenges involves the high energy consumption and
Ma'am, please
electronic waste,
conclude your
problem of water
presentation.
security and privacy, impact on employment, over reliance on technology, challenges associated with implementation and scalability issues. As
Ma'am, please conclude your presentation due to time limit.
Okay, ma'am. I'll summarize. The high energy consumption, the specialized infrastructures are needed. So it is difficult to implement these AI tools uniformly. Then the problem of data security, this is a big problem in India, a country like India, where data privacy regulations are not in a very good shape. Then the scalability issues, since the lack of standardized regulations and policies for the use of AI in environmental sustainability can lead to inconsistent utility of these tools. Then coming to the conclusion, this new stream of intelligence, that is artificial intelligence, it will not only eliminate the chances of manual errors in policy drafting, but it will also boost the efficiency of their implementation by factoring in all the shortcomings from the past records. But if used judicially, this will ultimately enhance the quality of living of people in smart cities by optimizing the uses of both natural and non-natural resources. So with collaborative efforts, comprehensive policies, proper investments, and of course judicial use, AI's potential can be fully harnessed to create more environmentally sustainable India. These are the list of references. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Komal.
Thank you.
I just want to know that what have you contributed to the environment and society with your research with the help of AI?
Ma'am, currently my research is not based on artificial intelligence, but since I am from chemistry, my research is in inorganic chemistry.
Okay.
But I am thinking of using it in my research. I have just read and
okay, thank you.
described it.
Thank you, Dr. Komal Soni, for your presentation on one of the most recent topic, that is AI and its role in the management of energy resources, resource management. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now we have our next presenter from Kashmir, Mohammad Yunus Wani, Dr. Mohammad Yunus Wani. He is from Kashmir and he is from sericulture, Mirgund, Kashmir. Mohammad Yunus Wani. I think he is not connected. So now I would like to invite Mr. Ramkesh Berwa, PhD research scholar, freshwater fish, JDB Government Girls College, Kota. Ramkesh Berwa. Sir, please unmute your mic. Ramkesh Berwa ji, please unmute your mic. Sir, you may start your presentation. Sir, are you ready for your presentation?
Mr. Ramkesh, you are not audible. Please unmute your mic.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible now. Now you can start your presentation.
Good afternoon, all of myself, Ramkesh Verwa, PhD scholars, JDB Girls College, Kota. My presenting topic is assessing fish diversity and production in Gosunda Dam, Rajasthan, a comprehensive study. This is the abstract of biodiversity is essential for maintaining ecosystem balancing, resiliency in various environmental changes. In ecology, many researchers have significantly contributed to understanding fish, presenting nearby of half of global vertebrate population. The Gosunda Dam in Rajasthan, India has a diverse fish fauna. A primarily survey identified in the fish species across 4 family in the study
Sorry to
area.
interrupt you, sir. Please share your screen. Only you can share your screen with us.
Introduction.
Sir, please share your screen. Your presentation is not visible to us. Before starting your presentation, you have to share your screen, sir.
स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं हो रहा मैम?
नहीं नहीं, आपका स्क्रीन पे आपका प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं दिख रहा सर. सर अगर
वहां से शेयर कर दो मैम, प्रॉब्लम आ रही है.
सर फिर बिना स्क्रीन शेयर बिना प्रेजेंटेशन के हम अभी आपका प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं ले सकते. आप थोड़ी देर बाद वापस कोशिश करिएगा, जब तक हम अपने नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट को कॉल कर लेते हैं सर.
जी मैम.
Now I would like to invite Miss Rashmi Kiran, research scholar botany from Veer Kuwar Singh University, Ara. Rashmi Kiran.
Yes, ma'am.
Rashmi, please share your screen with your presentation.
किया ना? ब्राउज भी किया था, मेरे पीसी में ही थी.
Rashmi, you may start your presentation. Rashmi.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Please share your screen, Rashmi.
Ma'am, there is some problem, ma'am. I am unable to share my screen, ma'am, on my phone. Hello.
नहीं, आपकी स्क्रीन अभी दिख रही थी, आपने फिर से
दिख रही है? Okay, okay, okay. I'm trying, ma'am.
Rashmi, please try again. Rashmi, please try.
Hi Rashmi, if you are unable to share your screen, we will call you later. Next. We will call you later.
Now I would call upon Miss Shruti Gopan M, PhD scholar, botany from University College, Palayam, Tiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Shruti, are you with us?
No, ma'am.
Now Shruti is with us for her
Okay, I will share,
presentation.
ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, you are audible. Now you can proceed with your presentation, Shruti.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. Respected dignitaries, professors, and everyone who gathered here. Myself, Shruti Gobanam, PhD Research Scholar from Department of Botany, University College, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. This is my slide that represents my abstract. Come to a small introduction. Plants are considered to be one of the most important and significant sources of medicines. Medicines can be derived from any plant part such as root, stem, bark, leaves, flowers, fruit, seeds, and so on. And every part which have the phytochemicals present which will retain the plant's medicinal property. Lancium domesticum is a tree form bearing clusters of edible fruit which belongs to the family Meliaceae. It is also known as mahogany family. There are two distinct varieties, Lancium domesticum varia pubescens and Lancium domesticum varia domesticum, commonly known by the common names lancet and duku, which are edible and can be consumed as dry fruit. The yellow of the fruit, which is appear as white translucent parts and the seed are bitter in taste. The fruit is highly nutritious, rich in vitamin, thiamine, riboflavin, was recorded by Bangladesh in 2020, and their peel is used as insect repellent. This slide that shows the picture of the lancet and duku fruits on their trees. Come to the methodology. The collection of fruit samples during their season from home garden near Ernakulam and Cotton district, Kerala, India, respectively, and the plant materials are shade that is washed in running tap water. Unwanted parts were removed, and it is shade dried for 4 to 6 weeks. After the complete drying process, it were powdered into fine powder and subjected to the cold extraction method. 7 solvents were selected based on their polarity and by the phytochemical studies like qualitative and quantitative and yield of extract. Methanolic extract of fruit peel and fruit pulp were selected for further studies. The fruit pulp studies that is studied based on antioxidant, anti-diabetic, antimicrobial, and fruit peel is also included in antimicrobial study. Come to the bioactivity studies. In order to check the antioxidant potential of the fruit samples, DPPH, trapped nitric oxide, hydrogen peroxide, superoxide scavenging assays were done for the anti-diabetic alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase, and for the antimicrobial activity, agar-well diffusion method is used. For the antibacterial assays, 8 strains were used, and for the antifungal, 6 strains were used. Come to the results. Here, the results that shows the DPPH assay. Here, the standard used were the ascorbic acid and a concentration taken from 12.5 to 400 mg per ml concentration, and the IC50 value was calculated. And here, the duku pulp which shows the lower IC50 value when compared to the langsat pulp. And for the FRAP assay, concentration taken from 25 to 500 mg per ml concentration. The standard used were the ascorbic acid. Both the samples reached the almost same absorbency at 500 mg per ml concentration. Come to the nitric oxide as well as hydrogen peroxide and superoxide. The concentration taken from 12.5 to 200 mg per ml concentration, and here the gallic acid was used as a standard. The percentage of inhibition was increases from lower concentration to higher concentration, and it is a maximum percent of inhibition at 200 mg per ml concentration, and the IC50 value of duku pulp which shows lower when compared to the langsat pulp. And for the hydrogen peroxide, the duku pulp which shows a lower IC50 value when compared to the langsat pulp, and here the standard used were the gallic acid. And for the superoxide scavenging assay also, the duku pulp which shows the lower IC50 value when compared to the langsat pulp. Here the standard used were the ascorbic acid. So both the samples which possess the antioxidant potential. Come to the antidiabetic assay, alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase inhibition assay. Here the concentration taken from 6.25 to 100 mg per ml concentration. A carbose was used as the standard for both the pulp samples as well as the standard. The percent of inhibition was increases from lower concentration to higher concentration. It reaches the maximum percentage of inhibition at 100 mg per ml concentration, and the IC50 value was calculated. Here the langsat pulp which shows the lower IC50 value when compared to duku pulp. And for the alpha glucosidase, it is duku pulp which shows the lower IC50 value when compared to the langsat pulp. So both of the samples which possess the antioxidant potential. Come to the antimicrobial activity. For the antibacterial strains, 8 strains were used, 6 strains were the industrial pathogens, and 3 other strains were used.
Coccus fecalis, all the fruit pulp as well as the fruit peel samples, which shows zone of inhibition at all the three concentration against the strain Enterococcus fecalis. For the Escherichia coli, Pseudomonas aerugiosa, Salmonella typhimurium, Shingilla flexneri, Vibrio coli does not show any zone of inhibition against any of the strains. And Staphylococcus aureus, for the langsat pulp as well as the Duku pulp, which shows zone of inhibition at different concentration, but the Duku pulp as well as the langsat pulp, which shows no zone of inhibition. Streptococcus mutans also, Duku peel as well as the langsat peel, which shows zone of inhibition at 3 concentration against the strain Streptococcus mutans, but the Duku pulp only shows concentration zone of inhibition at
Miss
100
Shruti,
mg per
please
ml
conclude your
concentration.
presentation, your work, as we have time limit.
Okay, ma'am. For the antifungal, it is Aspergillus niger candida albicans. Clotrimazole was used as a standard. Here also, the Duku peel as well as the langsat peel, which shows zone of inhibition at all the 3 concentration, and the langsat pulp as well as the Duku pulp, which shows zone of inhibition at 100 as well as 50. Cochineoid species and mucus species does not show any zone of inhibition. Fusarium species, the Duku pulp as well as the langsat pulp, which shows zone of inhibition at all the 3 concentration. The pictures about the zone of inhibition seen. Come to the conclusion that PPH, nitric oxide, superoxide and hydrogen peroxide, the methanolic Duku fruit pulp has high antioxidant potential to compare to the langsat fruit pulp. For the FRAP, almost both the fruit samples have almost same reducing power ability. For the anti-diabetic, langsat pulp as well as the Duku pulp, which shows high ability to inhibit the alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase enzyme. For the antimicrobial, both of the fruits that is peel as well as the pulp process only mild antibacterial and antifungal activity. From this present analysis, the Duku pulp has good antioxidant, antidiabetic and mild antibacterial and antifungal properties. Expected outcome, scientific validation possibility for use of this tropical fruit in the healthcare system and identification of compounds responsible for their bioactivities of fruit extract. Thank you.
Any question from audience side?
Hi, Shruti.
Hi, ma'am.
The pulp of all these fruits can be used in the raw form also? Are they beneficial in raw form?
Ma'am, it is an edible fruit. It's the pulp part is the edible form, but it is also can be consumed. But in my work, it is dried and then I subjected to the extraction, ma'am.
Thank you, Shruti, for sharing such an informative presentation on antioxidant, anti-diabetic and antimicrobial activities from Meliaceae family. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, I would like to call upon Mahesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, EAFM, SBD Government College, Sardar Shahar. Mahesh Kumar. Mahesh Kumar from SBD Government College, Sardar Shahar. Mahesh Kumar is not with us, so next presenter will be Dr. Mamta Singhal, Sociology, MSJ, Government PG College, Bharatpur. Mamta Singhal. Ma'am, you are not audible.
आ रही हूँ मैडम, आवाज आ रही है?
Yes. Now you are audible. Please share your presentation with us.
हाँ मैडम, कर रही हूँ presentation. एवरीवन को मेरी तरफ से नमस्कार. मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो है वैश्विक चुनौतियाँ एवं नवाचार और उनके लिए हम
ये है. Ma'am, if you have a presentation, please share with us. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Hello?
Ma'am, you are not audible.
अब आ रही है मैडम आवाज? आनी चाहिए मैडम आवाज.
Yes, now you are audible, but please share your presentation and clean
मैडम,
your
वो तो
camera lenses
स्क्रीन से.
also.
हाँ, अब आ रही है मैडम?
Yes, yes.
हाँ, तो सामाजिक आर्थिक तकनीक परिवर्तनों ने वैश्विक समुदाय के समक्ष नवीन चुनौतियां प्रस्तुत की है, जिन्हें पहचाने बिना हम आगे बढ़ने के बारे में सोच भी नहीं सकते. ये समस्याएं ऐसी है जिन्हें किसी देश की सीमा या सत्ता के अंतर्गत नहीं समेटा जा सकता. परिस्थितियों से उपजे माहौल में संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ की स्थापना की गई. 7 दशकों के कार्यकाल के द्वारा वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामूहिक प्रयास के माध्यम से हल करने का प्रयास किया गया, जिसमें हमें काफी हद तक सफलता भी मिली. हमारे समक्ष वैश्विक चुनौतियां जैसे जलवायु परिवर्तन से उपजी चुनौतियां, ध्वस्त हो रही जैव विविधता, बढ़ती हुई निर्धनता और असमानता, भू राजनीतिक दबाव, जनसंख्या वृद्धि के अनुपात में आदि है. उपरोक्त चुनौतियों की पहचान विश्व के ऐसे तनाव बिंदुओं के रूप में की गई जो समकालीन विश्व की शांति और स्थिरता के लिए बाधा बनी हुई है. इन चुनौतियों का प्रकार सार्वभौमिक है और इन सभी समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए एकजुट और सार्वभौमिक प्रयास की जरूरत पड़ती है. 2019 में एक अनौपचारिक भारत भाषण के दौरान संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के महासचिव गुटरेस ने जलवायु परिवर्तन, टिकाऊ आर्थिक विकास, तकनीक परिवर्तनों को वर्तमान समस्याओं के रूप में संबोधित किया तथा इनके लिए उन्होंने कहा था कि यदि इन समस्याओं को समाधान करना है तो हमें वैश्विक भागीदारी करनी होगी. चुनौतियों को पहचानना एक अलग विषय है, पर उन पर काम करना एक अलग विषय है. वैश्विक चुनौतियों के समाधान के लिए हमें प्रयासों के साथ समीक्षा की भी जरूरत होती है. इससे निपटने के लिए हमारे यहाँ पर्यावरणीय चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए संयुक्त राष्ट्र पर्यावरणीय कार्यक्रम UNEP का गठन किया गया और स्वास्थ्य संबंधी चुनौतियों को निपटने के लिए WHO का और खाद्य संबंधी सुरक्षा को निपटने के लिए UNSC का और श्रम मामलों को निपटने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय श्रम संगठन जैसे समूहों का गठन किया गया. वर्तमान समय में वैश्विक चुनौतियां अपना स्वरूप बदल चुकी है. सामाजिक आर्थिक तकनीकी परिवर्तन वैश्विक समुदाय के समक्ष अभूतपूर्व चुनौतियां प्रस्तुत की है. उपरोक्त संदर्भों से हम यह कह सकते हैं कि वैश्विक समुदाय द्वारा एक दूसरे के सहयोग और भागीदारी के माध्यम से ऐसी चुनौतियों को लड़ा जा सकता है. जैसा कि हमने देखा था कि कोविड महामारी के समय भारत जैसे विकासशील देश द्वारा विश्व के अग्रणी और जरूरतमंद देशों को दवाएं और वैक्सीन की आपूर्ति की गई, वैसे अमेरिका जैसे देशों ने स्वास्थ्य संबंधी उपकरणों और वेंटिलेटर्स की आपूर्ति की. विश्व के लगभग सभी देशों ने इस चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए एकजुटता दिखाई. इसी तरह हमें इन सारी चुनौतियों के निपटने के लिए एकजुटता दिखानी होगी. वैश्विक चुनौतियों को जो भी रेखांकित करने हैं उसमें कुछ बाधाएं आती है, जैसे विभिन्न देशों के बढ़ रहे संरक्षणवादी प्रयासों ने वैश्विक चुनौती के समाधान में बाधा पहुंचाई है.
We have time limit, so please summarize your topic.
जी मैडम, ऐसी मान्यता है कि समस्या का समाधान समस्याओं में ही निहित होता है. इसलिए यह कहा जा सकता है कि वैश्विक समस्याओं का हल वैश्विक समाधान से ही संभव है. वैश्विक समस्याएं वैश्विक समुदाय से संबंधित किसी भी देश की सीमा, सत्ता, सामर्थ्य से बड़ी होती है, जिसका ताजा उदाहरण हमने कोरोना जैसे संकट में देखा है. अतः कहा जा सकता है कि वैश्विक चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए हमें वैश्विक एकजुटता या
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Now, I again would like to invite Dr. Mohammad Yunus Wani, Assistant Professor Sericulture from Kashmir. Mohammad Yunus Wani. Dr. Mohammad Yunus Wani will be our next presenter. Kindly connect him. We will have our next presenter, Dr. Sonal Prasad, Assistant Professor from Shri Ram Swarup Memorial University, Lucknow. Sonal Prasad, Dr. Sonal Prasad. Anju Meena, research scholar from Ma Bharti PG College, Kota. Prabha Sharma. पोस्टर समय सिंह मीना, हाँ पर उनका समय सिंह मीना है. Now I would like to invite Samay Singh Meena. Dr. Samay Singh Meena is Associate Professor Sanskrit from Government Arts College, Kota. Samay Singh Meena, Dr.
Yes, ma'am. Namaste.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please share your screen for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. कोशिश कर रहा हूँ मैम. मैम विजिबल है?
Yes, sir. Your PPT has been shared. Now you can proceed with your presentation.
जी मैम. पहले तो मैं आयोजक समिति के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहूँगा महाविद्यालय के लिए, और आज के सत्र के जो चेयरपर्सन है मैडम मोनिका मैम और सह चेयरपर्सन सम्मानीय मैम डॉक्टर सरिता खंडेलवाल मैम, मुझे अवसर दिया इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मेरा टॉपिक है पर्यावरण मूलक प्राचीन भारतीय कृषि विज्ञान कृषि पाराशर के विशेष संदर्भ में. मैं सीधे अपने विषय पर आता हूँ. भारतीय संस्कृति के बारे में कहा गया है. मैम सुनाई दे रहा है? हेलो मैम.
Yes, sir, you are audible. आपकी आवाज आ रही है और आपका पीपीटी भी शेयर्ड हो चुका है.
जी मैम, थैंक यू मैम. भारतीय संस्कृति के बारे में कहा गया है कि एतद् देश प्रसूतस्य सकाशादग्र जन्मनः स्वं स्वं चरित्रम शिक्षेरन पृथिव्याम सर्वमानवः. अर्थात चिर सनातन भारतीय मनीषा की महनीयता, प्राचीनता और उत्कृष्टता के सूचक इस पद की लोक प्रसिद्धि और भावाभिव्यंजना से हम सभी सुविज्ञ हैं. हमारे त्रिकाल दृष्ट ऋषियों ने अपने अनुभव, ज्ञान तथा सुपरीक्षण कौशल के बल पर न केवल स्वयं अपितु समस्त भारतीय वसुंधरा का और यूं कहें कि अखिल विश्व को उत्कृष्ट किया है. अपने सतत चिंतन व मनन के द्वारा उन्होंने लोक के कल्याणार्थ त्रिविध दुखों की निवृत्ति और सुगम एवं सुव्यवस्थित जीवन के मार्ग सुझाए हैं. इसी क्रम में उन्होंने विभिन्न प्रकार के ज्ञान विज्ञान, कर्मकांड, दर्शन, आयुर्वेद, वास्तुकला, कृषि विज्ञान आदि विविध विधाओं पर चिंतन किया है और उनको लिपिबद्ध करके मानव को उपकृत किया है। मैं सीधे अपने शोध पत्र पर आता हूँ। भारत क्योंकि कृषि प्रधान देश रहा है, दुनिया को कृषि कर्म सिखाने वाली यही पावन धरा रही है। इसकी पुष्टि हजारों वर्ष पहले लिखे गए कृषि विज्ञान से होती है। एशियन एग्रो हिस्ट्री फाउंडेशन ने एक संस्कृत पुस्तक का अनुवाद कर उसे पुनः प्रकाशित किया। इस पुस्तक में उन्होंने पाराशर नामक एक कृषि वैज्ञानिक जो लगभग 2000 वर्ष पहले हुए हैं, उन्होंने कृषि पराशर पुस्तक लिखकर किसानों को सही तरीके से कृषि करने की विधि बतलाई, बीज रोपण की पद्धति उन्होंने समझाई, सिंचाई की प्रक्रिया उन्होंने समझाई। साथ ही वेदों में इसके संकेत मिलते हैं कि अक्षय महादिव्य कृषिमित कृषिस्व वित्ते रमस्व बहुमन्यमाना, अर्थात जुआ मत खेलो, कृषि करो और सम्मान के साथ धन पाओ। पाराशर ऋषि एक कृषि वैज्ञानिक थे और उन्होंने कृषि की बारीकियों को अपने ग्रंथों के जरिए रखा है। उनके द्वारा रचित ग्रंथों में कृषि संग्रह, कृषि पाराशर एवं पाराशर तंत्र के नाम से गिनाए जाते हैं, किंतु इनमें जो मूल ग्रंथ है वो कृषि पाराशर ही है। इस कृषि पाराशर पुस्तक में कुल 243 श्लोक हैं और कृषि के सभी पहलुओं पर विस्तार पूर्वक इसमें समझाया गया है। एक श्लोक में इतने तथ्य समाविष्ट हैं कि उन्हें समझने और व्यवहार में लाने से कृषि उपज कई गुना बढ़ जाएगी। कृषि पाराशर में कृषि पर ग्रह नक्षत्रों का प्रभाव, मेघ और उसकी जातियां, वर्षा माप, वर्षा का अनुमान, विभिन्न समयों में वर्षा का प्रभाव, कृषि की देखभाल, बैलों की सुरक्षा, गोबर की खाद, हल जुताई, बैलों के चुनाव, कटाई के समय, रोपण, धान्य संग्रह इत्यादि के बारे में विस्तार पूर्वक उन्होंने समझाया है। इसलिए वे कहते हैं कि अन्नम प्राणा बलम चान्नम अन्नम सर्वार्थ साधनम देवासुर मनुष्याश्च सर्वे चान्नोपजीवना, अर्थात अन्न ही प्राण है और अन्न ही हर प्रकार के साधन का मूलभूत माध्यम है। इसलिए देवासुर, देव, असुर, मनुष्य सभी अन्न पर निर्भर हैं। साथ ही उन्होंने कहा कि दृष्टि ज्ञान हेतु हमें ग्रह नक्षत्रों की जानकारी बहुत आवश्यक है। इनके ज्ञान से हम वर्ष पर्यंत होने वाली वर्षा की स्थिति का
जितेंद्र कुमार
पता कर
सर,
सकते हैं।
presentation from Samay Singh sir is going on, so please turn off your screen. Now, Samay Singh sir, you may proceed.
मैम मैं आगे बढ़ सकता हूँ?
Yes, yes sir, आप आगे कर सकते हैं सर।
जी मैम, थैंक यू मैम। इस ग्रंथ के बारे में विस्तार पूर्वक हम ये कह सकते हैं कि कृषि के उपयोगी औजारों के बारे में इसमें विस्तृत पूर्वक समझाया गया है। किस किस्म की फसलें कहाँ होती है और उनकी पैदावार को बेहतर करने का क्या तरीका है, भी इस महान ग्रंथ में है। कृषि विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में आज भी भारत का पुरातन साहित्य आधुनिक विज्ञान से कहीं आगे है। हलों के संबंध में दिया हुआ है कि ईशा, जुबा, हल स्थानु, निरियोल, पाशिका, अड्डूचल, शहल एवं पंचमी, ये 8 प्रकार के हल के अंग हैं। 5 हाथ की हरी, 2.5 हाथ का हल स्थानु कुड़, 1.5 हाथ का फार और कान के सदस्य जुबा होना चाहिए। जुबा 4 हाथ का होना चाहिए। इस ग्रंथ से पता चलता है कि पाराशर के काल में कृषि अत्यंत पुष्कर्म थी। साथ ही ऋषि ने कृषि कर्म में नियुक्त पशुओं को भी उचित रखरखाव करने के लिए कहा है तथा उतना ही कृषि कर्म करने का निर्देश दिया है जिससे पशु को कष्ट न हो। पशुओं के प्रति भारतीय व्यवहार का द्योतक है। पशुओं को पीड़ा पहुंचाकर कमाया गया धन पाप में बताया गया है। कहा भी गया है कि कृषिम से तादृशीम कुर्यात् यथा बाहान्न पीड़ित बाहा पीड़ार्जितम शस्यम गर्हितम सर्वकर्मसु। इसके पश्चात गौशाला की स्वच्छता पर भी विशेष वर्णन किया गया है। साथ ही इसमें जल संरक्षण के बारे में बहुत विस्तार से समझाया गया है। ऋषि पाराशर इसके लिए निर्देश करते हुए कहते हैं कि शरत काल आने पर जल का संरक्षण करना चाहिए तथा क्षेत्र में नल का रोपण करना चाहिए। यदि कोई ऐसा नहीं करता है तो ऐसा कृषक मेरा मूर्ख ही है। जीव हिंसा न करते हुए और पर्यावरण को घातक रासायनिक पदार्थों के उपयोग से दूर रखते हुए धान्य आदि फसल को रोग, कीड़े, हानिकारक पशुओं आदि से रक्षा करने के लिए ऋषि पाराशर कहते हैं कि किसान को चाहिए कि वह निम्न मंत्र को अलग तक यानी लाख के रंग से लिख करके फसलों के मध्य बांध दें, तो इससे कीड़ों का प्रकोप काफी
सर,
कम हो
समय
सकता
सीमा
है।
होने के कारण
ये
आपसे
निम्न
निवेदन है कि आप अपना विषय थोड़ा सा
जी
जल्दी।
जी मैम। इसी तरह धान्य काटने से पूर्व पुष्प यात्रा का विधान किया गया है, जो सभी विघ्नों की शांति तथा धान्य की वृद्धि के लिए होती है। तत्पश्चात पौष मास में धान्य काटने का निर्देश किया गया है। निष्कर्षतः कहा जा सकता है कि पाराशर मुनि द्वारा प्रणीत कृषि पाराशर प्राचीन भारतीय कृषि विज्ञान का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण ग्रंथ है। इसमें कृषि, कृषक जीवन, कृषि कर्म के सभी पक्षों पर विस्तृत प्रकाश डाला है। इसमें पारिस्थितिकीय संतुलन को ध्यान में रखते हुए कृषि कार्य करने पर बल दिया है। कृषि और पशुपालन दोनों परस्पर निर्भर होते हैं, अतः दोनों को साथ में लेकर चलने की आवश्यकता है। वर्तमान कृषि वैज्ञानिकों, बुद्धिजीवियों और सरकारों को चाहिए कि वे कृषि के संतुलित विकास पर ध्यान दें, क्योंकि प्राणी अन्न के बिना जीवन यापन नहीं कर सकता। रासायनिक उर्वरकों से मिट्टी को हो रहे नुकसान के बारे में हम सब जानते ही हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में ऑर्गेनिक खेती पर बड़े बड़े व्याख्यान हो रहे हैं। अतः अब समय आ गया है कि भूमि के प्रति मातृभाव रखते हुए कृषि कार्य करना चाहिए। भूमि हम सबकी माता है और उस माता की उपासना करने का नाम ही खेती है, क्योंकि कृषक वर्ष भर कठिन परिश्रम करते हुए अपनी मातृभूमि की सेवा करता है। बदले में माता प्रसन्न होकर उनको नाना प्रकार के खाद्यान्न, पेय, अन्न, वस्त्र आदि प्रदान करती है। इसी कारण हमारे ऋषि अथर्ववेद के प्रति सूक्त में कहते हैं कि माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या पर्जन्यः पिता स न विपर्तु। धन्यवाद मैम, आपने मुझे
सर आपका बहुत बहुत
दिया।
धन्यवाद, बहुत
Thank
ही
you, ma'am.
सुंदर व्याख्यान के लिए।
थैंक यू मैम।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नेक्स्ट जितेंद्र कुमार। नहीं, जितेंद्र कुमार।
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
My slide is visible, ma'am.
Yes, yes, your slides are visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my work. Today, I am going to present my research paper titled Towards a Sustainable Environment, Protected Butterflies Species in Rajasthan under the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022. This is the abstract of my research paper, which was authored by me and my supervisor, Dr. Prahlad Kumar Meena, and co-supervisor, Dr. Smriti Ma'am. And the butterflies are most beautiful insects that are classified under the class Insecta, order Lepidoptera, which include butterfly and moths. All butterfly falls under superfamily Papillonoidea, and India is represented
Sir,
by
sorry to
6
interrupt
butterfly
you. Your
families.
slides are not visible. Your presentation is not visible.
Okay, ma'am. Let me. Is it visible, ma'am?
No, no, still it is not visible.
Now, ma'am?
No, 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 sir.
Now it is visible, ma'am?
No, no, sir, it is not visible.
Okay, what's happening?
Sir, please stop your presentation and again reshare your presentation.
Okay.
Yes, now it is visible.
Okay.
Sir, as we have time limit, try to conclude
Okay,
within 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. This is the title, this is the abstract of my research paper. And butterfly are the most beautiful insects which falls under class Insecta and order Lepidoptera. India is represented by 6 butterfly families: Papilidae, Pyralidae, Nymphalidae, Lacinidae, Hesperidae, and Rheodinidae. India has 1,379 butterfly species, and Rajasthan comprises 124 species out of them. Importance of butterfly: indicator of biodiversity and a healthy ecosystem, serve as an alarming signal for other animal population decline, respond quickly to small environmental changes, act as a pollinator of many plant species. Many butterfly species migrate, which makes pollination possible across distances. Excellent predictor of climate, seasonal and ecological changes, and aid in developing conservation strategies. Economically, they are very significant because they cause serious harm to some agriculturally important crops, forest and clothes, as they are pest of many of them. Conservation challenges: habitat fragmentation, pollution, climate change, etc. The Wildlife Protection Act. Today I am talking about the butterfly species which are listed under Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022. Background: the conservation effort of Indian fauna started back in 1952 with the establishment of Indian Board for Wildlife in 1952 by Indian governments. Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972 came into existence after that, and Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972 protected 452 butterfly species and subspecies under the 3 schedule of that act. Now, current scenario, after a recent amendment, Indian Protection Amendment Act, Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972 is now known as the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act of 2022, which has 4 schedules, Schedule 1 to Schedule 4. Schedule 1 and 2 give protection to all endangered species of animal, vertebrates and invertebrates. Schedule 3 is designated for plant species, and Schedule 4 cover species listed under CITES. And there are India is the signatories of 3 international conservation bodies which deals with the conservation and management of wildlife: CITES, Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora; IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources; and WWF, Worldwide Fund. Significance of butterflies. For butterflies, listing butterfly under the Act reflects the recognition of their ecological role they play in the environment, and the legislation aims to mitigate threats posed by habitat loss and climate change, which is the recent problem for not only butterfly but also for other fauna. The objective of the research study is update the checklist of butterfly species protected in Rajasthan under the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022 and assess the significance of such protection for regional biodiversity
Jitendra Kumar ji,
conservation.
please conclude your research work as we have time limit.
Okay, ma'am. This is a study area. Rajasthan is the study area, and this is the method. The list of protected butterfly species Rajasthan study compiled from the published literature on butterfly fauna available in the public domain. The updated list nomenclature are updated according to Savella and Vecchiolini classification, followed by Newkirk et al. And verification, cost check, conservation status under Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022. No specimen collected for this. This is the result of the study. 21 species across 4 families are listed under Wildlife Protection Act. Out of 124 species which are reported from Rajasthan, 21 species listed under Wildlife Protection Act. Schedule 1 comprises 1 and Schedule 2 contains 20 species. These are the species of butterfly which are protected under Wildlife Protection Act 2022. These are the photograph of some of the butterfly which are protected under Schedule 1 and 2. In Rajasthan has only 1 species which is listed under Schedule 1, Dilipa morgiana, and this is the restriction protection provided under Wildlife Protection Act 2022. As I mentioned, 21 butterfly species are protected, and conservation recommendation focus on restoring and maintaining butterfly habitat to combat fragmentation loss, ensuring sustainable ecosystem, monitoring program, implement regular monitoring to track butterfly population and health, enabling timely intervention if population decline. Community management involve local community in conservation efforts, promoting awareness and participating in protecting butterfly species. This conclusion, the study highlight the diversity of ecological significance of these butterfly, provide baseline data for future research on their conservation and management. This foundational information will support ongoing conservation effort, promoting targeted strategies to protect butterfly and their habitat across Rajasthan and India. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my supervisor, Dr. Prahlad Kumar Meena, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology,
Thank
Government
you
College,
so much, sir.
Sabarkota,
Thank
and
you so much, sir.
my co-supervisor, Dr. Smriti Jori ma'am, JDB Government Girls College. And I also extend my gratitude to the Director of Zoological Survey of India, where I work as an assistant zoologist, and appreciation also due to the officers of Research Research Center ZSI, Jodhpur, and Principal JDB Government College, Kota, for their encouragement and support. These are the key references, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing knowledge about significance of butterflies and how to develop sustainable environment for their protection. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
If somebody remains, please mention your name in chat box. Please mention your name in chat box if you want to present in this technical session. But your name should be in the list for this technical session. Now I would like to invite Dr. Mohammad Yunus Wani, Assistant Professor, Sericulture from Mirgund, Kashmir. Sir, please mention your name. Yunus Wani sir, are you with us? ये दिनेश चौधरी देंगे क्या? दिनेश चौधरी देंगे? दिनेश चौधरी है क्या? Connected. और यूनुस वानी? दिनेश चौधरी को कर दो. Sir, please continue with your presentation. As our technical session is about to over, please continue. Now, we have Dr. Mohammad Yunus Wani with us for his presentation on activities of acid and alkaline phosphate. Sir, you are not audible. Sir, please unmute your mic. Sir, sir, we can't hear you. You are not connected with us. Now I would like to invite Mr. Dinesh Chaudhary. Mr. Dinesh Chaudhary, research scholar, zoology from Government College Kota. Now we have Dinesh Chaudhary as
Yes,
our
ma'am.
next presenter. Mr. Dinesh Chaudhary, please share your screen for your presentation. Sir, please share your screen. Chat box में मैसेज डालो ना इनके नाम.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and you can proceed. And you have only 3 minutes, sir, as our session is about to over.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, all respected intellectuals adorned with knowledge and dignity. Thank you for this opportunity to present my PPT on review article Honey Bees, Honey and Pollution, a One Health Perspective. Myself, Dinesh Chaudhary, I am presenting a review article with my research supervisor, Dr. Rajendra Singh Rajao, sir. The content of my presentation. Introduction. Pollution and climate change are significant threats to organisms. Its far-reaching impacts on health are still under exploration. Its indiscriminate nature affects all the living systems given the ecological and economic importance of honeybees. Make them a candidate worth exploring. Under the influence of pollution, a One Health approach is crucial to address this growing problem and protect both honeybees and human health. Why pollution? There is growing evidences on effect of pollution on human health, potential to alter the physiology of biological systems. The evidences focuses human majority. Research shows that pollutants impair honeybees' cognition, immunity, and behavior, jeopardizing their survival and ecosystem services. Pollination services for approx 75% of breeding food crops, economic impact exceeding $150 billion annually. Honeybees are bioindicators of environmental health. Honey was utilized for both nutritional and medicinal purpose. Types of pollutants affecting honeybees like chemical pesticides used by farmers, drugs used by beekeepers, airborne particulate matters, contaminated water sources, forest fires, agriculture activities, etc. Some articles on honeybees' health and One Health concept. An article namely quantifying the impact of pesticides on learning and memory in bees. Pesticides, particularly neonicotinoids, negatively impact bee learning and memory. Even at field realistic does they can impair foraging efficiency and colony health. Meta-analysis reveals significant effects on both acute and chronic exposure. Addressing the issue require a multifaceted approach, including rigorous testing of new pesticides, long-term monitoring, and sustainable agriculture practices to protect these vital pollinators. The second article, as a conclusion, honeybees, vital pollinators, are facing increasingly threats from climate change, pollution, and antimicrobial resistance. This interdisciplinary reviews highlights the urgent need to investigate and complex interplay between these factors. By adopting a One Health approach, we can better understand the risks of honeybee health and take steps to protect these essential insects as safeguard human health.
Another article, honeybee and the One Health approach. Honeybees are vital to our ecosystem and food security. However, they can numerous threats, including climate change, pollution, and disease. A One Health approach recognizes the interconnectedness between human, animal, and environmental health. By understanding the complex factor affecting honeybees, we can implement strategies to protect these essential pollinators and safeguard our planet's future. Future directions and conclusion. Recognizing the interconnectedness of honeybee health, human health, and environmental health through a One Health approach can facilitate comprehensive studies that address how pollutants impact honeybees and subsequently influence human food system and biodiversity. The health of honeybees is linked to human health by understanding the impact of pollution on honeybees and adopting a One Health approach. We take to protect these vital pollinators and safeguard our planet's future, to comprehend and build effective regulatory policies on pollution management. Honeybees, being a key component of the ecosystem, is affected by the pollution. However, studies showing that the effect of a pollution on honeybees needs further exploration for sustainable future and effective pollution management strategies. Thank you.
Mr. Dinesh Chaudhary, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Due to some technical issues, we couldn't connect with some participants. Please share your presentation with us. We will include your presentation in this technical session for competition. Because we have time limit, so we cannot accept your presentation right now. Thank you so much, all the participants. I would like to extend my heartful gratitude to Professor Monica Dakshini ma'am, HOD Chemistry Department from Government College Kota, for accepting our invitation and for being with us in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I invite you on the dais or to conclude this session. Please, ma'am.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me as a chairperson for this session. And I also want to thank co-chairperson Professor Aarti Shah and rapporteur Professor Sarita Kandelwal for accompanying me. Around 15 participants from national and international organizations have connected with us, and they have presented their work. And this is really a great platform for all of us to share our knowledge and experiences and their research work. I really had a great time, and I once again thank Dr. Vijay Devra for inviting me and organizing. I would like to thank Dr. Vijay Devra for organizing such a wonderful conference, interdisciplinary conference. Thanks a lot.
Now I would like to invite Professor Smriti Johari ma'am and Professor Poonam ma'am, Professor Devra ma'am to felicitate her for her contribution to this technical session. Please, Poonam ma'am, please come on stage. Aarti ma'am, please come. पूनम मैम, विजय मैम, Aarti ma'am, thank you so much for co-chairperson in this session.
Now I would like to Dr. Monica Dakshine to felicitate and Dr. Smriti Johari to felicitate the Dr. Sarita Khandelwal. She is the reporter of this session. बहुत अच्छा थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू डियर थैंक यू तो 10 सेशन खत्म होता चलेगी शाम को 4 बजे
So much ma'am.
हाँ बस थोड़ा सा
Good afternoon, Professor George.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
How are you? I'm Narendra Bhojak.
Thank you. That's about you.
Yeah. So we are going to start within 1 or 2 minutes, as
great.
because of the lunch, the audience has just come. So within 1 minute we are going to start. I'm very happy to hear you and see you after a long time. I think after 22.
Yes.
Yeah. So just they are introducing, and then within 1 minute we are going to start. Okay.
Great. No problem, but I didn't know about the time sheet.
Just within 1 minute. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I, Dr. Jayashree Davre, co-chairperson for the session with my colleague Dr. Vikas Jahangir as the rapporteur of the session. Now I request Professor Bhojak to chair the session and continue the proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. As you know that Professor George Kajlovich from Hungary, Budapest University of Technology and Economics from Budapest, Hungary, is with us. George, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we are very happy and eagerly waiting to listen George, as I personally know that he is one of the main leading researcher in not only in Hungary but all over the world. I just want to give some introduction about the professional biography of George. George Kajlovich graduated from the Technical University Budapest in 1981. He got PhD in 1984, DSc in 94, and Dr. Habil 1995 degrees. He spent his postdoctoral years 84 to 85 together with Professor Louis D. Quinn, Duke University, Dublin, and then University of Manchester, Emirate. He has been the head of the organic chemistry and technology for last 22 years. From 1990 to 2021, he devoted his research career to organophosphorus chemistry, developing new synthetic methods and new families of compounds. In fact, he has not only developed families, but he has also developed a series and library of the series of compounds. He also deals with the environmental friendly green chemistry, green chemical technology, embracing microwave chemistry, ionic liquid, new catalysts, and selective organic synthesis along with flow chemistry. He took also part in CA30 pharmaceutical industry projects, developing technology whose results were implemented by 3 patents. He is the author and co-author of more than 700 papers, including 42 review articles, 4 books, and 55 book chapters. Interestingly, his H-index is a dream for all of us, is 48. A number of citations are more than 6,500 are with him in last 5 years or so. He has also been the editor-in-chief of Current Organic Chemistry, founder E1C, Current Green Chemistry, and the section E1C of Chemical Section of Symmetry. He is associate editor of Current Organic Synthesis and many other. Presently, he is the trustee of the rector in the project for Green and Sustainable Budapest University of Technology. He has been acknowledged by the high state decoration of Knight Cross 21 and highest university medal Joseph Nader Prize 22. We are really happy and feeling proud to see you and eagerly waiting to listen you, Professor George, about your experience, and I am also sure that it will be a learning experience for our students as well as for all of us, the green methods in the synthesis of organophosphorus compounds with potential bioactivity. Over to you, Professor George.
Okay. Thanks, Professor Bojak, for your very kind and somewhat embarrassing introduction. I am very grateful to be with you, and also thanks are due to Professor Debra, who invited me. As you mentioned, I am dealing with organophosphorus chemistry and green chemistry, and you will be surprised that it is very easy to mix these two quite different fields of chemistry. Please tell me if you can see the second slide. Can you see the second slide? I hope. Can you hear me? I hope. Okay, so one of the first topic that we tried to carry out reactions that are otherwise impossible. I mean that certain thermally impossible reactions may become possible under microwave irradiation. And this is the esterification of P acids, some alcoholysis, transesterifications, aminolysis, and hydrolysis. Microwave is very beneficial, as you will see a little bit later on. Here is a basic reaction when phosphinic ester is prepared by the reaction of phosphinic chloride and alcohol. This reaction is nice, and applied in industry, but it goes with the liberation of HCl, and HCl is not good. It should be removed, and atomic efficiency will not be so high. That is the problem. So we were brave enough to try the esterification of phosphinic acids under microwave conditions. As I mentioned, thermally, this reaction is not possible. I will tell you why a little bit later on. And we were surprised to find that under microwave irradiation, this esterification took place very nicely and efficiently. Only 160 and 180 centigrade had to be applied under some pressure in a closed microwave vessel. And then we were able to extend this kind of reaction to the esterification of other phosphinic acids. So this is a green variation. Moreover, we were able to extend this reaction from phosphinic acids to phosphonic acids. Phosphonic acids contain 2 hydroxy groups, and it was nice to experience that one alkoxy group could be replaced by one hydroxy group could be replaced by an alkoxy group, so we could prepare the monoester. The second ester function had to be introduced by alkyl, so-called alkylating esterification. So it was possible to convert phosphinic acids to dialkyl phosphonates. Moreover, it was also possible, after the conversion of phosphinic acids, phosphonic acids, phosphoric acid derivatives to the corresponding esters. And as you see from the green species, it was possible to obtain the red species, the dibutyl ester, but the esterification stopped at this stage. And again, the third butoxy group had to be introduced by alkylating esterification. By the way, tributyl phosphate is a very good extracting agent from for metal wastes. There are fluids obtained in the industry containing valuable metal ions, and metal ions can be extracted by forming complex with tributyl phosphate and other phosphoric esters. And please know that all these reactions, all these three esterifications I was speaking about, can be promoted by the addition of some ionic liquid, but not as a solvent, only as a catalyst. And I'm going to return to this point that ionic liquids are green solvents, but also green catalysts, applied in 5%, 10%, and so on. On the bottom of this slide, you can see an indeed green approach, where phosphorus pentoxide was converted to the mixture of monoalkoxy phosphoric ester and dialkoxy phosphoric ester, and the monoalkoxy phosphoric ester could be converted to the that species to dialkoxy phosphoric ester. So if phosphorus pentoxide is the starting material, this is a very chlorine-free synthesis and it can be regarded to be green. And here I'm going to explain the background, the utilization of microwave, why microwaves can promote such reactions that are otherwise not proceeding under conventional thermal heating. The reason is the activation barrier. You can see on the left side that we calculated the activation barrier for the esterification of the cyclic phosphinic acid, and it was 135 kilojoule per mole. It's very, very high. At the same time, for an ordinary esterification, when a carboxylic acid is converted to the ester, it requires only 75 kilojoule per mole. So normal esterification has a lower activation barrier, but the esterification of P acids possess a higher activation barrier. And microwave is suitable to overcome this very high activation barrier. What is the reason? Well, the reason is that on microwave irradiation, there will be local overheatings, statistically occurring local overheatings, and these are very favorable, as there will be the temperature in the nanoparticles will be somewhat higher, and these somewhat higher temperatures, according to the Arrhenius equation, will promote the reaction. So this is the reason that the microwave may be very useful for those reactions that are impossible to be performed on conventional heating. No black magic at all if microwave irradiation is regarded. And also, we were successful elaborating the continuous flow version of this microwave esterification. Here you can see the microwave reactor. This is a commercially available SAM microwave reactor, and there is the flow cell and an HPLC pump made flowing the fluids. This flow cell on the right side is a 10 milliliter size, so it's a very small. Still, it was efficient for the preparation. And going from the field of phosphorus-containing acids to sulfur-containing acids, it was again possible to perform esterifications, and these esterifications were again impossible on thermal heating, but on microwave we could perform this reaction very similarly to that of the phosphoric acid derivatives. And in the literature there were several examples, but they had to be corrected in some respect because higher temperature was necessary, the excess of the alcohol. I didn't mention in all these esterification, the alcohol had to be used in a 15-fold excess. But it is not a problem, as on the working up procedure, you can evaporate and you can recycle the excess of the alcohol without any problem. And also we calculated the mechanism for the esterification of benzene sulfonic acid, and 3 mechanisms had to be checked, and we found, you can see in the diagram, that route 1 was the most favorable with a pretty high enthalpy of activation, 144 kilojoule per mole. Normally, on thermal heating, it is not possible to conduct this reaction with this barrier. But again, on microwave irradiation, this reaction proceeded nicely and quite efficiently. Okay, so this was the first topic. Let me change for the transesterification of phosphinic esters. Transesterifications are very important. Why? Because of the biodiesel production. You know, esters are obtained from the nature, and they are reacted with methanol, and you will get glycerin and the biodiesel. Of course, going to organophosphorus chemistry, it is a different science, but still, from a phosphoric ester, you will get another phosphoric ester. And we found that microwave irradiation promotes this reaction and makes efficient. Also, in the second scheme, you can see the transesterification of dibenzyl phosphide. And in the first step, 1 benzyloxy group can be replaced. In the second stage, both. And regarding intermediate B, it has an asymmetric phosphorus center. That is interesting if we are considering chiral P ligands. This reaction was also transformed into a flow synthesis and worked nicely. And for favorite compounds, the cyclic phosphinic esters could also be transesterified if you see the bottom schemes. The unsaturated version and the saturated version work as well. It is a quite new reaction. When a phosphinic ester is reacted with another nucleophile, not with an alcohol, but an amine, you will get phosphinic amine. And this is again a chlorine-free synthesis. So in this respect, this is green. We were the first who developed this kind of reaction, described in green chemistry, and also unsaturated ring and saturated ring esters could also be transformed. The opposite reaction is when an amide, 3.2, when an amide is converted to an ester, refluxing under microwave conditions, the amide with the excess of alcohol. And this reaction also occurs. And under point 3.3, the bottom, you can see when an amide is transformed on reaction with another amide with a second amide. And this is called the transamination reaction on the analogy on the alcoholysis or transesterification. This is the transamination reaction. Okay. Then we tried to perform the hydrolysis of P esters. This is a black box. This topic represents a black box in the literature. Why? Because very complex conditions were applied, long reaction times, unnecessary quantity of the acid catalyst. So, but we tried to make order, and we elaborated and even followed the reactions by P31 NMR. It is very obvious if you have an organophosphorus compounds, P31 NMR is suitable to monitor the reaction. And you can see the blue line starting ester, the quantity of the starting material decreased. At the same time, the pink line shows that the quantity of the product increased. And also, on the right side, you can see two lines for the starting material. Why? Because 3A and 3B represented the diastereomeric mixture, and both diastereomers were consumed in the reaction mixture. Moreover, we could set up reactivity order, and we found if we apply unsaturated compound, the unsaturation causes increase in the reactivity. It acts some kind of electron withdrawing substituent, increasing the partial positive charge on the phosphorus atom. And we could elaborate the hydrolysis in the microwave reactor as well. And we added paratoluene sulfonic acid instead of hydrochloric acid as the catalyst. Why? To avoid corrosion on one hand, on the other hand, to add a microwave absorber. Paratoluene sulfonic acid is a polar compound and may help absorbing the microwave energy. And it was useful. You can see on the left diagram that the quantity influenced the temperature rise in the system. And this reaction was also carried out under microwave flow conditions. It is a somewhat more complicated case when a phosphonic ester is hydrolyzed. Why is it more complicated? Because there are two alkoxy groups, and one alkoxy group will be hydrolyzed in the first step, and the other one will be hydrolyzed in the second step. And also you can see here the kinetic curves. We established the key values actually, and also again we could set up reactivity order. And it was not so surprising that in case of the isopropyl group and the benzyl group, the reaction rate was much higher. Why? Because in this case, the alkyl fission, acid catalyzed alkyl fission, was also present. Okay, then a quite different topic. This is, but fitting into the green chemistry discipline, this is the PC coupling hero reaction. I'm sure you all know about the carbon-carbon cross-coupling reactions like the Suzuki reaction and so on. And in the phosphorus chemistry, its analog is the Hiraho reaction. Hiraho discovered this reaction in the 1980s. So this is relatively young reaction, and they applied bromoarene and dialkyl phosphite, and the product was dialkyl aryl phosphonate, and they had to use the palladium tetrakis triphenylphosphine catalyst. You may recall that this catalyst, palladium tetrakis triphenylphosphine, is not a nice catalyst. It's sensitive, expensive. You have to store it in a fridge. So our purpose was to replace this catalyst. And we were successful applying the reagent, the dialkyl phosphate, in some excess, and this could serve as a P ligand. Why? Because in the middle on the right side, you can see that it may have a tautomeric form, and the tautomeric form contains a P3 atom, and the P3 is suitable to act as a ligand. So we could eliminate using expensive P ligands, meaning costs and environmental burden. Just we used some excess of the phosphorylating agent. But this worked only under microwave irradiation. Okay, then we could extend this reaction to mixed derivatives regarding the phosphorus species, and also we applied secondary phosphinoxides in order to prepare tertiary phosphinoxides in the Hiraho PC coupling reaction. And here is the usual mechanism on the left side of this cross-coupling reaction, everybody knows it starts with oxidative addition, change of the ligands, and finally it is followed by reductive elimination. And we applied this circle to our system, having a P ligand, and it nicely worked, and we established the enthalpy of activation, and it was pretty high, higher than 160 kilojoule per mole. So again, microwave irradiation was justified. And also, surveying the literature, we wish to prepare species obtained by the high hero reaction, species with biological activity. And searching in the databases, several heterocycles were selected. Carbazole derivative, for example, and dibenzo phenol derivatives, and we could phosphorylate again this kind of starting materials under the standard conditions we developed. And also, and then we subjected the products to screening for biological activity. To be concrete or precise, we applied them on cell cultures containing human non-small lung carcinoma, and this is A549, and monomark 6, that is acute monocytal leukemia. So we tested them against lung cancer, and a special leukemia. And you can see that the IC50 values in red, with red background, 9 and 8, means a pretty good effect. So we like fantasy to develop further this kind of reaction in order to obtain even more efficient species for the creation of certain cell, certain cancer. Then we changed for the phosphorylation of di-bromo derivatives, and first we introduced one phosphoryl group and then the second one, and we could elaborate the fine-tuning so that we should obtain the monophosphorylated species, and if we applied the phosphorylating reagent in excess in the last line of the first table, we could fine-tune the reaction to furnish the diphosphorylated species. And this was done regarding the para-substituted derivative and the meta-substituted. And the meta-substituted, in the meta-substituted case, we were more successful regarding efficiency. So this was a kind of extension. Okay, we are dealing with green chemistry. For this, we changed for the hero reaction of boronic acid derivatives. You can recall that in the previous slides we applied bromoarenes. Now we changed for boronic acids. Why? Because this is a halogen-free accomplishment. And sure enough, boronic acids could also be applied in the hero reaction. The yields were moved between 60 and 80%. But a very surprising mechanism was explored when we have found that there is no oxidative addition in the cycle. Therefore, we had to use air, or we had to work under aerobe conditions. The hero reaction can be carried out under nitrogen atmosphere, no problem, because there is an oxidative addition. But in this case, if we carried out the reaction under nitrogen, there was no reaction. It required air, in other words, aerobe conditions. So it's a difference that in this case, the oxidative addition didn't work. We had to oxidize back directly the palladium, in order to be able to apply this cycle for the hero reaction. So this was another feature. Okay, let us change from palladium to nickel. Nickel may also be a catalyst precursor in the same way like platinum, and we developed these hero reactions as well. At the same time, there is an interesting question: which to be chosen, platinum or nickel? Well, nickel is cheaper but more toxic, so it is not easy to decide if platinum or nickel should be used. I presume in the pharmaceutical industry, if they perform a cross-coping reaction, they will still remain this platinum. But nickel hides also some kind of possibility. And it is very interesting that regarding nickel, there is an interesting paper in the literature that was not really true, because they applied reducing agent in order to promote the reductive elimination, but we found this is not good. It caused damages, and even the reaction will not go. And my quantum chemist colleague calculated that in this case, not a nickel 2, nickel 0 transition is responsible, but surprisingly, nickel 2, nickel 4 transition is responsible for this reaction. We were the first who found this, and I have to tell you that we had to fight with the referees. Nobody wanted to believe. Still, this is the truth, actually. But finally, we were successful to persuade them that this is a very special hero reaction. And also, this was true for our case when we applied trialkyl phosphide as the P ligand. I don't want to go into detail, but the energetics of this kind of reaction was completely reasonable. At the same time, when we assume nickel 2, nickel 0 transition state, the reaction didn't go. There was a cut in the mechanism, in the energy diagram. It didn't work at all. Okay, next topic, Kabachnik-Fields reaction. While in the hero reaction, microwave irradiation helped the catalyst. In the Kabachnik-Fields reaction, microwave irradiation may substitute the catalyst itself, again making possible to elaborate a green method and save costs. But what is the Kabachnik-Fields reaction? The Kabachnik-Fields reaction is the 3-component condensation. In the middle you can see dialkyl phosphide, an oxo compound, aldehyde or ketone, and the primary or secondary amide, and you will get aminophosphonic derivatives. Aminophosphonic derivatives are the relatives of amino acids. Hence, they can be involved in the biochemical processes taking place in our body. They may have enzyme inhibitory properties. For this reason, they can use as certain drugs, certain agents. It's a very fashionable and evergreen reaction, the Kabachnik-Fields reaction. Early authors suggested a lot of very special catalysts. And we found that there is no catalyst if the 3-component condensation realized under microwave conditions. We prepared a lot of alpha-aminophosphonic derivatives. Even we could elaborate the bis Kabachnik-Fields reaction when an amine will incorporate 2 phosphonomethyl moieties. Removing the oxygen atom, bidental P ligands were obtained, and the cyclic on the right side at the top, you can see the cyclic platinum complex that could be used as catalyst in, for example, hydroformylation or the oxo synthesis. And also it was possible to get involved an acid, the carboxylic acid amide in the Kawashnik-Fields reaction. This is route A under 6,3, and also it was possible to oscillate the aminophosphonic derivatives. So these were again some kind of extensions. And recently we have synthesized mixed these derivatives. So we performed one Kawashnik-Fields reaction to get an aminophosphonic derivatives, and this aminophosphonic derivative was led to a second Kawashnik-Fields reaction when the aminophosphonate formed the amine component of the reaction. And this is called the tandem Kawashnik-Fields reaction, when two Kawashnik-Fields sequence follow each other. Again, as I mentioned, aminophosphonic derivatives are relevant from the point of view of bioactivity. And again, we tried out this kind of aminophosphonic derivatives prepared on certain cell cultures. In other words, we carried out cytotoxic examinations. And we studied human breast adenocarcinoma, prostate adenocarcinoma, human lung carcinoma, and human epidermoid carcinoma. This means some kind of skin cancer. And you can see that the brownish fields mean pretty higher activity that gives us hope to be able to utilize it further. And the aminophosphonic derivatives could be modified further in order to prepare other derivatives, additional derivatives. Here you can see that the benzyl amino derivative was subjected to catalytic hydrogenation in order to remove the benzyl group. This reaction was not a nice clean reaction, but we could apply. And then the aminophosphonic derivatives with or without the benzyl group in the middle and in the bottom scheme were subjected to oscillation reaction. And interestingly, different conformers could be identified under low temperature NMR measurement. And for this reason, we could characterize both rotamers by carbon-13 NMR at a low temperature. And even X-ray crystallography could be performed. Okay, I have spoken about alpha aminophosphonic derivatives. Now let us change for beta aminophosphonic derivatives. Similarly, we could prepare beta aminophosphonic derivatives. They could be acylated. Again, a conformational equilibrium would be substantiated. And that was the purpose. The purpose was to obtain a potentially biologically active species. And again, they were subjected to cytotoxic examinations involving breast carcinoma, prostate carcinoma, epidermoid carcinoma, and lung carcinoma. And again, you can see that we achieved pretty good results. The sister of the Kawashnik-Fields reaction is the Pudovic reaction. In this case, carbonyl compound is reacted with dialkyl phosphite, and in an additional reaction that is an atomic efficient reaction, hydroxyphosphonic derivatives will be obtained. Hydroxyphosphonic derivatives again may be regarded as to have enzyme inhibitory properties. Let me just justify this by the early use of tritorphon. This was a plant protecting agent as an insecticide. It is not used anymore, but this was the first example for the biological activity. And we elaborated green synthesis for the Pudovic reaction, under microwave conditions and without microwave conditions. Many authors describe this Pudovic reaction on the surface of a solid catalyst. It's nice, but after the reaction, they used a lot of solvents in order to extract the alpha-hydroxyphosphoric derivatives. So it wasn't nice from the point of view of green chemistry. And we were to solve the problem, and we used a very small quantity of acetone, and from the acetone medium, the hydroxyphosphoric derivatives crystallized out in a nice form, solid form, and there was no need for any purification. Here you can see the diversity of the hydroxyphosphonic derivatives we prepared by the Pudovic reaction. Nice crystalline products justified by single crystal X-ray analysis. And it was interesting to find that the alpha hydroxyphosphonic derivatives having an alpha hydrogen atom may form a chain in the structure, chain, while if there is no hydrogen atom in the alpha position, a dimeric structure was substantiated. Here you can see nice dimeric structure. And also the reactions of hydroxyphosphoric derivatives were explored, and interestingly, the hydroxy group could be replaced by an amino group, again, to convert hydroxyphosphoric derivatives to aminophosphoric derivatives. And this reaction was promoted by a very useful so-called adjacent group effect. So the PO group in the neighborhood promoted this kind of reaction. And we could rearrange the hydroxyphosphoric derivatives to benzyl derivatives. The formation of the PO group has a very high driving force, 400 kilocalorie per mole. And this is, by the way, the driving force of the Wittig reaction as well, to form a PO group. And also the hydrophosphonic derivatives could be acylated and phosphorylated in order to make available new derivatives. Quite recently, we could sulfonate the hydroxy group, sulfonyloxy derivatives were prepared, and we could prepare new families of compounds belonging to the bisphosphine oxides and bisphosphonic derivatives. I'm going to return to this topic very soon. Additional bisphosphonic derivatives could also be prepared. And just to mention that the hydroxyphosphonic derivatives contain a chiral center, and we were able to elaborate a resolving process to get the two antipodes in a pure form. Unfortunately, there is no time to say more about this, but tartaric acid derivative, a complex, diastereomeric complex made from tartaric acid derivative was the main actor of this resolution project. And this complicated structure is the diastereomeric formation, from which the clean enantiomer of the hydroxyphosphoric derivative could be liberated. And also, hydroxyphosphoric derivatives were subjected to anti-cancer staining, giving encouraging results. Other hydroxyphosphoric derivatives containing a phosphonoethyl group could be prepared, and also other containing on the right, in the middle, phosphonoethyl group were also prepared, and these could be converted to heterocyclic rings on heating on cesium carbonate. Again, very nice compound library was prepared, which gave encouraging biological activity results against cancer. And also, alpha oxophosphonic derivatives could be converted to hydroxy bisphosphonic derivatives, and we could fine-tune the reaction in order to get the adducts or to get the rearranged products. Again, PO rearrangement occurred in this kind of reaction, and fine-tuning was possible to make selective this kind of reactions. And we observed that there was a difference if a phenyl group or a methyl group was on the carbonyl group. If there was a phenyl group, the inclination was higher to get the rearranged product. And finally, let me tell you something about bisphosphonic derivatives. Bisphosphonic derivatives are very important drugs against osteoporosis, different bone cancers. And in Hungary, there is Richter Gedeon, a pharmaceutical factory in Budapest, in the capital, and they prepare, they synthesize this kind of medicines, and they provide all of the world with this kind of green medicines. Why are these green medicines? Because a very low dose is enough. Micrograms per month or milligrams in a half year is enough doses. So a very small quantity is needed. And here is the development of the bisphosphonic derivatives. The up-to-date versions are zoledronate and ibandronate and alendronate. And if technetium is used for labeling, then you will be able to see where are the problems with your skeleton. And also you should know that osteoclasts eat the bone tissues, and osteoblasts are making new tissues. And if there is a balance in your body, you will be healthy. If osteoclasts, the eating, the degrading cells are stronger, you will get osteoporosis. Here you can see that how bisphosphonic derivatives bind the calcium atom, preventing the illness. And on the bottom part, you can see how these bisphosphonic derivatives may cause apoptosis of the osteoclasts. And here you can see again the scale of the bisphosphonic derivatives. Very finally, we were able to elaborate industrially useful method for the preparation of bisphosphonic derivatives. And this was a green synthesis, eliminating bad solvents, not green solvents, optimizing the reaction. And this reaction was even patented. It is the mechanism, the different versions of this reaction. And my final remark is, I promised that I'm going to return to the ionic liquids. I believe, and I teach my students on my technological courses, that according to my opinion, ionic liquids will serve as catalysts mainly, not as solvents. It is possible to use ionic liquids, green solvents sometimes, but their major role will be to use them, to apply them as catalysts. And here finally, here you can see the members of my group who made possible these results. And here is 3 pictures from Budapest, the Technical University of Budapest, a nice bridge across the river Danube, and the Houses of Parliament. If possible, please visit us, and if you come, please let me know. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor George. Before I officially acknowledge you, I request audience, if they are having any doubt or any question, so it's open session for any asking. Meantime, sir, we are really overwhelmed to listen you. After a long period, I am listening you, I think 4th or 5th time, and every time I am learning new things. Today's 2 things which I would like to note and underline from your this enormous learning experience is about the First thing is that you have told all things about this development aspect from your broad research, your research experience. It's not only good for students, but it's also very nice for faculty members like us. But today you have emphasized on matrix metalloproteinase and also the microwave as a substitute catalyst. I think this is going to make or reveal the history in the coming area. Today we cannot visualize it because we are working in the basic science, but as far as a student, I understand that it is going to be a big breakthrough in the coming pharmaceutical industries. On the basis of this, you have not only developed the antiviral, antibiotics, anti-helminthic compounds, which are having the very high activity in comparison to other materials. This is the first observation for which I am so much thankful to you that this is a real experience for me and all of us. And second point which you have highlighted, I think, sir, this is the next generation work. I think sitting at the Hungary, you have really investigated and initialized the students of India also. That is the bone implementation. You are searching in the field of phosphorus chemistry, microwave chemistry to phosphorus to bone implementation, and I'm sure that by the next time we will also be working in the field of bone implementation with your inspiration, and as a source of mentor and inspiration for Indian students as well as globally. You are really wonderful, and I am not only saying on behalf of myself, on the basis of all organizers and all scientific community from India. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Professor Bojek, for nice work. Thanks and bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll meet you soon.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Next speaker. P. Dwivedi, Professor P. Dwivedi. Professor Padmanabh Dwivedi. If Padmanabh Dwivedi is there, kindly. Is there? Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Professor Dwivedi?
Yes, I am very much here.
Okay. Professor George, if you are there, kindly, is he sharing?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor George. We are leading for the next session, and so nice of you. Thanks as usual, as always.
Hello.
Now I request Professor Padmanabh Dwivedi. Professor Dwivedi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sir. So let I give a brief about Professor Dwivedi. Sir, can you please on your video, Professor Dwivedi?
It is on. It is already on.
Then please shift from Professor George to that, Professor Dwivedi. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Professor Padmanabh Dwivedi is professor and head in the Department of Plant Physiology, Institute of Agriculture Sciences, BHU, Varanasi. His specialization is stress physiology, plant tissue culture, physiology of plant pathogen, interaction of biodiversity management. He is doctorate from University of Cambridge, teaching and research experience of more than 25 and 30 years respectively. He has carried out research work in 4 overseas laboratories, spanning a period of 5 years. He is having more than 150 publications, 60 book chapters and 11 books. He has guided more than 18 PhD students. He has handled and completed several research funded projects from CST, UGC, DBT, NMPB, DST. He is a recipient of several scholarship and fellowship awards like Malviya Medal, Young Scientist Award, Cambridge Nehru Scholarship Award, Overseas Award, and so many others. He is a fellow of Cambridge Commonwealth Society, UK, Cambridge Philosophical Society, UK, Indian Society of Plant Physiology. He has served as Vice President of Indian Society of Plant Physiology for the year 2013 and sectional member of Plant Science Sectional ISCA. He has organized 11 international as well as national workshop and various other summer school, winter schools and UGC refresher and orientation courses. He is also the reviewer in various international research journals. His wide educational administration experience, including headship of the Department of Physiology. With due respect, we request you, Professor Padmanabhan Dwivedi sir, please deliver your lecture in front of our audience.
Video on hai. Video on hai. Thank you very much. I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you very much. At the outset, is it visible now? The screen is visible? If the PPT is visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible perfectly and you are also audible. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you very much. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Sir, your video is not coming. Your video.
Okay. Video is on already here.
It's already on. So that may be your system problem. Anyway, please continue then.
The video is on. Okay, just hang on a minute. I'm checking. Yes, it is on. It is on. Why it is not coming, I don't know. Okay. So I would like to, thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and particularly Professor Poonam Jaiswal. And today's topic I have chosen just keeping in view the large amount of the number of students, and it is a kind of basic and more interesting topic in the present day, ensuring agricultural and environmental sustainability, overcoming climate change impacts. So we talk a lot about how to sustain the environment, how to sustain the agriculture in the global climate era, and we'll be talking about certain aspects like global warming and climate change, then the greenhouse gases and the effects, evidence of global warming, impact of climate change on agriculture, impact of climate change on human health, and then what are the actions planned taken by the government of India in particular. So we talk about what is global warming and climate change. We all know that climate change is a long-term rise in the average temperature of Earth's climate, and it is a major aspect of climate change. But the global warming is, particularly anthropogenic created activity and event outcome. It is the mainly human-caused increase in global surface temperatures, while climate change includes both global warming and its effects such as changes in precipitation and many more, as I would be taking different aspects later on. So climate change causes, the current Earth climate warming trend is extremely likely to be a result of the human activity, as we all appreciate, and we all know that because of the industrialization, because of the urbanization and interventions of humankind, particularly in the since mid 20th century. So there is a rise in the climate change activities and the events like global temperature rise, We'll appreciate that it has been on the record that 1.8 degrees centigrade temperature rise is expected, and by 2100 maybe about 3.5 to 4 degrees centigrade. Then also, the warming oceans, and this warming ocean, global temperature rise, particularly we talk about that about 1.3 degrees centigrade since pre-industrialized era. Now, we all know that this last decade, 2011 to 2020, was the warmest decades. And, the Arctic was warmer twice as fast as the global average. So ocean warming is another problem, as ocean is absorbing more of heat and energy from rising greenhouse gas emissions. And ocean has absorbed about roughly 90% of all these heat generated by such rising emissions since record keeping started by 1955, mid-1950 years. And as we all know that the last year, 2023, was the warmest recorded year. So, the risk, there are many risks, ocean acidification and the impacts on marine ecosystems, on the livelihoods, on the disease incidence increase, and then more hurricanes kind of phenomenon taking place, not only in India, but across the world. So these are the risks associated because of the global warming changes, and the ocean is warming. And then it also has led to shrinking ice sheets and snow cover. So what we call as a melting of, the ice caps in the temperate countries particularly. Then extreme weather events, erratic events, we all, witnessing all these across the world. And then ocean acidification, which is very important phenomena, because due to this, pH of ocean decreases as a result of absorption of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And, it is estimated that by 2100, the pH will decrease from 0.15 to 0.5 pH units. That is around 150% more acidic than it was before Industrial Revolution. So that would be very difficult for our organisms to, make calcium carbonate-like structures, shells. So it is threat to shell, fish, corals, and theropods like organisms. So it would be very difficult for the marine ecosystem as well, because of this, the ocean is acidified. So greenhouse effect, we all appreciate, and there are the students, they already know what greenhouse effect is. So we know that the earth is warming, and infrared radiation is emitted from the earth's surface, and it's not able to cross the barrier in the atmosphere. So that keeps the atmosphere warm, the earth warm. And the water vapor and carbon dioxide occur naturally. And the human activities are adding large amount of carbon dioxide, H2S, methane, and then perfluorocarbons and sulfur hexafluoride. We know that since 1750, atmospheric concentration of CO2 and methane and N2 have increased by over 20 to 36%. Obviously, now it is more than 40%, the current data. So future changes in risk and impacts, you will see that how CO2 emissions in the last 50 to, coming around 50 years, it has changed, and in the coming 100 years, it is predicted to change. Now CO2 emissions, it has changed, it will change in 2100, 2100 to more than, half from, if you see 100 times more. Likewise, the methane emission is also likely to increase many folds. N2 emissions and SO2 emissions because of the industrialization and many other activities across the world. And the air pollution is most of the problems in adding to this phenomenon. So buildup of atmospheric carbon dioxide over time, if you see that it has crossed nearly 380 ppm at the moment, and probably it will reach to 400 as per one prediction of ICP. Then heavy precipitation events has taken over central India, increased during last 50 years, and this has led to a lot of precipitation and erratic rainfall, and disturbing the Kharif and Rabi pattern of our cultivation of the crops and affecting the yields. So as I said, future climate is likely to be warmer. 1.8 to 4 degrees centigrade is expected by the end of the century. This is the global mean temperature, that 0.74 degrees centigrade, it has increased in the last 100 years. This is the data. So why we care about climate change? Having said that, because of the climate change, the temperature is rising, and many other, atmospheric changes are taking place. So because that dramatic food cost will increase due to impact on agriculture, if we talk about agriculture, Then there is increased frequency of extreme weather events, as I said, that hurricanes, storms, and many other, polar ice caps melting and all those things, associated things are happening. Then water scarcity due to droughts and melting of glaciers is also one of the biggest challenges that humankind would face in the coming era. And the human migrations, a large number of population, shifting from those disturbed area to non-disturbed area. So higher number of climate refugees would also increase, and that would put more burden on the socio-economic pattern of the country, of the world. So we talk about how really, affecting this climate change, particularly if we talk about drought, and it will affect the plant growth and development, and how really agriculture. So if we see that the level of stress is less, severity is less, so there is a stomatal resistance, decrease in turgor pressure, reduction in cell enlargement, photosynthetic partitioning, osmotic adjustment, and root growth. These are some parameters which, are come into existence when they are facing drought on a low scale. Then moderate level of stress, the rate of photosynthesis is affected, senescence of older leaves takes place, and finally it is affecting the yield. If there is a high levels of stress, then how really the plant cope up with that, and what really happens is that gas exchange particularly drops to zero. Then turgor is lost, carbon is lost by respiration, canopy temperature increases, and photosynthetic translocation and all metabolic machinery is affected. Likewise, if we talk about more of drought and more of salinity stress because of this secondary problems associated with droughts and moisture stress, there are rural lands also, problem of rural lands coming into action, and that also increases sodicity and alkalinity. Particularly salinity stress is a problem, and it affects more of reproductive growth, not only vegetative but reproductive growth also. And for instance, flowering and pollination, fruit development, yield, quality, and seed production also. And we talk about some particular crops like wheat, sorghum, cowpea. We have found that these crops were most sensitive during vegetative and early reproductive stages, but less sensitive during flowering and least sensitive during the seed filling stages. So pattern-wise, crop-wise, the response will differ, but more or less the salt stress having imposed while the shoot apex is in vegetative stage can adversely affect spike development, and therefore the yield will be drastically reduced. Some of the anatomical features associated with salinity stress is reduced cell size. We are not going in detail here because it's not concerned directly to physiology and abiotic stresses, but since it is related to climate change repercussions on the agriculture and crop productivity, so I'm just putting one or two slides. Then closure of stomata and curtailed water loss, increased stomatal and trichomatous density, greater xylem vessels of both root and shoot, damage mesophyll cells and increased permeability of plasma membrane, and then the reduced photosynthesis because of the change in structural organization of thylakoids. So we basically, how really to cope with all these climate change impacts. There are three kind of strategies, probably mitigation, adaptation, and then suffering. So we'll touch upon all these. As per UN testimonial on global warming impacts, IPCC special report says that warming at 1.5 degrees centigrade is guaranteed in the coming century, and we are running out of time to say under this limit. On the basis of current trends, the World Meteorological Organization expects global average temperature of 3 to 5 degrees centigrade by 2100. So most of the agencies, whether EPA or European Protection Agency or IARI or Indian agencies, they all predict that around 1.8 to 4 degrees centigrade rise in temperature is likely to take place by the end of this century because of all these disturbances, mostly created by the human beings and anthropogenic activities. So what will really happen if it goes beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade, the planet temperature? As per estimation and as per the current trend that is going on, our 70% of coral reef, that is the marine organisms, will die at this temperature, increase in temperature, and at 2 degrees centigrade, virtually all these will be lost. Similarly, over 6 million people mostly thrive in coastal areas, and they will be vulnerable to sea level rise. at this temperature rise, and this will affect 10 million people by the end of this century. So they have to migrate to other places. And insects vital for pollination of crops and plants, we all know, are likely to lose half their habitat at 1.5 degrees centigrade rise in temperature. And this will be more going to cause more havoc if it is at 2 degrees centigrade increase. The sea level rise will be 1 meter higher at 2 degrees centigrade than at 1.5 degrees centigrade, and most of the low-lying countries would be at stake of their existence. So we would say that a slow-moving disaster, in fact, if we are talking about next 50 years and more than that, so if the actions, most of the countries are taking action, so is India also, but it has to come more, delivery system has to come more from the more developed countries like USA and Germany and Brazil and China and other countries. So climate change, if you see that it is leading to increase in sea level by 34%, the population affecting 62%, so is the vegetation crop pattern, they are also affected. About genetic diversity, we've lost around 8,45,000, and 28 degree temperatures, 28 degrees centigrade. 28% of temperature is more likely to affect globally in patches in different countries because of the global climate, and 47% of the glaciers will also be affected. So if we see that climate sensitive scenario, there are different hotspots, particularly if we talk about India and inland, the inner places in India, what we call inland areas, are more likely to become hotspots than coastal or hilly regions. And as far as the carbon intensive scenario is concerned, the red one, we see the severe over 8% will be most affected. So how does climate change impact agriculture? I already talked about that. It will have a drought, it will have problem of flooding, it will have problem of salinity, and many more. So, erratic weather patterns and extreme temperatures and changes in natural resources, and so is the changes in precipitation also threatening farmers' ability to sustainably produce and maintain quality crops. So the gap between, the Kharif and Rabi is shortening. The precipitation, the rainfall level is now, which used to be in July and August, is stretching to August and September, even sometime October. So the crops are not getting that particular, the maturity cycle, life cycle, to grow for better performing and reproductive stages. They are not getting that particular number of days because of this lengthening of this precipitation, rainfall pattern due to climate change. So that's what we are talking about: excessive precipitation, then drought, leading to many other secondary problems, loss of natural resources, the biodiversity, whether it is microbial or plants or aquatic, directly or indirectly they are affected. Then excessive heat, particularly reduces surface water and aquifers also, and all the flowering and pollination patterns of the crops is also affected, as I said, because of the insect and pest disturbances in population. And there are lots of diseases because of the intensification of pest also is likely to take toll on the crop production. So how can farmers really mitigate and adapt to climate change? By increasing in the way of food production, and then how to reduce, this is the challenge really, how to reduce the food prices and then improve the food and nutrition quality, security, and the energy security of the country, and reduce agriculture and environmental footprint also. So we have, the scientists are working already that many techniques and many technologies they are coming up with, but only thing is this, that it has to be, eco-friendly, it has to be cost-effective so that the farmers can use. So lots of people, particularly agronomists, are working no-tillage agriculture, and that will increase the yield by 67% globally. Particularly, we have seen here in case of maize and rice, and on irrigated hectares, if you see. Introduction of plant biotechnology and molecular biology and all CRISPR-Cas and latest technologies that we are intervening, and that also is able to cut short the ill effects of the climate change, and we are producing many of the abiotic and biotic resistant tolerant plants because of that. And also if we see that drought tolerance particularly, and the biofortification like zinc and iron This all has added because of the plant breeding, molecular plant breeding and biotechnological tools. We are really, adding to the food security of the country. But these things are not directly, accessible to the farmers, the marginalized farmers, the poor farmers. The farmers are in patches. Those farmers who are rich, they are, able to connect with the institutions directly. And the scientists are working, they are visiting their fields off and on. But the marginalized farmers, we have to reach out to them and to make them understand and access to these kind of, seeds and other effective, fertilization and tools to them. And there are organizations, there are people who are directly involved with several of programs, like our students visit the fields and the Rabe. Lots of startup programs have already taken place and students are taking interest. They are directly interacting with the farmers and going to the field. And the women empowerment in this agriculture is also blooming in India, particularly if we talk about the Eastern UP where we are situated here. Now women empowerment is also coming into action, particularly in the sector of agriculture and environmental sustainability. Their role is very important, and they can assist, and they are assisting in many ways. So these are certain things, and probably we can, with the aids of physiology intervention, physiological and molecular interventions, we are generating nitrogen use efficient varieties, then heat tolerant varieties also, to overcome, for instance, terminal heat stress problem in wheat, and so on and so forth. So these are certain things that how the science, how the techniques, and how the lab interventions can really help our farmers and the agriculture output in the scenario of climate change. So if we see that how really carbon dioxide emissions per person, the country-wise contribution, you see the very meager compared to our, Indian contribution to this emission per person is very meager if we compare to China and Australia and USA and other countries. And then if you see in India, how really, the global CO2 emissions by different sectors, it is mostly provided by building operations and followed by concrete, steel, aluminum industries, and then transportation industries and others. So what is the contribution of different sectors in India, if we talk about, to climate change? Energy sector, 61%, and then followed by agriculture, 28%, then industrial processes, 8%, and then waste and land use changes and land use pattern contributing to only 1%. This is methane, I already talked. So climate change, agricultural implications in general, if we see, how really, increasing carbon dioxide, although it is good for most crops. Why it is good for most crops? Because it will lead to more of photosynthesis, more of yield, improves water use efficiency, because more CO2 will make plants to use water more efficiently, higher road growth, and nutritional qualities also increases. But there are some negative sides of carbon dioxide increase also, which we deal in this climate change also, because it will have problem, will have to have some nutrients are deficient, they become deficient if the CO2 is high. Then we have challenges from climate change. Because of this, we have to adhere to a lot of other secondary problems, associated events and changes in the crop production. Then increasing in mean temperature, higher evapotranspiration affects growth and yield, obviously. Then intermittent periods of extreme heat stress, which is very highly sensitive physiological processes. As I said, that most of the, the Kharif and Rabi seasons, crops are affected because of this intermittent extreme heat stress, and also extended period of rainfall. Some increase in Kharif rainfall, good for agriculture in general. Increasing rainfall intensity and dry days, more flood and droughts, higher production variability is there. So that's not going to good for agriculture. And then sea level rise, particularly the coastal submergence, salinity problems, impacts on, aquatic organisms, including fish. So by a projection of climate change impact on Indian agriculture, if we see that according to prediction, increase in CO2 to 550 ppm increases yields of rice, wheat, legumes, and oilseeds by 10 to 20%. This is as per the experiments done with face and other things in the lab experiments and outdoor experiments, just to see that really what can happen in future with the changes and increase in the level of CO2. A 1 degree centigrade increase in temperature may reduce yields of wheat, soybean, mustard, groundnut, and potato by 3 to 7%, much of higher losses at higher temperature. Productivity of most crops to decrease marginally by 2020, but 10 to 40% by 2100. Significant impacts on food quality of rice, wheat, nutritional quality, as I said, would be affected, already affected. And that is the reason that, interventions of environmental issues in fortifying our nutritional quality is very much, tested, tried and tested in lab. And that's why scientists are already working on biofortification of not only rice and wheat, but in many other crops as well. Possibly some improvement in yield of chickpea, rabi, maize, sorghum, and millets, and coconut in West Coast. Less loss in potato, mustard, and vegetables in northwestern India due to reduced frost damage. India's agriculture is projected to be negatively impacted by climate change. In particular, increased droughts and floods are likely to increase production variability. Considerable effect on microbes, pathogens, and insects. As I said, the entire dynamics of microbial population will be affected, and there are certain pathogens and insects infestation is likely to increase and causing damage to the crop production. Increasing sea and river water temperature are likely to affect fish breeding, migration, and harvest. The increased water, shelter, and energy requirement for livestock, and imbalance in food trades due to positive impacts on Europe and North America and negative impact on us. So these are certain things that would affect our agriculture. Now, how really to assess this climate change? Because you cannot really do, there is erratic behavior of the pattern of rainfall and then heat and then temperature. So it's very difficult to predict, and simulation models and climatic models have come up for every crop wise. If you see, the crop models and data are used. Now people are working crop wise and taking the simulation model and see that how really if there is any erratic behavior, erratic presence of CO2 and temperature is there in future, how it is going to affect, what kind of parameters is likely to be affected, and accordingly what adaptations and mitigation strategies will have to follow in that situation. A decrease in irrigation water availability will further reduce yields, as I said, because of drought, prolonged drought. Increased frequency of weather extremes will further increase production variability, and future technological developments, for example, we are talking about crop improvement and socio-economic scenarios are not considered here, which has a lot of bearing to sustain as far as sustainability is concerned because of these changes in the climate pattern. So agriculture adapts continuously to climate change. How agriculture diversity is a manifestation of climate adaptation. Really, to a certain extent, plants can cope with that, but not beyond certain limits. And that is the problem that we are facing, a variation in the crop production every year, whether it is sometime in pulses or in cereals or in millets. Millets, rather, that they are more prone to stress, not prone to stress, so they are hardy, so they are not that much affected. But we are talking about cereals and variation in rainfall patterns and humidity, and because of that, many other crops like pulses and all those are affected. So beyond certain limit, the crop production and the crops can adapt, but to a certain limit, but not beyond that. And there only our interventions, scientific interventions have to come up for the solution. The farmer society have always adopted when allowed by technology availability, and that is what we are making sure that these technology from lab to land should follow strategically, and it should be cost effective also, and it should be universally given to all farmers, made available to all farmers. And government is trying to in various ways, but we have to still go a long distance in this regard. its economic viability and their socio-economic capacity, traditional coping strategies like mixed cropping, changing land use, diversification of income sources, migration. The nature of agriculture has changed from subsidies-oriented to market-oriented, and that is a good sign of that Indian agriculture, but need for some other adaptive strategies is also there. So what are the concerns? Change in mean temperature and rainfall, and then variability in weather, climate, particularly unpredictable short-term weather extremes, period of normal weather, drought, flood, heat, and all in same crop season. That is the problem. You see, still we are November here, but still there is a no sign of winter. So this is how the global pattern. You see that in Europe there used to be all the time snowing and winter, but now they are using ceiling fans and all those things. So there it is more of heat problem, higher temperature problem. In India, the season, the shortening of the summer season, lengthening of more of unpredictable rainfall patterns and unpredictable period of winter. So we are in more affected compared to see the temperate one, but temperate regions have their own problems, as I said. But globally, if you see the pattern of the weather conditions have already changed, whether it is Europe or India or any other country. So an adaptation studies for agriculture to climate change, if you see, assist farmers in coping with current climatic risks. So weather services, agro advisories, insurance, this is the latest one, which was not that much focused previously. Now the insurance, crop insurance and all those things have come. Community banks for seed and fodder, intensification of food production system like technology and input delivery systems, market link, everything has to be linked with market if the economic condition has to improve. Improve land and water management, technologies for resource conservation and use efficiencies. So as I said, that how really to increase water use efficiency, nutrient use efficiency, and how really we can have just a simple no-tillage system which does not require a lot of sophistication. So those kind of resource conservation strategies can help. Enable sustainable policies for farmers for resource conservation and use efficiency. Pricing of resources, credit for transition to adaptation technologies. Then strengthening research for enhancing adaptive capacity. This is also very much important. Enhancing adaptive capacity to climate change in agriculture, there is a need for partnership in adaptation research, sharing and evaluating our traditional wisdom, raising the voice of millions of people, poor farmers who have not contributed to global climate change but have to suffer its consequences. And that is the problem that we are discussing this for over last 30 to 40 years. And securing finances and technologies for adaptation to climate change, insurance for climate risk coverage, this is very important, and along with the subsidies as they are farmers are getting, we have to somehow reduce this kind of subsidies and eliminate this kind of subsidies and come forward with certain other very suitable and solid based strategies plans so that the farmers are self-reliant. In the long run, this is, I think, not very good, but in shorter term, that is fine. Payments to farmers for carbon sequestration, environmental services, this is very important. And traditional knowledge and all this indigenous knowledge system of the farmers and tribal people are very important. They are really helping indirectly in carbon sequestration. Knowledge and technology provision of adaptation strategies, and then capacity building, which is one of the biggest asset for sustainability of the environment challenges. So how really all these impacts our health? If you see that if there is a rise in temperature and the disturbance in the rainfall patterns, and overall if you see how many prediction is there for deaths of human beings by 2030 is alarming. Warmer water and flooding will increase exposure to diseases in drinking and recreational water. Then pollution and pollen seasons will increase, leading to more allergies and asthma and vector-borne disease like malaria and dengue. We are already facing this problem. virus will increase with more humidity and heat, and then hunger and famine will come into action. So if we see the two phases of climate change, one is disruptions to ecosystems, another is, how really it is going to affect the agricultural system. Like I said, that the spread of disease carrying insects, warmer water and more rainfall, more disease transmission, and the shifting of the rainfall patterns, more frequent or intensification of extreme events, diminished food production, damages to infrastructure in terms of many of the pollutants, air pollutants and acid rains and all those can have impact on limestones and many other structures, though we don't have this kind of problem, acid rain and all those in our temperate countries have. Allergies, asthma, food, water, insect-borne, and then sicknesses, injuries. There are many multifaceted kind of, problems related to health and ecosystem and agriculture are there, and how really it is going to solve. This is the need of the hour to, do something. So vulnerable population groups, if we see chronic medical condition, including mentally ill clients with special needs, poor and vulnerable communities being confined to beds, certain medical treatments, some types of occupation, outdoor workers, very young children, elderly suffer the greatest effects of heat waves, particularly more so common in children and women. According to WHO, 5 major health impacts of climate change have been malnutrition, killing around 3.5 million, children deaths and injuries caused by storms and floods, water scarcity, contamination, droughts and sudden floods, increased burden of diarrheal disease kills millions, heat waves, direct increases in morbidity in ground level zone, ozone contributing to asthma attacks, then vector-borne diseases, malaria and dengue, killing, more than 9 lakhs people per year. Air pollution, which we call as a silent killer, is, this is one of the detrimental impact of, climate change. Pollution determined by emission weather, increases in ozone, extra deaths and hospital admissions. We see that how really air pollution has been a major environmental risk to health. More than 7 million deaths occurred because of the exposure from both outdoor and household air pollution. And if you see out of that, 2 million people from Southeast Asia region and about 2 million from Western Pacific region. The least affected are from Americas. So air quality also declines between 2003 and 2020. In fact, this is 2035 now. The latest data says that from 2010 to 2030, around 60% already increase in the ozone level has caused in attributes to deaths and hospital admissions for respiratory problems. Flooding is another problem. If we see that many times storms with one name or the other and hurricanes comes in not only in India but abroad, and in particular it is more so in Americas. Many times, often it is coming, affecting the river floods and severe coastal flooding. Analysis of more recent river flooding shows that mental health problems are the most important health impact among flood victims. Why? Because of experience of personal and economic loss and stress. So indirect socio impact is there of flooding, apart from what happens to environment, what happens to agriculture, leave apart those problems. Then food poisoning, also if we see that there is a rise in temperature, many of the bacteria which are pathogenic and poisoning the foods like salmonellas, they have increased tremendously. Then we have UV exposure also reaching to Earth's surface can cause cancer of the skin. And you see a declining cloud cover and ozone depletion which reduces the capacity of the ozone layer to absorb UV, and is predicted an extra 5,000 cases of skin cancer and 2,000 of cataract per year by 2050. As already said, waterborne diseases, how really it is going to affect. So, in order to have this kind of assessment because of the global problem, the nutritional quality of the foods is also one of the problems that is the result of global climate change. So I just wanted to throw here some PPT in the form of stressing the fact that there are many underutilized vegetables there in India because we have the rich biodiversity, and they have very good nutrients in them. So if you see the problems nutritional problems targeted by vegetables. There is a micronutrient deficiency, obesity, protein, energy, malnutrition, iron deficiency, vitamin A deficiency, zinc deficiency, folate deficiency. It has all other symptoms and things. If you see in India every year, more than 3 lakhs children die due to vitamin A deficiency. Around 40,000 pregnant women die due to iron deficiency. 6.6 billion children born mentally impaired because of iodine deficiency, and more than 30,000 babies born with neural tube defects due to folic acid deficiency. So this is a data of 2015. So we have lots of vegetables and which have got medicinal importance. They are rich in nutrients, antioxidants, and underutilized also. Many times they are underutilized and not given a lot of considerations. Although many of them are in Ayurvedic formulations, they are coming up in different forms of products like bamboo, asparagus, chow chow, pantulaka. They are very rich in some of the micronutrients and antioxidants. There are certain important underutilized vegetables are also there, which have got nutritional and medicinal properties. If we talk about Nelumba, Nymphia, Mucinia, Vigna, Dioscorea. Dioscorea is really very important, very, very wonderful plant. And vine spinach is there, Ipomia. All these, you see how really it is good in supplementing the minerals, good for diabetes, good for many of them are good for even hypertension, blood pressure, anti-diabetic, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, antiviral. Only thing is that if we explore these things, a lot of biodiversity is unmonitored and unexplored in India, and many of these are present everywhere, but some of them are endemic. So we need to identify and work on these plants, really how to harness the beneficial aspects into our day-to-day food. So what is the need to choose underutilized vegetables for research purpose? How really it can help our agriculture? How really it can meet out the nutritional and nutritional security of the country, particularly when it is very important when our nutritional quality is declining due to climate problems. So climate resilience and sustainable production. We can have stress-tolerant hardy crops. These are resilience to biotic, abiotic stress. Lower irrigation is required. So even if there is a problem of drought, it can sustain. Grow on marginal soil with low fertilizer, and it has got very good adaptability. All these plants, as I said, these underutilized vegetables and crops are very good. Nutrition value often superior to major crops and more reliable in marginal conditions. And more favorable nutrient profile, nutrient balance, micronutrient content is good. Nutraceutical values with low glycemic index, so less diabetic people, good antioxidant, gluten-free. So these are some beneficial aspects. So we can have this more of propagation to increase the income. High value products like superfoods. There are in America and in many other you go to abroad, and there many of these products called superfoods are there, but basically they are taking more of superfoods from the marine system, not contrary to what I am saying, what the land grown crop is concerned. So unique opportunities for poor producers on marginal lands, versatility in use, then empowerment, socio-economic opportunities for poor smallholders, indigenous people, women and youth, and richly associated food culture and traditions, thereby safeguarding their identity. And the last, I would say that India's National Action Plan on Climate Change, I won't go in detail. We have National Solar Mission, we have National Mission for Sustainable Habitat, National Water Mission, National Mission for Green India. All these are trying to make our environment clean and more of conducive for agriculture, good for human health also, and also restoring some of the natural resources indirectly. So we need to work on this further. So in conclusion, climate change is likely to reduce yields of most crops. In long term, short term effects may be small. Increased climatic variability could cause significant fluctuations in production, even in short term. In the long term, better adaptive varieties are needed to adapt to multiple stress linked with climate change. In short term, several options relating to technology transfer, their adoption, appropriate policies, and land and water management are available, which can help minimize negative impacts. And cost of adaptation are less understood but likely to be high. Cost of inaction could be even higher. So we have to act, not to wait for others to come and help us. Adaptation practices take time to become effective. So this is time to act and work together for the future of our earth. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I would like to answer them.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwivedi. Your lecture has truly interdisciplinary, rather is multidisciplinary, in which you
Yeah.
have underlined with the major threats of the environment and agriculture in the global climate area, including impacts on human health and strategies. But more interestingly, you have touched almost all branches of science, including chemistry, greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide. Botany, you have emphasized a lot. I think is your primary subject. You have dealt with the medical sciences. But the two things which we must note from here, that you have categorically mentioned the superfoods. So
Yes.
that will be, I think, really helpful for our different kinds of national missions, not only for the national food mission, but also for the mapping of 2047 water mapping, food
Water,
mapping,
yes.
environmental mapping. So in that way, it is not only useful for science persons, but it's also for the humanities one. With these words, I request to audience, if they are having any question, query or doubt, then Professor Padmanabhan is here, and I think he is kind enough to answer all the queries.
Sure.
If anyone. So if no one is there, I am just adding one statement, rather it's not a comment, sir, it's just again underlining part with respect to superfood, because when we are working on the chlorophyll like materials, super chlorophyll like material, then you have already highlighted about the bamboos. So now not only the tribals, but the Indian knowledge system is also emphasizing on all these aspects. And at BHU, you are, I think, not only well aware, but you are actually mentoring the system of Indian knowledge system. So we are really thankful, and we hope that from these presentations, we will not only able to incorporate in our universities that superfood part as well as Indian knowledge system. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you very
Now,
much.
Now I request respected Dr. Rekha Kalani ma'am to please come on the stage and to give a memento to our respected chairperson, Professor Bhojak.
Now I would like to invite Professor Smriti Johri to felicitate co-chairperson Dr. Jayashree Davre. And I would like also invite to Professor Poonam Jaiswal to felicitate Dr. Jayashree Davre.
Good evening to all. Myself, Dr. Jagrati Meena, co-chairperson, and Mrs. Preeti Berwa, session coordinator of this session. Welcome to all in this technical session. Professor Naveen Mittal, sir, from Government College Kota is present among us as a chairperson in this session. Sir, please come on the stage. Sir has 25-year teaching experience. He has many research papers in reputed international and national journal. Presently, sir is member of BOS in chemistry for Rajasthan Technical University, Kota. Sir also work as member of BOS in chemistry for University of Kota. Sir also presented his research paper out of country in international conference Bhutan and Vietnam. I would like to invite Professor Rekha Kalani ma'am to welcome our chairperson, Dr. Naveen Mittal sir. We start the presentation. Please all participants, there is time limit of 5 minutes.
Hello participants. Now I am starting the presentation. The first participant is from UK. The first participant is Sri Vimal Jaiswal from UK, Principal Engineer, City Engineer, UK. His presentation is on environmental sustainability in aerospace applications. Vimal Jaiswal, can you hear me? Vimal Jaiswal.
Yeah. Yes, I can hear. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
There was no opportunity to unlock this audio, but yeah, it's working now. I can hear it. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes. You can present your presentation.
Okay, I would start. Yeah. Just a moment.
Vimal, please share your PPT.
Yeah. Just a moment. Yeah. Can you see it now?
Yes, it is clearly visible.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Please on your video.
Yes. Just a moment. Yeah. Can you see me?
Not now.
Mm.
Yes. Now
Okay.
you can start.
Great. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for providing me this opportunity. I was just listening, Professor Dwivedi, a great wealth of information he has given, and mostly information on effect of pollutions. I would be talking about slightly differently the aspect where pollution is generated, and that's what I would be talking about: environmental sustainability in aerospace applications. I'm a principal engineer working for Airbus UK through a company called City Engineering in UK. So I will go ahead with my topic. Yeah. So talking about the pollution, where does it come from? So you see tourism we can't avoid, and we see a lot of pollution coming from the tourism, and you see the effect of carbon dioxide emissions due to all these tourism and pollutions with the travel and all. So overall share of the aerospace tourism is, you can see, roughly around 2.5% global contribution of CO2 emissions. And it's keep on increasing year by year from 1940 onwards. See the graph on the right hand side. From 1940 onwards to 2020, the effect is continuously increasing, and now it is 2.5% global effect of global CO2 generated from aerospace industries. There was a slight decrease during the COVID, but still the trend has reappeared once again. As Professor Dwivedi has shown the effect of these pollutions, I'm just trying to link that information. You can see the glaciers melting. First of all, that overall temperature of global average temperature has increased roughly to 0.89 degrees Celsius now. And with that effect, you can see global warming and the glaciers melting, the sea levels rising, the flood, uneven rain, flood, wildfires, and drought. And as an aerospace industry, what we are doing to curb these effects? So we are working on replacing fossil fuels with hydrogen. We are replacing fossil fuels with some other sustainable aviation fuels, electrifying that air mobility. We are using lightweight structures. We are developing high lift and low drag wings and other devices, and we are working on efficient aircraft engines, and we are designing on repair, recycle, and reusability to reduce the impact on the environment. So going forward, we are working on hydrogen fuel, and there's a specific company called JDB, which is in UK. They're working on hydrogen fuel for aircrafts, and these fuels can be either used as for combustion or can be used as a fuel cell. When used as a combustion, it doesn't produce any CO2, but it produces NOx gases. But when used in the fuel cell, it doesn't produce even either carbon dioxide or NOx gases, but there's a cost associated with it. So overall, you can see with use of hydrogen fuel in aerospace industry, we are reducing carbon dioxide because it's all renewable energy. And it has got, hydrogen has got, another aspect of hydrogen is that it has got very high energy density, roughly 3 times of the aviation fuel. But what are the challenges associated with it is that it needs a massive fuel tank, and which has got a high volume and high pressure, and that needs to be cooled at minus 253 degrees Celsius for liquefaction. So all these needs to be incorporated to make it useful in the industry. So later on, another aspect of it is that how the hydrogen gas is produced. It is being produced from solar and wind power. So it is all, you can say, it is renewable, and through a process of electrolysis of water, it is generated and then transported into that aircraft for fueling and refueling of the aircraft. So yeah, the another aspect of aviation fuel is the biofuel, which we have been talking about from earlier discussions as well. So biofuel is generated from plants, and that same fuel is being used in aircrafts. So whatever the carbon dioxide is produced from the aircrafts, the plants consume them and produce the fuel. So there's a cycle which makes it completely carbon neutral. So this is another aspect of aerospace, aviation fuel, which we are using planning to use in aerospace industry and partly using as well. The other aspect is that we are working on electrifying that air mobility, and There are several companies which are working now. To name few of them is Lilium, which is in Germany, Vertical Aerospace in UK, Volocopter in Europe. So they are using the battery-powered electrical system to operate these, these vehicles. So there's no greenhouse gases, no NOx emissions, and they are working as for vertical takeoff and vertical landing, which is very helpful for as air taxis in the cities. But what are the challenges associated with it? So it needs a very high energy density battery, and in the process it generates a lot of heat, and it needs cooling system. So these all needs to be incorporated into the system. Another thing is that charging capacity of the battery is very optimal in between 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. If it goes beyond that, the charging drops down. And another aspect of the challenge is that there's several issues with flight safety and softwares for flight communications. So these are challenges which people are still working on and developing these machines for future. Another aspect which we are working in aerospace industry to reduce those emissions are lightweight structures. So as you can see, emissions are directly proportional to the weight. As we increase the weight, emissions goes up. So there are several materials which we use in aerospace industry like titanium, aluminum, and composite materials. Specifically nowadays, we use composite materials a lot, which is my specialty now. And while working for Airbus. So you can see one of the example here, I'm trying to show with an aircraft which is made up of 54% of composite materials. So what the benefits it has given? It has given reduced weight, high strength and stiffness, better for corrosion and fatigue. But what are the challenges associated with it? This material is very much damage prone, and there are a lot of manufacturing problems associated with it. The aircraft which fly in the sky has got lightning strike protection, which it needs actually when we use these materials. And there are other issues related to repair and cost of the aircraft when we use these composite materials in aerospace industry. So little bit about composites, where the composites come from. They are made from fiber and matrix, and you can see from a picture on the right, it has got very high specific strength compared to aluminum. It is 4 to 5 times of higher strength. But what are the challenges of the composite material is it has got very complex failure mode, and it has got some damages which are undetectable, and it's very much damage prone. As I said earlier, if it has got damage, it has got very less strength in compression as well. So these are the challenges associated with use of the composite materials. Further, we are working on high lift devices and low drag machines, or you can say wings. So these help to reduce emissions. For that, we are working on blended aircraft wings, high aspect ratio wing. You can see on the right hand side. We are working on wing tip devices which reduce which increase efficiency of the aircrafts, as well as we are working on laminar flow wings. So these are the recent, recent researches going on in these industries to reduce the emissions. Further on other side, which is like on engines, we are developing some efficient engines, and some of them are like ultra-fan high bypass ratio engines, geared turbofan engines. Lightweight composite materials are being used in these machines so that the weight can be reduced further. So in the end, I would like to add some more things related to repair and recycling. So we are working on design which allows us to repair the things. I mean, in the beginning of the design itself, we consider all these aspects, that it can be damage repaired, it can be reused, and it can be recycled. So that's all for my discussion. I think it was a short time given to me. I mean, I have a lot of things to talk about in the research, what we are working on in aerospace industry right now to reduce the emissions. But yeah, this is a short time, so I will conclude it here. And please let me know if there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Vimal Jaiswal, for sharing such an informative presentation. I am requesting to all participants, please conclude your presentation within time limits. Our next participant is Miss Abhilasa Saxena from Government Arts College, Kota. Her presentation is on water crisis and the role of water harvesting in managing water scarcity, a case study of Jaipur district. Miss Abhilasa Saxena. Miss Abhilasa Saxena, can you hear me? Miss Abhilasa, are you connected with us? Abhilasa, please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please on
Okay.
your video.
Yes, ma'am. A very good afternoon to the esteemed panels and all the delegates present here. My name is Abhilasha and I am doing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Ajay Vikram Singh Chandela, sir. My topic is on water crisis and the role of water harvesting in managing water scarcity. This is my abstract is based on the fact that since surface water resources are heavily polluted and we have used them continuously over the years, we are constantly dependent on the groundwater resources to such an extent that they are also now on the verge of depletion. And all the blocks in Jaipur district are under the overexploited category. This is a brief introduction of Jaipur district, that the population in Jaipur district is increasing at a rate of 26.91% over the past decade, and it is the 10th most populous district in India. Rainfall is restricted only in the monsoon season, and it is received from June end to September, so we have very limited period for receiving rainfall. There is no perennial river and only seasonal rivers. So therefore, water crisis presents a huge problem because there is a huge demand-supply gap in water availability. The method is that I have collected primary data from some random villages of Amir. Yes, yes, ma'am.
अपनी स्लाइड को फुल स्क्रीन पर करो.
फुल स्क्रीन पे 1 second.
स्लाइड शो. प्रेजेंटेशन मोड.
ओके मैम, प्रेजेंटेशन मोड. वेट मैम, हो गया क्या? स्लाइड शो. मैम आई एम डूइंग.
F5 क्लिक कर दीजिए आप.
F. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes. Now
okay,
continue.
so primary data has been collected from the field visits of some random villages in Amir, Jamba, Ramgarh, Bassi, Chaksu and Pagi. I've selected all these different blocks because they have different geology and geomorphology. Like Amir and Jamba, Ramgarh, they have quartzite deposit. Bassi has alluvial deposits, and Chaksu and Pagi has gneiss and schist deposits, which make them unique to their groundwater storage. And purposive sampling I took for Laporia villages. When I went to these villages, I conducted schedules and interviews to understand water crisis in these regions. I also depended on some secondary data which has been compiled from Central Groundwater Board, Public Health and Engineering Department, reports of NGO and Statistical Abstract Jaipur. When I went to Amir, the villages that I covered were Natata, Naratpura, Nagar, Saipura, Saiwad and Indragarh. I surveyed 20 people from each village, and the respondent told that water crisis was a big problem here and they were dependent throughout the year on tankers. There were no tap water in the village. Private boring is a big problem in the entire Jaipur district, which is causing again a depletion of water table. I observed some dry abundant well. So basically the situation was not good one, like it's not anywhere in India, you see. In Bassi also the villages that I surveyed were Birajpura, Lalgarh, Todawata, Kishanpura. They were having population of like 250 to 300 households. There was tap connection, but water scarcity was so high that water is received only once in 36 to 48 hours, and that too only for 20 to 30 minutes. I observed wells which were dry and boring again, which is a very bad situation. Jabba Ramgarh block, the villages that I surveyed were Mehroki, Dani, Ghatiganj, Shampura and Gopalgarh. Now these villages are located close to Ramgarh Dam. This is Ramgarh Dam, and Ramgarh Dam was once a lifeline of Jaipur district, but this is a situation that I observed of Ramgarh Dam in September. There is no water in this dam. The reason is increasing encroachment over the dam. Some pictorial representation from my area. This is like a common reservoir where a woman is washing clothes in Jamba Ramgarh, a village. Like this is a situation, they don't have tap water connection. They don't have water through any means, no boring for these poor people. So only a common community pool for washing clothes, for bathing, everything. This is a Jagannath Sarovar in Goner, completely dirty. This is private tank in Amir. So other problems are also there, like there are several illegal and long distance connection. Then there is problem at the consumer end also, like there is low water supply, and there is also water supply for shorter duration. There is increased incidence of water pollution due to choking and overflowing of sewers. Now because multi-story buildings are rising rapidly, so it is putting pressure on water supply. Tube wells have failed because water table बहुत नीचे चली गई है. So because of the drying up of these surface resources and pollution of these resources, हमारा जो पूरा attention है वो underground water resources पे चला गया है, जिसके कारण पूरा जयपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट डार्क जोन में आ गया है. ये टेबल प्रेजेंट कर रही है सारे ब्लॉक्स. वी कैन सी दैट दे आर अंडर द ओवर एक्सप्लॉइटेड कैटेगरी. यहाँ पे स्टेज ऑफ ग्राउंड वाटर एक्सट्रैक्शन यू कैन सी इट इज हाईएस्ट फॉर जोटवाड़ा 364.51%. Again, Sambhar 303.11% for Sanganer. Yes. So I'm finishing. Agriculture
Abhilasa,
sector.
conclude your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. It is contributing highest. So therefore, there is an immense potential for water harvesting. These are some places that I have taken pictorial representation. Ki in when Jaipur was planned, we used to have so many resources for harvesting water, and again we need to focus on them. But there is potential to है बहुत सारी जगह, जैसे there is like Lapodia village, then Amir. These places present huge potential for conserving water. Then because I took a field visit to Lapodia presents a very good picture. There are several talabs, nadi and pasture land have been revived. Chauka system is very effective there. 80 villages in Dudu have become self-reliant by renovating the old talabs and water harvesting structures like percolation tank and farm pond. बहुत मानी है. Similarly, in Fagi and Chaksu also water conservation efforts are very effective. Like this is Anna Sagar village in Lapodia, this is Talab in Lapodia, all constructed by watershed department, and there are several of them, which shows that there is immense potentiality. Now, Mukhyamantri Jal Sobhavlamban scheme is a scheme in the process which is initiated by government of Rajasthan. Iske under 2241 water conservation structures are there in Jaipur district, in the forms of like Arjun check dams, farm ponds, etc. Besides this, rooftop rainwater harvesting is compulsory in the houses which are having more than 225 square meters or more, and commercial buildings of 500 square meters or more. In the end, I would say that water harvesting has to be made prime focus at the community level. For this, mass awareness should be raised. Besides this, because outside Jaipur city, there is not much of concretization and paving of roads. So they have huge potential for saving water. We should focus our attention on less water intensive crops like gram pulses in place of wheat and chili. Sprinkler and drip irrigation should be promoted. We should promote diversification in agriculture like growing vegetables, greenhouses, agroforestry, fodder crops, etc. And we should limit extensive groundwater withdrawal. Thank you. Any questions?
Is there any questions from participants? जो भी participants online connect हो रखे हैं, you can also write your questions in chat box. Okay. Our next presenter is Ms. Jyoti, Assistant Professor from Seth Bihari Lal Chhabda Government College, Anupgarh. Her presentation topic is हिंदी यात्रा वृतांत साहित्य में पर्यावरणीय चिंतन, विशेष संदर्भ सौंदर्य की नदी नर्मदा यात्रा वृतांत. Ms. Jyoti. मिस ज्योति, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे? ओके. नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट इज मिस ज्योति. कैन यू हियर मी? मिस ज्योति मैम. अपने आप को अनम्यूट करिए.
थैंक यू मैम. मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है?
आपकी आवाज़ आ रही है. आप अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन शेयर करिए.
मैम शेयर कर दी है लेकिन यहाँ पे आ नहीं रही.
आप फ़ोन से कर रहे हैं?
जी जी मैम.
हमें नहीं दिखाई दे रही है.
मैम शेयर तो मैंने कर दी है.
ये स्टॉप करो पहले. आप इसको स्टॉप करो ना. अब शेयर कीजिए मैम।
जी मैम। मैम शेयर नहीं हो रही, क्या मैं ऐसे ही पढ़ दूं फिर?
ठीक है, आप ऐसे ही बोल दीजिए।
धन्यवाद। नमस्कार, मैं ज्योति, सहायक आचार्य सेठ बिहारी लाल छाबड़ा, राजकीय महाविद्यालय अनूपगढ़ से। मेरे आज के ओरल प्रेजेंटेशन का विषय है हिंदी के यात्रा वृतांत साहित्य में पर्यावरण चिंतन, विशेष संदर्भ सौंदर्य की नदी नर्मदा यात्रा वृतांत। भारतीय संस्कृति में पर्यावरण के प्रति चिरंतन काल से ही समर्पण का भाव रहा है। प्राचीन काल से ही भारतीय संस्कृति में पर्यावरण के घटकों जैसे पेड़ पौधे, जीव जंतुओं को पूज्य माना गया है। मनुष्य व प्रकृति के बीच सामंजस्य और पृथ्वी पर जीवन को सुरक्षित रखने के इसी पर्यावरणीय चिंतन की अभिव्यक्ति हमें हिंदी साहित्य की गद्य विधा यात्रावृत्त साहित्य में भी मिलती है। अमृतलाल बेगड़ ने नर्मदा नदी की 4000 किलोमीटर की पैदल यात्रा कर अपने इस यात्रा वृतांत को सौंदर्य की नदी नर्मदा के नाम से 1992 में प्रस्तुत किया। यह यात्रा वृतांत पर्यावरण चिंतन के रूप में न केवल प्रकृति के सौंदर्य, पर्यावरणीय संस्कृति, प्रकृति के प्रति भारतीय दृष्टिकोण को उजागर करता है, बल्कि वर्तमान में हो रहे पर्यावरणीय बदलावों, बांधों के कारण आ रहे बदलाव तथा विस्थापन, नदियों में होने वाले प्रदूषण, पर्यावरण संरक्षण में जन सहभागिता को प्रमुखता से मुखरित करता है। सौंदर्य की नदी नर्मदा यात्रा वृतांत 11 वर्षों की अवधि की पैदल यात्रा का विवरण है। नदी के किनारे नर्मदा के स्रोत से भरूच तक, जहां यह अरब सागर में मिलती है, यह नदी के किनारे रहने वाले ग्रामीणों के साथ अपनी मुठभेड़ों, उनके आसान विश्वास और उदार आतिथ्य, कड़ी मेहनत, आराम की रातों के बारे में इससे हमें परिचय मिलता है। लेखक अपनी यात्रा वृतांत के दौरान कोबरा की एक जोड़ी के साथ उसका रात का रोमांच और चींटियों की एक कॉलोनी के साथ अप्रत्याशित भागदौड़ आदि का उत्कृष्ट गद्य और विशद कल्पना का उपयोग करते हैं। बेगड़ ने घाटी के सौंदर्य को उसके प्राचीनतम रूप में कैद किया है, जैसे कि नदी के अर्धचंद्राकार घुमाव को देखकर लेखक कहते हैं, मंडला मानो नर्मदा के कर्ण कुंडल में बसा है। इसी प्रकार से इसी यात्रा के दौरान लेखक यह भी महसूस करता है कि जब उसने इस नर्मदा घाटी को 1987 में पार किया था, तब से अब तक इस घाटी का भूगोल बदल गया है। नर्मदा नदी पर सरदार सरोवर परियोजना के परिणाम स्वरूप कई सौ गांव जलमग्न हो गए हैं, साथ ही खेती योग्य भूमि, वनस्पति और जीव भी। नर्मदा सागर और सरदार सरोवर बांधों के कारण गांवों का तथा नर्मदा के सैकड़ों किलोमीटर लंबे किनारों का अस्तित्व समाप्त होने की कगार पर है। बरगी बांध के कारण नर्मदा तट के कई गांवों का अस्तित्व नहीं रहा है। इसके संबंध में वे अपने इस यात्रा वृत्तांत में लिखते हैं, नर्मदा तट के छोटे छोटे से तीर्ण और छोटे छोटे कण न जाने कितने ऋषियों, मुनियों और साधु संतों की पदधूलि से पावन हुए होंगे। यहाँ के वनों में अनगिनत ऋषियों के आलम रहे होंगे। उन्होंने वहां धर्म पर विचार किया होगा, जीवन मूल्यों की खोज की होगी और संस्कृति का उजाला फैलाया होगा। हमारी संस्कृति आरण्यक संस्कृति रही, लेकिन अब हमने उन पावन वनों को काट डाला है और पशु पक्षियों को वहां से खदेड़ दिया है या मार डाला है। धरती के साथ यह कैसा विश्वासघात है। अमृतलाल बेगड़ के इस यात्रा वृत्तांत की सबसे बड़ी विशेषता यह है कि यह महज जलधारा की बात नहीं करती, उसके साथ जीवन पाते प्रकृति, जीव, खेत, पक्षी, वनस्पति, इंसान सभी को इसमें गूंथा गया है और बताया गया है कि किस तरह नदी महज एक जल का स्रोत नहीं, बल्कि
मैडम प्लीज कंक्लूड।
जीवन से मृत्यु तक का मूल आधार है। इसकी रेत भी उतनी ही महत्वपूर्ण है जितनी जलधारा, और इसमें मछली भी उतनी ही अनिवार्य है जितना उसके तट पर आने वाले मवेशियों के खुरों से धरती का मंथन। निष्कर्षतः श्री बेगड़ जी ने इस यात्रा वृत्तांत के माध्यम से नर्मदा को समझने समझाने की कोशिश की है और वे कामना करते हैं कि सर्वस्व दूसरों पर लौटाती ऐसी कोई नदी हमारे सीनों में बह सके,
ज्योति मैम,
हमारी सभ्यता
ज्योति मैम,
जी धन्यवाद मैम।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू। Next participant is Miss Indra Kumawat. Miss Indra Kumawat from School of Basic Sciences, Jaipur National University. Indra Kumawat, unmute yourself. Indra Kumawat, please unmute yourself and on your video. इंदिरा कुमावत, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? ओके, जब तक नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट्स को बुलाते हैं।
हेलो।
ओके ओके
ओके, तो माई सेल्फ इन द
कैमरा ऑन कीजिए, प्लीज ऑन योर वीडियो।
Actually, ma'am, there is technical issue.
ओके ओके, यू कैन स्टार्ट। इंदिरा जी, प्लीज स्टार्ट योर प्रेजेंटेशन।
Yes, so my topic is green synthesis for the green approach for the synthesis of a magnesium oxide nanoparticle and their applications. So first time I have synthesized the magnesium oxide nanoparticle by using Adhotoda vesica leaf extract, and further I characterized the synthesized nanoparticle by different techniques. For example, UV, FTIR, XRD, SAM, TEM, EDS, XPS, etc.
Excuse me, Indra
madam.
madam.
Just brief the introduction of a nano. So what is the nano? Nano ranges size ranges between the 1 to 100 nanometer, and this bridges the gap between the bulk material and molecular structure. So there are different approaches for the synthesis of a nanoparticle. One is top-down approach, and another one is bottom-up approach. So in green synthesis belongs to bottom-up approach. So there are different techniques for the characterization of a nanoparticle. For example, nanoparticle concentration UV visible spectroscopy, and for size and shape के लिए TEM, SAM, AFM, etc.
इंदिरा मैडम L5 करके स्लाइड नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे लीजिए।
Actually, ma'am,
L5 F5 F5 F5
so there are different 12 principles of a green chemistry which is used in the synthesis. Mainly, there are different application of also the nanomaterials. Right now, I am focusing on my work. So, for the preparation of the Adhotoda vesica leaf extract, I collected the leaves and I washed with DI water, and after that shed dry, and then 20 gram of a leaf powder, finally grinded powder I dissolved in a 250 ml of DI water and reflux for 2 hours at 80 degrees Celsius. And this is the final extract of. So how I synthesize the magnesium oxide nanoparticle by using this plant
Indra?
extract. I took the 0.1 m solution of magnesium nitrate hexahydrate and I doped added the leaf extract into the magnesium solution with the continuous stirring. So when I added the complete extract, the color changes of the solution is like it's blackish. And reflux at 80 degrees Celsius is continuous stirring, and after 30 minutes of leaf addition, I added the NaOH to make the pH basic, and the color changes also observed. And after that, after the addition of NaOH, we are stirring at 80 degrees Celsius for the completion of the reaction. And after that, I centrifuge, and after dry and calcinated, I got the white crystalline magnesium oxide
Indraji,
nanoparticle.
please conclude.
Yes.
Please conclude.
Yes. So this is the UV visible. The 320 nanometer peak is showing that the formation of the magnesium oxide, and this 537 peak is a magnesium oxide stretching, and the XRD pattern is showing the crystallinity nature of the nanoparticle, and the surface morphology is characterized by SAM, that is spherical, and the size of the nanomaterial is identified by the TAM and by the EDX elemental composition, and by the FPS there is a peak for magnesium, carbon and oxygen, and showing this peak is showing that magnesium is present in +2 oxidation state, oxygen in -2 oxidation state. That is completely indicating that the formation of a magnesium oxide nanoparticle. So conclusion is that I have biosynthesis of a magnesium oxide nanocomposite using Adhatoda vesicles actually is a methodology that I have adopted, is totally non-hazardous, low cost and environment friendly. FTIR and different technique, FTIR analysis indicate that the presence of the biomolecules of the plant on the surface of the nanomaterial that is used like behave as a capping agent for the nanoparticle. SAM and TAM results confirm the nano size of the composites, and XPS data confirm the
Indra
presence
ma'am,
of the
please
magnesium
conclude.
and oxide ion and carbon of the phytochemicals. So the Pergent method has the advantage of a readily available starting material, easy work of procedure and elimination of a hazardous catalyst. There are some references regarding the previous work by the Adhatoda vesica, and thank you.
Okay, thank
Is
you.
there any question?
Is there any questions from participants? Okay, stop your presentation. The next participant is Dr. Savitri Patidar, Assistant Professor from Government Mira Girls College, Udaipur. Her presentation topic is Bio-Villages as Models for Sustainable Development and Climate Mitigation, Spectral Study of Rural Hamlets of Tripura State. Dr. Savitri Patidar, ma'am. Dr. Savitri Patidar, ma'am. Okay, the next participant is Miss Tapasvi Sharma, Assistant Professor Political Science from Government Deaf and Dumb College, Jaipur. Her presentation topic is Law Policy and Governance for Environmental Protection. Miss Tapasvi Sharma is there.
Yes, ma'am, I am there.
Okay, Mr.
Yes, ma'am, I am there just sharing my presentation.
Okay, please share your presentation.
Yeah. Right. Just a second, ma'am.
अरे सुनो, ये डम एंड डीप कॉलेज में प्रोफेसर है। आप जो सोच रहे हो डम एंड डीप।
Please share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I am about to share.
चलो आप बिना प्रेजेंटेशन के ऐसे ही बोल दीजिए।
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. The next participant is Afseen from JDB Government Girls College. Afseen, are you there? Please unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Very good evening. Please share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am, मैं शेयरिंग कर रही हूँ। कुछ दिक्कत आ रही है इसमें। मैम शेयरिंग में कुछ दिक्कत आ रही है।
आप ऐसे ही बोल दीजिए।
एक मिनट मैडम, शायद उधर से मैम कुछ शेयर हो रहा है तो इस वजह से मेरी पीपीटी शेयर नहीं हो पा रही है।
ओके, मैं जब तक नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट्स को लेती हूँ।
यस मैम, मैम आप बोलिए मैम।
द नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट इज श्री लोधाराम। लोधाराम जी, आर यू देयर?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please share your presentation.
Wait, ma'am. मैम शेयर इश्यू आ रहा है कुछ।
ये स्टॉप करो इसको पहले।
ठीक है मैम।
ओके, ऑन योर वीडियो।
वेट मैम।
लोधाराम जी
ऑप्शन वीडियो का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है मैम।
ओके, आप स्टार्ट करिए और विद इन टाइम लिमिट्स प्लीज कंक्लूड कर दीजिएगा। स्टार्ट करिए आप।
नेम इज लादाराम मैम। गुड इवनिंग। I am PhD scholar, Department of Economics in Government Arts College, Kota, Rajasthan. My topic is economic strategy for environmental sustainability. Now introduction. First, environmental sustainability involves using resource responsibility to preserve them for future generation. Second, अर्थव्यवस्था की भूमिका है वो पर्यावरण में सकारात्मक और नकारात्मक दोनों है। अगर हम सकारात्मक रूप से देखें तो पर्यावरण के लिए काफी लाभदायक होती है आर्थिक पॉलिसी। थर्ड, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बिटवीन इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ एंड एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन। ये आगे मैं कुजनेट करो में समझाऊंगा मैम। जैसे कुजनेट करो हमें इन्वायरमेंटल कुजनेट करो हमें इन्वायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन और इनकम के बीच में रिलेशन बताता है। इसमें ये रिलेशन है कि लो इनकम कंट्री होती है वो शुरुआत में ज़्यादा इन्वायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन करती है, पोल्यूशन करती है, पर्यावरण का ह्रास करती है, लेकिन जैसे जैसे उनकी इनकम इंक्रीज होती है तो एक सर्टन लेवल के बाद इन्वायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन कम होना शुरू हो जाता है। Global CO2 emission increased by 60% from 1990 to 2020 वर्ल्ड बैंक के डाटा के अनुसार। नेक्स्ट मार्केट बेस्ड इंस्ट्रूमेंट, अगर इसमें हम देखें कि हम ऐसे कौन कौन से उपाय कर सकते हैं जिससे हम एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन को कम कर सकते हैं। तो फर्स्ट कार्बन प्राइजिंग, कार्बन प्राइजिंग के माध्यम से हम पर्यावरण को क्षति होने से रोका जा सकता है। इसके माध्यम से हम कार्बन टैक्स लगाकर और सब्सिडी देकर उसको प्रोत्साहित कर सकते हैं। जैसे स्वीडन और फिनलैंड ने कार्बन टैक्स लगा के इमिशन को 20% तक कम कर दिया है। इसी प्रकार यूरोपियन यूनियन इमिशन ट्रेडिंग सिस्टम कट इमिशन बाय 35% सिंस 2005। ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी सब्सिडी, इसके माध्यम से हम जैसे रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल है, उसको प्रोत्साहन दे सकते हैं। और देखा जाए तो चाइना ने 2006 के बाद ग्लोबल रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन और प्रोड्यूसिंग में 40% की हिस्सेदारी ग्लोबल कैपेसिटी में रखी है, जो सबसे अधिक है विश्व में। ग्रीन जीडीपी और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की बात करें तो ग्रीन जीडीपी के अंदर ये देखा जाता है कि सरकार ये प्रयास करती है कि इसके माध्यम से हम ऐसी योजनाएं और परियोजनाओं में मतलब व्यय करें और प्रोत्साहित करें जिससे एनवायरमेंटल कॉस्ट कम आए।
लादाराम जी,
जी मैम,
प्लीज कंक्लूड योर वीडियो प्रेजेंटेशन।
जी मैम, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के माध्यम से हम लीनियर से सर्कुलर की ओर जाते हैं, जिसमें रीयूज, रिड्यूस, रिसाइकल की ओर बढ़ते हैं। सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर को बढ़ावा देते हैं। सीएसआर के माध्यम से सरकार ने कंपनी एक्ट 2013 के माध्यम से 2% अनिवार्य कर दिया है कि वो सीएसआर में ही लगाएंगे। पेरिस एग्रीमेंट 2015 हुआ, जिसमें ग्लोबल कंट्रीज ने ये निर्णय लिया कि हमें ग्लोबल वार्मिंग को 2% तक कम, 2 डिग्री सेल्सियस कम करना है। और एसडीजी जो यूनाइटेड नेशन ने 2015 में अपनाए थे, उसमें मेनली गोल 7 जिसमें क्लीन एंड अफोर्डेबल एनर्जी की बात की गई है। गोल 12 में रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंजप्शन और प्रोडक्शन की बात की गई है। गोल 13 में क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात की गई है। और चैलेंजेस में देखा है
लादाराम जी, कंक्लूजन पर आ जाइए।
जी मैम,
लास्ट स्लाइड पर आ जाइए।
कंक्लूजन में ये है कि हमें कार्बन प्राइसिंग के माध्यम से, ग्रीन सब्सिडी के माध्यम से, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के माध्यम से इन्वायरमेंट सस्टेनेबिलिटी को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। लॉन्ग टर्म इंटीग्रेशन करना चाहिए इन्वायरमेंट और इकोनॉमिक्स पॉलिसी के मध्य, और कलेक्टिव एक्शन लिए जाएं सरकार द्वारा, बिजनेसमैन द्वारा और इंडिविजुअल के द्वारा। थैंक यू मैम।
ओके, थैंक यू। इज देयर एनी क्वेरी? The next participant is Miss Mansi Khatri. Her presentation topic is checklist of birds at Jorbeer Conservation Reserve, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. Miss Mansi Khatri, are you there? Miss Mansi Khatri. Miss Mansi Khatri. Miss Mansi Khatri. Okay, the next participant is Dr. Tulsi Pamwar. Dr. Tulsi Pamwar, are you there? The next participant is Dr. Pooja Rawal. Dr. Pooja Rawal. Dr. Pooja Rawal. Are you hear me? Dr. Pooja Rawal, unmute yourself.
Ma'am, I'm very much here.
Okay. Mansi Khatri, Are you Mansi Khatri?
No, ma'am. This is Dr. Pooja Rawal.
Mansi Khatri, please stop your presentation. Dr. Pooja, please share your presentation.
Ma'am, would you allow me a minute so that I can switch from mobile to my laptop? Meanwhile, Mr. Tapasvi Sharma is ready to present. By that time, I will switch to my laptop.
Okay, Mansi Khatri, you can share your presentation. Mansi Khatri, please unmute yourself. Miss Mansi Khatri from JDB Government Girls College, Kota.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Please on your
Mansi
video and
Khatri.
start your
I am
presentation.
research scholar from JDB Government Girls College, Kota. मेरा जो ये पेपर है वो बर्ड की चेकलिस्ट पर है, जोड़बी कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व की। ये सर्वे 2 साल के लिए कंडक्ट किया गया था जोड़बी कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व में।
एक्सक्यूज मी मानसी, प्रेजेंटेशन मोड पे करो।
जी मैम।
F5 करो, प्रेजेंटेशन मोड।
ओके मैम।
कर देगी।
हो गया मैम?
नहीं हुआ। F5 दबाओ। F5।
जी मैम, हो गया?
नहीं,
अभी भी नहीं हुआ। 1 सेकेंड मैम।
कर देगी अब देगी।
मैम हुआ?
नहीं हुआ, बट तुम स्टार्ट करो।
ओके मैम। तो जोड़बी कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व में 2 साल के लिए सर्वे कंडक्ट किया गया था, जिसमें बहुत सारी बर्ड स्पीशीज देखी गई हैं और इसमें से 110 बर्ड स्पीशीज जिनको एक्चुअल में आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है। अदर बर्ड स्पीशीज जो थी वो अपनी इंटरमीडिएट फॉर्म के कारण उनको प्रॉपरली आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किया गया है। तो ये जो एक्सप्लोरेशन किया गया था ये जोड़बी कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व में बर्ड्स का स्टेटस और ऑक्यूपेंसी जानने के लिए किया गया था। जोड़बी कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व जो है वहाँ पर एक कारकास डंपिंग साइट और एक वल्चर सेंचुरी सिचुएटेड है। तो कारकास डंपिंग साइट के कारण वहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्क्वेंजर्स को देखा जाता है। जोड़बी कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व जो है ये बीकानेर सिटी जो मेन सिटी है उससे 15 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस पर है और कारकास डंपिंग साइट के कारण यहाँ पर ये जो एरिया है ये स्केवेंजर्स और प्रेडेटरी स्पीशीज के लिए बहुत अच्छा हेवन माना जाता है। विंटर्स के टाइम पर यहाँ पर बहुत सारे वल्चर्स, फॉल्कन्स, रैप्टर्स और बहुत सारी माइग्रेटरी स्पीशीज को देखा जाता है। और इसके अलावा यहाँ पर अदर बर्ड्स पैलिड हेरियर, यूरेशियन रोलर, ट्री पिपेट, बहुत सारी स्पीशीज देखी जाती हैं। मेथडोलॉजी जो यूज़ की गई है यहाँ पर रिसर्च मेथडोलॉजी हमने मेन जो प्रोमिनेंट मेथड था वो डायरेक्ट ऑब्जर्वेशन मेथड यूज़ किया गया है। डेटा कलेक्शन जो किया गया है वो जूम, बायनोक्यूलर और मिररलेस कैमरा से किया गया है और बर्ड को आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए बर्ड आइडेंटिफिकेशन बुक्स यूज़ की गई हैं और जो ऑन द स्पॉट बर्ड की चेकलिस्ट प्रिपेयर करने के लिए ई बर्ड और मंडलिन बर्ड आईडी ऐप यूज़ की गई है। बहुत सारी बर्ड्स यहाँ पर देखी गई हैं, कुछ वल्नरेबल, रेयर, कुछ कॉमन, माइग्रेटरी, नॉन माइग्रेटरी स्पीशीज भी देखी गई हैं। टोटल 110 बर्ड आइडेंटिफाई की गई हैं। उसमें से जो बर्ड्स हैं, कॉमन बर्ड्स जो हैं यहाँ की वो है ग्रे फ्रैंकोलिन, रेड नेप्ड आईबीस, ब्लैक हेडेड आईबीस, कैटल ईग्रेट, ब्लैक काइट, ब्लैक पिंक काइट, रेड हेडेड वल्चर, इंडियन वल्चर, बार्न आउल, स्पॉटेड टाउलेट, यूरेशियन रोलर, ग्रीन बी ईटर और जो रेयर बर्ड यहाँ पर विजिट की गई थी वो थी स्पॉट की गई थी वाइट टेल्ड ईगल और कुछ जो माइग्रेटरी बर्ड्स यहाँ पर आती है वो है इजिप्टियन वल्चर, लेगर एंड सेकर फॉल्कन, हिमालयन ग्रिफॉन, वाइट रम्ड वल्चर, यूरेशियन ग्रिफॉन, सिनेरियस वल्चर, शिक्रा, इंपीरियल ईगल, ये सब रैप्टर्स हैं, स्केवेंजर्स हैं जो यहाँ पर कारकास डंपिंग साइड है वहाँ पर ये जो डेड लाइव स्टॉक होता है उस पर फीड करके एनवायरनमेंट को क्लीन करने का काम करते हैं। और इसके अलावा जो यहाँ पर एक वाटर बॉडी थी, लेकिन 2 साल से वाटर बॉडी का जो पानी है वो सूख गया है। इस वजह से जो वाटर बर्ड्स हैं उनकी पॉपुलेशन यहाँ पर बहुत कम हो गई है, और वल्चर्स की जो पॉपुलेशन है उसमें भी ड्रास्टिक चेंजेस देखे गए हैं बिकॉज ऑफ ह्यूमन एक्टिविटीज और एनवायरमेंटल चेंजेस। जो कॉमन बर्ड यहाँ पर देखी जाती है वो है रेडनेप आइबिस, ब्लैक हेडेड आइबिस, ब्लैक काइट, शिक्रा, और जो वाटर बर्ड्स यहाँ पर देखी जाती हैं वो है नॉर्दर्न शॉवलर, यूरेशियन कूट, यूरेशियन मूरहैन, कॉमन सैंड पाइपर,
Mansi, conclude.
और यूरेशियन स्पूनबिल।
Mansi, conclude your presentation.
ओके मैम, ओके मैम, ओके। तो यहाँ की जो ह्यूमन एक्टिविटीज़ हैं और जो एनवायरमेंटल चेंजेस हुए हैं उसके कारण यहाँ की पॉपुलेशन में ड्रास्टिक चेंजेस देखे गए हैं। अभी 110 बर्ड स्पॉट की गई हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले के जो प्रीवियस रिसर्च है यहाँ पर बहुत सारे बर्ड्स, मोर देन 150 प्लस बर्ड्स को रिपोर्ट किया गया था। तो ह्यूमन डिस्टर्बेंस के कारण यहाँ बर्ड की जो पॉपुलेशन है वो काफ़ी रिड्यूस हो गई है, और जो यहाँ का एनवायरनमेंट है वो भी काफ़ी डिक्लाइन हो गया है। तो थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम।
Next participant, Miss Pooja. Dr. Pooja, can you hear me?
The next participant is Sumit
Hello.
Yadav. Dr. Pooja, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible to all?
Yes, you are audible. Share
I'm
your
just
presentation.
sharing my screen, ma'am.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yes. You can
Warm regards and greetings
on
to
your-
one and all.
Dr. Pooja,
Yes, ma'am.
please on your video and start the presentation.
Okay, okay. Just a minute, ma'am. Is it fine now?
Yes, yes, you can start.
So, my warm greetings to one and all. Since yesterday we have been talking about green economy, green chemistry, green GDP, and let me add one more green to it, and let's talk about green literature. This is Dr. Pooja Raval. Topic of my paper is From Pen to Planet, the role of green literature in environmental advocacy. To start with a quotation, let's make green not an adjective but a verb. We have to do work for making our earth green. Green in nature and green in literature, they have never missed man's attention, and there has been an age-long relationship between Purush and Prakriti. What is green literature? Green literature mainly focuses on environmental conservation, ecological balance, climate change, and human-nature interaction. Some of the famous works of green literature have been mentioned here, and you must have heard about the Jungle Book. It's very popular, and Walden. And today I am discussing on Shadowland by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. She is a South Asian writer. And what happened to this Purush-Prakriti relationship is with the onset of colonization, industrialization, urbanization, commercialization, man got far away from Prakriti, his environment, both natural and social, and he invited his own doom. And many greenpreneurs, eco-activists, and creative writers, they have worked well to mend this relationship. And today I'm going to discuss the role of writers in mending this relationship. The present paper examines how Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, she has moved from pen to planet and flaunting the power of green literature in raising and resolving serious environmental concerns. By integrating themes of sustainability, conservation, and ecological balance, her fictional world serves as a powerful tool for environmental advocacy, urging readers to rethink their connection with the planet. There are majorly 3 books I'm going to discuss. The one is The Conch Bearer. It is related to man-nature interaction. The second is The Mirror of Fire and Dreaming. It reveals ideal state of man and nature, that Purush and Prakriti relationship. And the third book, Shadowland, it envisages the dystopian future, the dismal view of future where the man has turned hostile towards nature and is paying price for it. To understand this trilogy as a narrative of environmental concern, one has to assume the Silver Valley is eco-friendly hub. The conch is a symbol of natural resources. The scientists, they are ambitious modern men. And the magicians, they are environmentalists. And the main protagonists, Anand and Nisha, they are common men who are doing their duty towards nature. Both human and non-human life forms live in Silver Valley in perfect harmony until one day the scientists from distant land, they send their forces to the Silver Valley and rob it of its beatitude, the conch, an object of power. As a result, the flourishing valley turns into a frozen wasteland and all its inmates are pulled into a void. Tampering with the conch, which is a metaphor for natural resources, it results in ecological imbalance of the valley. Unlike Silver Valley, Shadowland, it is and full of antagonism between man and nature. Everything is artificial there. There are X-converter, X-finder, and projects like artificial clouding, seeding techniques, weather modification. These experiments go day and night here.
Pooja,
and
madam,
as a result, yes, ma'am?
please conclude your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Divakaruni has presented two extreme views. Having presented contrasting attitudes towards nature environment, Divakaruni goes on to consider their impact on social environment. In Silver Valley, where man and nature live in proximity, nature is bountiful, sentiments of love, affection, care, sharing, and brotherhood, they flourish. On the other hand, where there is antagony, people are fighting over their limited resources. The scientists have prevented health communication through jammers and voice clips, conflict, competition, strife, pain, agony, hopelessness, and listlessness, sulness, silence, they pervade the whole city. So the solution that has been provided by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni is that one has to combine both science and nature. As the suggestion has been given, a more stringent lifestyle for all, especially the scientists who have grown overly fond of luxury, they have to come to the minimalism. This is what is expected of today's citizen. We have to minimize our luxuries. We have to keep a check on our comfort so that we can fulfill the needs of our future. To conclude, I would like to say that as Lawrence Built has observed, that Divakaruni's fiction deserves every claim to be called environmentally conscious work. One can find integration of human and non-human worlds where environment is a dynamic process, not a stagnant condition. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for such a nice presentation.
Thank
the
you,
next participant is Sumit Yadav, Government College, Kota. His presentation topic is green synthesis of aluminium metal-based nanoparticle. Mr. Sumit Yadav ji. Pooja ma'am, please stop your presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Sumit Yadav ji. Can you hear me? Mr. Sumit Yadav ji, please unmute yourself. Mr. Sumit Yadav ji, please unmute yourself. Okay, next participant is Mukesh Kumar. Shri Mukesh Kumar ji, are you there? Shri Mukesh Kumar ji. Okay, the next participant is Rajeshwari Devi, Assistant Professor. Mukesh Yadav ji. Mukesh Kumar ji. Mukesh Kumar ji, please share your presentation. मुकेश कुमार जी, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे? The next participant is Dr. Anita Prajapati, Assistant Professor, Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar, Government College, Sri Ganganagar. Dr. Anita Prajapati, ma'am. Dr. Anita Prajapati, ma'am. The next participant is Prachi Chauhan. Prachi Chauhan, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear. मैम मैं अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करती हूँ.
Yes. ये वो.
मैम मेरी स्क्रीन शेयर हो रही है.
प्राची
मैम मेरी
नहीं स्क्रीन शो नहीं हो रही तुम्हारी अभी. ऐसे ही बोल दो.
जी मैम. मैम मेरा विषय है समकालीन लघुकथा साहित्य
पहले
में
अपना जो
अभिव्यक्त
कैमरा है
पर्यावरणीय.
उसको एक जगह रखो, बहुत ज्यादा डिस्टरबेंस हो रहा है.
जी मैम.
हाँ, नाउ यू कैन
मैम आप
स्टार्ट.
ठीक है? जी.
यस.
मैम मेरा विषय है समकालीन लघुकथा साहित्य में अभिव्यक्त पर्यावरणीय चेतना, धीमा जहर लघुकथा संग्रह के विशेष संदर्भ में. आधुनिक युग के कई लघुकथाकारों ने इस विषय पर सजग होकर अपनी लेखनी चलाई है और इस क्रम में पर्यावरणीय समस्याओं को ही प्रस्तुत नहीं किया, अपितु इस समस्या के पीछे निहित प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष कारणों के साथ उचित समाधान भी प्रस्तुत किए हैं. लघुकथाकार लता अग्रवाल ने अपना लघुकथा संग्रह धीमा जहर में प्लास्टिक कचरे को लेकर खासा चिंतन व्यक्त किया है. लेखिका ने अपने संग्रह में प्लास्टिक को रावण से भी ज्यादा खतरनाक रूप में वर्णित किया है. विकास बनाम विनाश, पर्यावरण के प्रति सचेत रहने की संचेतना जगाने के उद्देश्य से लिखी गई. अब जानवरों की उछलकूद और चिड़ियाओं की चहचहाट वाहनों के शोर में कहीं गुम सी हो गई है. यह बढ़ते ध्वनि प्रदूषण के कारण प्राकृतिक जीव जंतुओं की दैनिक जीवनचर्या में उत्पन्न खलल को दर्शाता है. इसी कारण वर्तमान में कई जीव विलुप्ति की कगार पर आ खड़े हुए हैं. लेखिका ने मानव सभ्यता के समक्ष आसन्न खतरे की ओर चेतावनी देते हुए लिखा है कि वर्तमान में मौजूद लाल रंग बसंत के टेसु का लाल रंग नहीं, अपितु मानव लहू से उपजा लाल रंग है. अपनी एक अन्य लघुकथा भय के कगार पर में वे चेतावनी देती नजर आती हैं कि यदि यह दोहन ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो भविष्य में कई प्राणी और पेड़ पौधे विलुप्ति की कगार पर आ जाएंगे. कबूतरों की तस्वीर लेते समय वे सांकेतिक रूप से कहते हैं, लो कर लो कैद हमें तस्वीरों में. विलुप्त प्राणियों की लिस्ट में कहीं हम इंसान भी तो नहीं. इसके अलावा अपनी अन्य लघुकथा अनवांटेड में वर्तमान पीढ़ी के प्रकृति के साथ कटाव को दर्शाती हुई निम्न पंक्तियां प्रस्तुत है. देखो सुप्रिया, इतना इमोशनल होने की जरूरत नहीं, वे भी इन पेड़ पौधों के लिए. ये पंक्तियां दर्शाती हैं कि किस प्रकार जीवन के सबसे अभिन्न अंग प्रकृति को उदासीनता के भाव से देखा जाता है. ठीक इसी प्रकार कल की आहट लघुकथा में भी लघुकथाकार बढ़ते प्रदूषण से बदलती प्रकृति व उसके स्वभाव की ओर संकेत करते हैं और चित्रित करते हैं कि वर्तमान पीढ़ी किस प्रकार से पर्यावरण से कटती जा रही है. कोरोना वायरस से निपटने के लिए लगाए गए लॉकडाउन के दौर की सुंदर पर्यावरण छवि को खुरदरी. यस मैम. वास्तव में देखें तो जिस समय पर्यावरण संरक्षण पर कोई बड़ी संगोष्ठी नहीं हुआ करती थी, तब से ही साहित्य पर्यावरण संरक्षण के प्रति लोगों को सचेत करता रहा है. समकालीन लघुकथा साहित्य ने भी इस विषय पर समग्रता से चिंतन किया है. पर्यावरण चिंतन जैसे विषयों की प्रासंगिकता कल भी थी, आज भी है और कल भी रहेगी. धन्यवाद मैम.
ओके, थैंक यू. कोई और पार्टिसिपेंट्स है जो प्रेजेंट करना चाहता है जिसका नाम अनाउंस नहीं हुआ? सुमित यादव जी, आप प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं? सुमित यादव जी. Okay, now I would like to invite offline participant Miss Vijay Lakshmi. Her presentation title is Navigating Global Challenges, the Role of Social Sciences and Humanities in Developing Local Solutions. Miss Vijay Lakshmi.
Good evening to you all. Myself Vijay Lakshmi, PhD research scholar under Dr. H.N. Kohli sir, presenting you on the title Navigating Global Challenges, the Role of Social Sciences and Humanities in Developing Local Solutions. Before navigating these challenges, we need to understand what global challenges are, like climate change, social inequality, migration, habitat loss, and many more such challenges that need for solution than never been more urgent. Through this presentation, we will explore how social challenges and humanities contribute to understanding human behavior, cultural values, which are essential for developing effective strategies. Introduction. According to Kristen Goldfer, Director of Global Humanitarian Policy at University of Virginia, quote unquote, global challenges are defined as any major trend, shock, or development that has the potential for science global impacts. According to the World Social Scientist Report 2010, the number of social science students worldwide has swollen by about 11% every year since 2000, up to 22 million in 2006. Objectives.
जी नमस्ते।
The objective
दीदी एक
of
बार
the
मेरी कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रही है ऑनलाइन, थोड़ी देर बाद।
The objective of the paper is to explore the contribution of social science and humanities in addressing global challenges. Methodology I have taken using case studies and example of real world data gathered from secondary sources, including documented case studies, reports, articles, policy documents, etc. Some of the major global challenges we face today worldwide are as follows. First, potable and clean drinking water problem, pointed by SDG number 6. And the prime example is Africa. Number 2, we see climate change and environmental degradation, and the example is Australia. For
Vijay
example,
Lakshmi, conclude your presentation.
At the end, I am concluding my words by saying that these fields offer tools to understand global issues and help in focusing on how these solutions can be scaled or applied other local contexts facing similar global challenges. Barack Obama says, "We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it." Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Very nice presentation. Is there any query? Is there any query from participants? Okay. The next participant is Gagan Tamar. Her presentation topic is a decade study of land utilization and environmental sustainability in Jodhpur district. Miss Gagan.
Good evening, everyone.
I'm Gagan Tawar, PhD research scholar under Dr. H.N. Kohli from the Government Arts College. The topic of my study is a decadal study of land utilization and environmental sustainability in Jodhpur district. Okay, my study is from the semi-arid region of Western Rajasthan that, as we all know, that it has a very climate variability a lot, but the climate variability is not just the physically, but it impacts social and economically as well. The implication of the environmental sustainability is significant to notice in today's time. So this is my brief abstract, and my study also points out to the various stakeholders who are coming forward for the climate change sustainability. This is my brief introduction about my topic. As we all know that land is the basic resource and drives all the socio-economic activities, and as we had seen, there is a lot of pressure on our precious land that is limited with the various factors like physical, economical, social, and most importantly the urban and the industrial growth. The objective of my study deals with to study the land use categories overall, and second, to analyze the change a decadal between time period 2010 to 2020. The methodology I carried out is secondary data through the government website, government publication by the Department of Agriculture to analyze these changes. According to the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has categorized the ninefold classification of land use that you can see it on your screen, that comprises all your land, cultivable wasteland and built-up area, and these are the nine-fold classification. Now we come to the analyze part because of the time limitation. The first figure, you can see that the forest area in Jodhpur district has significantly increased from last 3 years. The reason behind it is the government policy, especially the ecotourism policy. Rajasthan is the first state in India who had adopted the ecotourism policy. So because of that reason, they had revived the forest area. And in the figure 2, you had also seen the area not available for cultivation. Obviously, the striking feature is your economic, secondary and the economic, tertiary sectors.
Madam, conclude. Please conclude.
Okay. So, okay, conclusion, I'll come to the conclusion. The results of my presentation are, there's significantly increase in the forest area. There's also continuous increase in the non-agricultural uses. This has been seen because of the population demands of the food and the nutritive value. At last, I want to say that there's a need for the policy formulation, and there is also need to create the agriculture sensitive zones for our country to protect the land. And last but not the least, land comes under the SDG goal 15, life on land, and William Carter has said land belongs to future. So we had borrowed it from the future. It's not our resources that we are using it unmindingly. Okay, so we can attain the sustainable development by being environment and socially bearable, socially and social and economically equitable, and environment and economically viable. Then only we will be able to achieve the sustainability that the whole conversation or the whole gathering is for. So thank you so much for your patience, and thank you.
Thank you for a nice presentation. थैंक यू। थैंक यू नवीन सर, आपने अमूल्य समय में से हमारे लिए समय निकाला, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नाउ इट्स टाइम टू फेलिसिएशन। आई वुड लाइक टू डॉक्टर स्मृति चौरी मैम एंड जितेंद्र सर, please come on the stage to felicitate Dr. Naveen Mittal sir, chairperson of this session. Thank you, Jitendra sir, Smriti ma'am. Now, I would like to Dr. Nitika Singh, Dr. Anita Malav to felicitate our session coordinator, Mrs. Preeti Berwa.
Now I would like to invite Professor Poonam, Dr. Sarita and Mrs. Mehta to felicitate the co-chairperson of Dr. Jagrati Meena. क्लोजिंग सरिता सरिता अवार्ड करना ही हो गया। Dr. Jayashree, come on the stage. And two scholars are also come on the stage.
From the morning also, na? So क्यों नहीं आया morning? Thank you so much. तुम्हारे पास time था, otherwise you will do wonders. Thank you so much. Okay, sure.